Hello and welcome to the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Speaking course. In this course, we'll be looking at ways to improve your speaking to get a 7.5 or above in the IELTS speaking test. Not only will we be practicing ways of improving your speaking fluency and pronunciation, we will also be doing some exercises on idioms and set phrases that are typically used in spoken English to further improve your chances of getting a high score in the exam. This course is designed to be used in conjunction with the other IELTS step-by-step mastering courses, such as mastering vocabulary and mastering grammar, so that you can make sure that your accuracy in those two systems are the best that they can be. Now, I'm sure you're wondering how your speaking can be improved without access to speaking practice with native English speakers. Well, the fact remains that research shows that it's not necessary to speak to native English speakers. All you need to do is to practice speaking in English with other people at the same or slightly higher level than you. So for this reason, I strongly encourage you to join the IELTS Step-by-Step community group on Facebook. There you will be able to meet others who are in the same boat as you and organize Facebook videos or Zoom or Skype calls to practice with those candidates who don't necessarily speak the same language as you. In that way, you are both forced to speak in English. The link for that community page is in the resources section of this lecture. Now, let's have a look at how the course is broken down. And you can see this course map that I'm going to show you soon in the resources section of this lecture as well. Okay, and here you'll see the course map of the entire course. You'll see that each section is divided up into between 4 and 5 lectures. With the exception of the final section and the first section. Obviously, right now we're in the introduction section, and the next video you'll be watching after this is the general breakdown of the speaking exam, the 3 different parts, how many minutes are allocated to each part, and the basic requirements that are expected of you in that. But you'll see here that each section has got a yellow and a red, or this is more sort of a pink color, and that basically is a speaking test done by a student who has a native speaker, who is a native speaker of the language in brackets. So, for example, the first one is Yuri. He speaks fluent Ukrainian and Russian, and so this is beneficial for those of you who do speak one of those Slavic languages, but it's beneficial for everybody as well. So please don't skip them just because that's a Ukrainian or Russian speaker. But it's particularly useful for you if you have those as your mother tongues. And then in the pink, it's the feedback. So this is a relatively short video, which just basically does the entire test, and you can listen to it and you can watch him do it, and then you can get very detailed feedback. But before you do that, I strongly recommend that you go through the exercises where there will be opportunities for you to use new idioms, collocations, and set phrases that came up, or that potentially could have come up in the type of questions that were asked to Yuri. So the point is that you would watch the test, you would do those exercises and try to improve your vocabulary and your range of idioms, especially idiomatic language. And then when we do feedback with Yuri, you'll be able to see why those idioms and those collocations will improve your grade. Also in the blue section here, you have an opportunity to try and do the test yourself. So I'll put all the questions, the same questions that are asked to Yuri here, and you can record yourself, have a little timer, record yourself, and if you want, you can even put it on YouTube as an unlisted video and then post the link to us on the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering community page, and on that I or some other students will give feedback to you about how you did and what your grade or your band score approximately would be. So you're quite welcome to do that. The whole point of this is interaction, working together with others and making sure that we're all helping each other to get that 7.5 and above in the IELTS exam. And then finally, in the green sections here, you have the learner training. So this one here is talking about the band descriptors. So what is exactly expected of you in each section of the scoring, from cohesion and coherence all the way to pronunciation. Those four there each make up 25% of your grade. So it's very important to look at, to watch these learner training videos, because they will help you to much better understand how the exam is broken down. And it's the same for every single thing. There's a lot of pronunciation work in this because I don't cover it in the other IELTS step-by-step mastering courses. So pronunciation is quite heavy in this course. But as I've said already, this is very much to be used in conjunction with the other parts of the IELTS step-by-step mastering series. So if you feel that you don't have a strong enough vocabulary, don't expect to get it all in this course here. You will be expected to go to the IELTS step-by-step mastering vocabulary, but the same thing applies to grammar. Okay. Now let's just have a look at the vocabulary, or the idioms. There's mostly idioms that we're looking at this one in this course here, because idioms are more associated with spoken English than written English. That's not always the case, but for the most part idioms are used in spoken English, and idiomatic language, the use of idiomatic language is very important to get a good grade in your vocabulary and phrases, lexical column in your band descriptors. So it's very heavy on the use of idioms in this course, and I want you to get your head around them. So let's have a look at the idioms and phrases for the IELTS step-by-step. Let's put it here, mastering speaking, just in case, mastering speaking course. Okay, and what you'll find is that there's the candidate who could have said it, or either did say it. Sometimes the candidate actually used this idiom, or they could have used that idiom. If you want to find out which section that came up, it's in the section here. So section 13, Martin could have used on the same page, and that means it's related to the lexical set of agreeing, disagreeing, accepting, or rejecting. Okay, and at the moment, this is a link that is available in the video, in this video, in the resource section of it. But at the moment, it's uneditable. So the best way to, well, the only way you can make it editable, so you can add your own personal notes, and you can add colors, and you can do all sorts of things to this, because this is all 100% online on the Google Docs document. So what you do is you do File, Make a Copy, and that will give you an entire copy of this list of all the idioms and the collocations and set phrases, and you'll be able to then edit them and add notes if you wish. Okay, so I think it's time for you to go and get started on this. I hope you enjoy this course. I've certainly enjoyed putting it together and interacting with people from all over the world who've helped me very generously to and willingly put their face up and their videos up for you to learn from them. So I thank them very much for their support and helping me to put this together. Okay, let's get started. I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video we are going to be looking at the different parts of the IELTS speaking exam. Remember, the IELTS speaking exam has no difference between the academic and the general training. So this is going to apply to everybody, no matter whether you're doing the academic or the general training version of the exam. Okay, so let's start with the overview of the exam first. So basically, you just need to make sure that you speak as much as you can. And if you find yourself getting frustrated with mistakes, you have to just practice to keep on going, because if you find yourself hesitating, that's going to start affecting your first column. And you're going to see in the next video, we're going to be looking at the band descriptors of the speaking exam. And the first column looks at coherence and cohesion. No, sorry, not cohesion and coherence. It looks at fluency. And so that, the fluency bit, is what will be affected if you don't speak as much as you possibly can, and if you get frustrated with mistakes and you start getting hesitant when you speak. Okay, so part one is 5 minutes to the maximum. on average it's around 4.5 minutes. So what an examiner will do, we'll get to the end of, say, the fourth or fifth question, see that he's still got about 20 seconds left, and realize it's not enough time to ask the question, and then get a good response from you. So they usually move on after that. So the average examiner will look at 4 minutes and 30 seconds, not really worth asking us a fifth or sixth or seventh question after that. So the absolute maximum for part 1 is 5 minutes. Then part 2 is approximately 4 minutes. So there's 2 minutes of speaking, and there's 1 minute of preparation time before you start speaking, then there's 2 minutes of speaking, and then you have a follow-up question after that, which is approximately only 30 seconds, and then they move on to part 3. Part 3 again is very similar to part 1 in the way that it's organized. So it's a maximum of 5 minutes. If the examiner sees it's getting to 4 minutes 30 seconds, they have to make a decision. Do I want to ask one more question or not? If you are a candidate that speaks at length about a question, then probably at 4 minutes 30 they will stop the exam, and that will be the end of the exam. So the total is 14 minutes, and the minimum an exam is 11 minutes. So they will always try and push you to get to 11 minutes. Even if you're a type of candidate that hasn't practiced properly for the speaking exam, you might find yourself only answering very brief questions. They will always have extra questions to ask you to get you to 11 minutes. But obviously you don't want to be in that situation. You want to speak as much as you can. All right, let's go on to part 1 to be more specific. Okay, now part 1 is always about personal things. It's personal questions related to you and how you react in certain ways, and it is a good idea to talk about your feelings and emotions here. How do you feel about something? How do you react to something? How does it make you feel, basically? Now, these are the most common 3 questions that come at the beginning. The first one will be, do you work or do you study? If you chose work, it would be something like this. Why did you choose this job? If you chose study, why did you choose this subject to study? Okay, and then this one would be pretty much general for both of them. What kind of work would you like to do in the future? So whether you've answered work or study in the first question here, you'll still get something similar to what kind of work would you like to do in the future. Now notice these structures. What do you do? So this is asking the present simple. What do you do? I study. If you're talking about something that's temporary, I'm currently studying in Madrid, but usually I study in London, or something like that. Okay, so it would be talking about present situations. But now look at this one. Why did you choose this job, or why did you choose this subject? Past simple. So you need to be answering in the past simple when you get to this one here. And then look at this one. What kind of work would you like to do in the future? This is a bit more tricky. It's future, but it's also hypothetical. You can't be sure what's going to happen in the future. So you could, if you're a very advanced student, you could start using hypothetical things. One thing I would love to be able to do is, but you could also use just the future. I'm going to, or I plan to, or I'm probably going to answer this question here. Okay, so you're looking out for the grammar structures that are being used in the question, and we're going to talk about that a little bit later as well. Now, the second part, so this usually takes about 2 minutes. Remember, you've got 5 minutes in total. Okay, so this is the first 2 minutes. Then they start moving on, the examiner will start moving on to these things here. So it can be all sorts of things, as long as it can be made into personal questions. So for example, let's talk about music now. What type of music do you like to listen to? What music did you listen to as a child? Has your taste in music changed over the years? Okay, and so these type of questions, they're never going to be political, they're never going to be too deep. They are things that you can answer in a personal capacity. Getting around in this case means, you know, how do you travel from your home to your university or to your job, and things like that. And it can be all sorts of things. These are just a few of the many different things that can come up in part 1, personal questions. And here we've got, again, the grammar we need to look out for. Do you often? Present simple. Do you often go, let's say, do you often go to art galleries and look at paintings? To be honest with you, not really. I do enjoy looking at art, present simple, but I don't usually go to art galleries. Okay, present simple. This one here, when you were a child, did you? Okay, so past simple now. Did you, say for example, did you, let's say, did you have a favorite toy that you like to play with? Okay, so when you were a child, did you have a favorite toy you like to play with? Oh yes, I did. My favorite toy, in fact, was a small red fire engine, plastic fire engine that I used to scoot around the living room with. Okay, and then the last one, what do you plan to? This is talking about the future. There's lots of other ways to say this. What would you like to do in the future? Here it is. Would you like to? What do you plan to do? Again, this is future. So you need to look out for how to answer this question. And what we'll be looking at is paraphrasing in the 3rd video of this course, where we'll try to avoid using paraphrasing. We'll try to avoid copying the same words and phrases and use paraphrasing to make it look or sound better to the examiner, to show off your higher level of English. So we're going to try not to use the same word plan to. We're just going to try and use a different word, like it could be, what do you plan to do? What do you plan to, let's say sleeping. What do you plan to do when you're next on holiday? Now let's say, for example, that's related to relaxing, maybe not sleeping, but relaxing. So what do you plan to do in your next holiday? Well, one thing I'm keen to try is a hot stone massage, and that will help me to relax and enjoy myself. Notice in that case I haven't used plan to, I've used keen to try. Okay, so we'll be looking at that in more detail in the 3rd video of this series of training videos. Okay, so now let's go to part 2. Part 2 is where we talk about ourselves, but it's a monologue. Okay, so there's no one who's going to be asking you questions. You'll have one cue card. This is called a cue card, Q-U-E card. Okay, this thing that will be here. There'll be one cue card, and you need to speak for 2 minutes. Now I'll talk about that later. Usually the questions are related to these types. So what? They start with what, where, when, and often with who, whom, with whom. That's because there's a preposition with here. So anything after a preposition, who becomes with, adds an M to it. So with whom, to whom, and then again here we got this. How did you feel? How did you react? What emotions did you have? These are usually the 4th part of, or the 3rd in this case. 1, 2, 3. Yes, the 3rd part. 1, 2, 3, 4. Sorry, the 4th part. I was right at the beginning. The 4th part of a question like this. So let's have a look at an example here. Describe an experience when you played an indoor game with others. Okay, an indoor game, maybe indoor football or chess or a computer game even. Okay, so when did it happen, what the game was, and who you played with, and then how much you enjoyed. Okay, and you need to go and speak for 2 minutes. Now the examiner will say you have 1 to 2 minutes for speaking for this. Now that's a problem, because what will happen is that if you get, for example, to 1 minute and 20 seconds and you say that's enough, the examiner is obliged, has to look at you for about 4 or 5 seconds. Is there anything else you would like to say about that? Okay, so you've got 4 or 5 seconds of awkward silence, we say in English. Awkward silence is where people don't feel comfortable. Okay, and there's silence because you expect to be talking. And they'll just look at you for 4 or 5 seconds, and then they'll ask you to try and speak some more. You don't want to get to that position, because that awkward silence can put you off, can make you feel uncomfortable, and you're going to be going into part 3, which is the most difficult part, and you've got that subconsciously, that awkward silence that you heard in your mind, and it's put you off. It's made you feel uncomfortable for the rest of the exam. So part 2 is very important, to speak until the examiner says, stop, bas, enough, thank you, khalas. Okay? He won't say that, but... Okay, so you are really going to give yourself problems if you don't speak for 2 minutes and beyond. At least get to the point where he says, okay, thank you, or she says, thank you very much. Okay, and we're going to be doing a lot of practice of part 2 in this course, so we'll come back to that. Okay, now let's have a look at part 3. Now this is where it's non-personal questions usually. Okay, so you notice when they're non-personal questions, they're talking about people in general, and they are broken down. I've studied part 3 questions quite extensively, and they're broken down into these 6 different categories. Okay, and they let's start with this one, hedging. Okay, hedging is where you say, I don't know if this is true for everybody, but from my experience, I think. Okay, so this is a question like, how do people in your country, right? And that's going to continue. How do people in your country usually do the weekly shopping? Okay, and it would be bad to say they all go to the supermarket, because that's not true. You cannot be sure that 100% of every person in your country goes to the supermarket. So what the examiner is looking for is your ability to hedge here. And you say, well, usually people go to the supermarket and they'll go and, you know, push a trolley around and pick up stuff for themselves. Elderly people, however, rely more and more on online deliveries that bring the food to their house. And they tend to prefer that because it doesn't require them to get into a car or drive, or especially now with COVID situation, they don't want to expose themselves to the virus by going out and shopping. Okay, now you've used tend to, usually, often. Okay, and this question, it's a present simple question, but they're checking if you're able to hedge. Usually, tend to, most people do this for the most part. Okay. The second type is asking about hypothetical situations, and these use the words would, we'll add that one there, could, may be able to, if. Okay, so in what way might the government be able to? You're listening for this and you're saying the possibility of something in the future happening. You'd be answering, like, let's say, in what way might the government be able to support elderly people when they go shopping? And you can say, well, one thing the government could do is, and that's a sort of, it's a possibility in a hypothetical situation. You can also use the phrase if the government provided free transport to and from a shop, that might help to support elderly people, or something like that. Okay, so hypothetical we're looking for. Then the next one is, and hypothetical typically comes with if they could do this, it would. So future possibility and hypothetical situations are very closely related, in fact, and you'll see this. So how might the people change in the future? There's a chance that, there's a possibility that, we may well see. So how might the way people go shopping change in the future? Well, I think there's a very fair chance that big supermarkets will start to close down. They'll become more like warehouses, and people will simply go online, select stuff, and then that stuff will be brought to their house. I think that's very possible. And we may well see, here it is, we may well see that certain shops, in fact, completely close down and go bankrupt because of this. Okay. So hypothetical and future possibility are very related, closely related. Okay, now the next is giving reasons, often starting with why or in what way. Okay, and so here you could see that technically it's a mixture of hypothetical and giving reasons. Okay, but let's stick with this one with why. So why do you think many people believe that? Okay, and you're giving reasons. I think it's got to do with, I think it's because. This phrase, it means because. I think it's because. I think it's got to do with. So let's say, why do many people believe that, why do many people believe that shopping weekly is the best way to do their shopping? So doing a weekly shop is the best way. Well, I think it's got to do with time. People don't have time to go to the shop every day or every third day, so they prefer to do a big shop on, say, for example, the weekend or on a Monday evening or Monday afternoon, and anything that they need for that week is bought on that day. Okay, it boils down to, the main reason is, what many people don't realize is, what many people don't know, the root of the problem is that, okay, and we can go on. So we're giving reasons in part 3 as well. Then we go on to alternatives. Now this one I find is probably the most difficult that I find with my candidates to do, because they have to think about, it's not just language related, this one. You need to actually start thinking about alternative ways of doing things. And if you've been doing the same thing the same way every year all your life, and suddenly somebody says, what's an alternative way of shopping? Okay, now it's not just language, it's okay, I've never actually thought about this. Okay, so this is where it's important, I think, especially with alternatives type questions, is to know how to do this. Okay, and that's it sort of delays your response. That's an interesting question. I never thought about that. Okay, so let's have a look at the question. Apart from shopping at supermarkets, are there any other ways that people can shop? Okay, now that's an interesting question. I haven't really thought about that much, because I've basically shopped at supermarkets all my life. But I suppose one way would be to go to the local market, and markets in my city are actually starting to undergo a revival. Most people didn't want to go to markets because they saw it as old style and traditional, but now these markets are starting to get more and more customers coming into them, etc. Okay, so you do need to have a little bit of chance for you to delay your response and give your brain a little bit of time to think, and that's in part 3. That's an interesting question. Okay, and this is the type of structure we can use to delay that a little bit, and it usually is needed in part 3, especially when I'm asked to give alternatives. And then finally we get to advice, also a little bit tricky, not only about English, but giving solid and valid responses to questions. So do you think the government should, let's say, subsidize certain products like milk? Subsidize means pay money from the taxes to make things like milk and flour cheaper for the average person. So do you think the government should subsidize basic goods like milk, sugar and flour? And your advice would be, okay, well, again, that's something I haven't thought about much, but I think the idea of supporting certain industries through subsidization should be considered. And I think that, for example, the bread making industry could be provided with assistance, because bread is a staple diet in my country. I know that rice is a staple food stuff in, for example, China or Japan, but bread is very, very important in my country, Poland, or my country, usually in Europe. The most important food stuff is wheat based. Okay. All right. So that's part 3. And we'll be obviously doing a lot more practice of these different things as we go through this course. Okay, so thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My first name is Yuri, and my last name is...
Thank you.
Actually, we have in Ukraine middle name. It's the name of the father, so it's like... But
okay. Can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Ukraine, from the Western Ukraine.
Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification now. So, of course, I'll pretend to look at it, say thank you, that's fine. Okay, now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Actually, presently, I work. I work as a constructor for one of the big resorts in the west of Ukraine. And mostly I do the job indoor, but sometime in outdoor job as well, if it's needed. So, and of course, part-time I study. I study for the IELTS at the present moment as well.
Why did you choose this kind of work?
Well, I used to work as a bartender for a pretty long period of time, about for 6-7 years. But my heart is for construction, so I switched to new profession background, and I used to study for about 3 years myself online, and then in about 2016 I have started to work as a constructor.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about friends now. How often do you go out with your friends?
Well, time to time I go out with my friends, of course, but mostly I don't have much spare time. Usually I go play soccer with my friends, or just sometimes have a cup of coffee, or sometimes some maybe outdoor, like go pick up mushroom to the forest. Time to time I do, but not too often.
Okay. How friendly are you with your neighbors?
Well, the neighbors is very important for me, and I try to be as friendly as possible, because I believe it is very important point in a life to be a good friendship with all the people around you, so it makes life much easier. Doesn't matter how circumstances come in.
Okay, which is more important to you, friends or family?
Of course, it's my family. My family is priority number one for me, and I try to take care of them as much as I can.
Okay. Now let's talk about dictionaries. Do you often use a dictionary?
Yes, I do, of course. I use dictionary mostly every day, because nowadays it's more easy to use it online, like electronical dictionary, Google Translate, or another one. And mostly it's for English, because I do study part-time, so I use it every day.
What kinds of dictionaries do you think are the most useful?
Well, for general, I think from my own experience, I can say that uh, Oxford Dictionary was very useful, because it explains the words in English, so you learn English with English explanation, which makes it much better understanding. and it makes remember it more solid than I would just translate it into my own language.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so if you have a piece of paper and pencil ready for making notes, your topic is going to come up on the screen. Okay, so let me know if you can't see it. Okay, so I'd like you to describe a writer you would like to meet. You should say who the writer is, what you know about this writer already, and what you would like to find out about him or her. All right? Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes, I can. Well, it was kind of unexpected topic because I'm not really much about the reading books, but anyway, I like sports, so I would like to talk about the one writer. He's actually my teacher from the school, and he has wrote a great book about the influence of sport on kids' life, and it is very important to learn about it because it impact our health. So he's actually his name is Vitaly, and he's a nice man. He's about 45-year-old, and I know him since my childhood. He used to he used to train me different kind of sports as wrestling, basketball, soccer, and other one as well. And I can say I don't know everything about him. So basically, I would like to know more about his, let's say, personal beliefs about the religion, about how he see the political world, because I have never had a chance
Okay,
to
thank
talk to him about
you.
it.
Thank you, Yuri. Okay, and would you, do you think that you would be a good writer?
Well, uh, actually, I've never tried to write any book. So, well, maybe on certain topics, I may be a good writer, but if I would try, so then I can say about more sure.
Okay.
If I can or cannot.
Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for the booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay. Now, we've been talking about a writer that you'd most like to meet, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, reading and children. So what do you think? What kinds of books are most popular with children?
Usually that's different books about the kids topics. They like to read with different pictures on. It could be any topic, just a general, as long as it's attractive and colorful. So kids they would like it for sure. As I see from my personal example, I have a small child and she likes to watch and read wherever it's beautiful and colorful. he does it all.
Okay. Why do you think some children prefer not to read books these days? Did you hear?
Apologize one more time.
Okay, no problem. So why do you think some children these days prefer not to read books so much?
Technically, on my personal opinion, it's a big influence of the internet. They prefer to watch video, cartoons, listen through different devices rather than reading the actual book. So this technology is coming up all the time, and it attracts the kids much more than the real books, the paper books.
And so do you see this as a problem these days?
Well, it's difficult to judge that is a problem or that is just a change. So I think that's the should science should find out is a problem or not. But for me, for my opinion, I guess it must be a balance between electronic and paper-based book that will makes more life more easier.
Sure.
Because
Okay, now let's move on to a topic sort of reading for different purposes. Are there any times when reading fast or reading at speed is a useful skill to have?
absolutely it is, especially when you are planning to do exam, like I do at this time in IELTS, and it make very big sense because the reading part of the test you must to read it just as rapid as possible. Plus, you have to understand and get an idea about it, not just go through it, but really read and understand. So, in order to achieve this skill, you have to practice it constantly.
Yeah. So you mentioned the IELTS being an exam where reading quickly is definitely beneficial. Can you think of any jobs where reading very fast is also beneficial?
It must be, I think, any job which is related to get information, which is related to read a lot of information during your working time. So it will be very beneficial because as faster you read and understand what you are reading about, then more you will be benefited from it, and your employer will be more happy, and you will get much higher salary.
Okay. Thank you very much, Yuri. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we are going to be looking at a student called Yuri. He is from the Ukraine, and his mother tongue is both Ukrainian and Russian. Quite similar languages to a certain extent, both Slavic languages, which is an Indo-European language, but it is quite far away from English. So it's not much help to him to know those languages. Certainly not as much help as somebody who spoke Danish, Swedish, Norwegian, or German, Dutch, and then French. On the Latin languages side. Anyway, let's see what he can do. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me?
My first name is Yuri, and my last name is.
Thank you.
Actually, we have in Ukraine middle name. It's the name of the father, so it's like. But
okay, name of the father. If he wants to explain that, we prefer to say my father, or oh, I see what he means, like in general. Okay, in that case, it's the father's name. Okay, we take our father's name as a middle name. Okay. Okay. Can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Ukraine, from the Western Ukraine.
Okay. From the western part of Ukraine? From the western part of Ukraine or West Ukraine? Okay. If I use, you could say technically Western Ukraine. Actually, that's true. You could say Western Ukraine, but don't put the before it. Just say I'm from Western Ukraine, or I'm from Southern Europe, or I'm from Northern India, or the north of India, or the northern part of India. Okay. Real exam, I would ask to see your identification now. So, of course, I'll pretend to look at it, say thank you, that's fine. Okay, now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Actually, presently, I work. I work as a constructor for one of the big resorts in the west of Ukraine.
Okay, there he uses the west of Ukraine, that's good. A constructor. What? That's the question. Is what exactly is a constructor? Do you mean I work in the construction industry? Are you an engineer? Are you a builder? Are you an electrician? Constructor has a very general meaning in English, so we're not really sure what he does.
And mostly I do the job indoor, but
So he might be working on indoor fittings, the interiors of a new resort that's being put up in the western part of Ukraine.
time in outdoor job as well, if it's needed. So, and of course, part time I study. I study for the IELTS.
Okay, and part time is a nice word. Part time study. Okay, good collocation.
Moment as well.
Why did you choose this kind of work?
Well, I used to work as a bartender for a pretty long period of time, about for 6-7 years. But my heart is for construction, so I sleep.
Good, nice phrase. My heart is in construction. So just bear in mind that it's in construction. But a nice phrase, a nice idiomatic phrase.
To new profession background, and I used to study for about 3 years myself online, and then in about 2016 I have started to work as a constructor.
Okay, so I used to study, nice use of the words used to. So I used to study things that I no longer do. It was a habit before, but it's no longer a habit for me. So I used to study, and sorry, there's one thing I wanted to say, but I can't remember now.
3 years myself online.
Okay, yeah, I used to study by myself online. I was this is a useful one, taught, to teach myself. I was self-taught in English, or I taught myself English, plus a little bit from school, but the teacher wasn't very good, or etc. etc. Okay.
Then in about 2016 I have started to work as a constructor.
Okay, remember when I mention a specific time in the past in English, you'll know from the grammar course, I've done a lot of this. So when I talk about a specific time in the past, I never use the present perfect. The present is for the present, a past action that affects us now. So in 2016, I have started working, because it's present perfect. In 2016, I started working. That's past simple. There's the ed, past. Okay, so I started working, or I started working in construction. Okay, so work in something, work in a certain field, a certain field. Okay. All right. Let's talk about friends now. How often do you go out with your friends?
Well, time to time, I go out with my friends, of course, but mostly I don't have much spare time. Usually I go play soccer with my.
Okay, good. Nice use of the word much. I don't have much time, so remember, those of you who are making a mistake with much and many, at least this case he uses it right, because much comes with an uncountable thing, like I don't have much money, I don't have much time, I don't have much passion, uncountable things like passion, interest. That works well. Okay, let's just go back a little bit.
Go play soccer with my friends.
I go play soccer with my friends. That's fine. Okay. This is technically go and play soccer, but in modern English, when we speak quickly, we don't hear the and. So I go play soccer with my friends. That's fine. It's pronounced go and play soccer with my friends.
Or just sometimes have a cup of coffee, or sometimes some maybe outdoor, like go pick up mushroom to the forest.
Okay. I don't have much spare time, but when I do, I might go and play football with my friends in the park, or have a cup of coffee, or maybe go and do an outdoor activity like picking mushrooms in the forest. Okay. But when I do, I might go and play football with my friends in the park, or have a cup of coffee with them, with someone, or maybe go and do an. Go and do. So there's the go and do. And you do an outdoor activity. You don't make an outdoor activity. You don't go an outdoor activity. It's always with do. So do an outdoor activity, such as or like. You can use both. Picking mushrooms in the forest near my house. Okay.
Time to time I do, but not too often.
Okay, so don't forget from time to time. How friendly are you with your neighbors?
Well, the neighbors is very important for me, and
okay, the neighbors is. Be careful with that. So I know what he's trying to say is that the concept of having a good relationship with neighbors is important to me, because we've got the word concept. That's the main verb, main subject. The idea of having friendly relationships with your neighbors is very important to me, because friendly relationships. The idea of having a friendly relationship with your neighbors is very important to me. Okay, neighbors are important. It's a bit strange, because what do you mean neighbors are important? Do you mean having friends with neighbors are important, or living within distance of your neighbors so that you can wave at them in the morning, or are you nervous about crime, so at least your neighbor is close to you? So this is very strange by itself. But if he's talking about being friendly with your neighbors, then that's fine. And of course, in this case, you use is, because the main thing is idea, concept, notion, similar meaning. So the idea, the concept, the notion of having, they're all the similar meanings of idea.
I try to be as friendly as possible, because I believe it is very important point in the life.
Okay, try to be as friendly as possible with them, which is good. And sorry, I'm not really using this recently. So pronunciation, I believe, this is a typical Russian or Ukrainian thing. Try to get the V sound, believe. V. Okay, so I believe it's important to maintain good relations with people around me, especially my neighbors.
Okay. Be a good friendship with all the people around you.
So be good friendship, have a good friendship. And it's difficult to have a friendship with people around you, but have a good relationship with people around you, be on good terms. I think it's important to be on good terms, or at least as best terms as you can be, with the people that live near you. So to be on good terms, sorry, at least as best terms. As best terms. I don't know why that was he there. I think it's important to be on good terms with. So this is a phrase, to be on good terms with the people around you. That means have a good relationship with them, or at least as best terms as can be, or as best terms as possible. So this means like it's not always great. It's not always possible to be on good terms with somebody, but if they are annoying you or you end up annoying them, you try to maintain at least the best possible relationship with them as possible. And that's what I mean by at least. And by the way, that when I've said something and I want to correct myself, I might say or at least. So to say, to be on good terms, okay, oh, that needs to be underlined as well because it's the whole part of it. So I say to be on good terms with somebody, but it's not always possible. So what I mean to say is, or at least as best terms as can be, as possible. Let's just say, instead of can be, let's say possible to make it clearer. So as best terms as possible with the people that live near you or around you. Okay.
So it makes life much easier. Doesn't matter how circumstances come in.
Yes, it makes life a lot easier. It doesn't matter what the circumstances are. In the end, you will benefit from having good relations, or as best relations as possible, with those who live around you and near you. Okay, which is more important to you, friends or family?
Of course, it's my family. My family is priority number one for me.
Great phrase, priority. They are, or it is, priority number one for me. Great phrase. Okay. And he said, of course, it's family. That's making a connection between you and the examiner, suggesting the examiner is going to agree with you when you say, of course. And you could also say, there's no doubt that family comes first for me. Family is priority number one for me. There's no denying that family comes first for me. Okay, all of those, of course, is one way, and a lot of people use it, but try to use these ones as well. There's no denying that family comes first for me. And the one I had up there before, but I've forgotten. Right.
And I try to take care of them as much as I can.
Okay. Take care of them suggests that you are the breadwinner, perhaps. Maybe you are the one who's bringing in the money. And so just bear in mind, if you mean just to look after them, actually look after as well also has that connotation that my parents are old and they don't have much money, and I help out with the grocery bill, I help out with paying for the petrol for their car, but I look out for them. That means I'll be there when they need my help. I look out for them. I'll be there when I need my help is a nice phrase. It's in itself. But I look after them and I... What did he say?
I try to take care of them as much.
Okay, and take care of them suggests that the rest of his family cannot look after themselves. So often, a mother would look after their child or take care of the child because the child is too young to feed itself. The child is too young to go shopping by itself. The child is too young to clothe itself. So look out for might be better in this case, but it depends. I don't know how old Yuri's parents are or his siblings are or what the circumstances are.
Just I can.
Okay. Now let's talk about dictionaries. Do you often use a dictionary?
Yes, I do, of course. I use a dictionary mostly every day because...
Okay, I know he's trying to say almost every day. Okay. So not Saturdays, not Fridays, but every other day.
Nowadays it's more easy to use it online.
Okay, more easy as opposed to easier. Now remember, easy is spelled with a Y, so when I make it into a comparative with ER, the Y becomes an I. So those in the IELTS grammar course, you would know all these. IELTS step-by-step grammar course.
Electronical dictionary, Google Translate.
Electronic dictionary. Electronics, electronical, that doesn't exist in fact, electronical. Electric, bicycle, but electronic dictionary. So there's a slight difference. Electronic suggests that it has, how could I explain the difference? Just one second. Okay, this is just taken from a website here, so this is a good example. Electric chair, a chair that features electricity, whereas an electronic chair is a special chair that has some complex circuitry inside it. So electronic dictionary has circuitry inside it. If you open it up, you can see the circuits. Electric dictionary, well, doesn't exist, obviously. That wouldn't make sense. Okay. Anyway, so electric bicycle is a bicycle that is powered by electricity, whereas electronic bicycle might have special gadgets within it that maybe has its personal GPS, maybe has some sort of clever system that automatically controls the gears depending on if you're going up a hill or downhill. I don't know of an electronic bicycle. Sorry, I don't know of an electronic bicycle, but you never know. In the next 5 years, there might be an electronic bicycle that has circuitry inside it. Okay, anyway, carry
on. Another one, and mostly it's for English because I do study part-time, so I use it every day.
What kinds of dictionaries do you think are the most useful?
Well, for general, I think from my own experience, I can say that Oxford Dictionary was very useful because it explains the words in English, so you learn English with English explanation, which...
Okay, that's good. He's talking about a monolingual dictionary. So there are a lot of monolingual dictionaries. The Oxford Dictionary is one such thing. My favorite, as you all know, those of you who are following me, is the Longman Dictionary. I find that very good for monolingual dictionaries. So yes, he was right. You can learn English through the dictionary. So you're learning a new word, but you're also learning other words through the definition or the explanation, as he uses the word. I think he said explanation.
In English, so you learn English with English explanation.
Okay, you learn English through the which is also in English. Okay, because it's monolingual. If you are talking about a dictionary that goes from, for example, Urdu to English and English to Urdu, then that's a bilingual dictionary, and they're fine for lower level students, but when you get to the IELTS level, if you want anything above a 6, you need to definitely migrate over to a monolingual dictionary.
Which makes it much better understanding, and it makes remember it more solid than I would just translate it into my own language.
Okay, good try. I mean, you put the word solid, makes remembering the idea more solid. It's just a number of grammar mistakes here. So let's just go back and listen one more time.
And it makes remember it English with English explanation, which makes it much better understanding.
Okay, so he uses the word which is a indefinite relative clause. So which makes it much better understanding, which makes it a lot easier to understand. Okay, if the definition, of course, is clear. So remember, a relative clause with which, there's a non-defining relative clause from the IELTS step-by-step mastering grammar. You would know about this. There is always a comma. So this is very useful, non-defining relative clause, to give extra information, to append extra information. That means at the end of what you have said, we use this which. So he's doing it well, which makes it a lot easier to understand. And he's talking now about memorizing.
And it makes remember it more solid than I would just translate it into my own language.
Okay. Not only that, it also makes remembering it a lot more solid and concrete than if I had simply learned the word in my own language. Let's not use the word learned. Let's say look up the word in my own language using a bilingual dictionary. Okay. Not only that, it also makes remembering it a lot more solid. He wanted to say concrete. Of course, you can say concrete in English as well. It's idiomatic use of, it's something a lot more clear and solid and concrete in our mind. So that's fine. Then if I had, so he forgot the if. So he's comparing it to being solid compared to if it was, if he looked it up in a bilingual dictionary. So this is a very complex language. He's trying his best. He's forgotten a few of these things. He did say would, then would simply look up, or then would, let's just see.
More solid than I would just translate it into my...
Okay, then I would. If I was trying to think why he's using would here, which grammar mistake is pushing in here. Okay, we don't need to use had. Let's just say if I simply looked up. Oh, I know what it is. Okay, so he's getting mixed up with the second conditional. If I looked up the word in my language, it wouldn't be as good as looking it up in English using a monolingual dictionary. So he's getting mixed up with here. He wants to put would here. A lot of people, even now, sometimes native speakers, they say, if I would look, Americans like to make this mistake, if I would look up the word in my language, it wouldn't be as good. So a lot of people make this mistake, and it's understandable why he's making it. But bear in mind, this is incorrect. It's the past form of the verb with if in the same clause as if. If we're talking about a conditional number 2 clause, if I looked up the word in my language, comma, it wouldn't be as good as looking it up in English. There's the word in the second clause after the comma. So there we go. If I simply looked up the word in my language, it would be, it's much more solid, a lot more solid and concrete than if I simply looked up the word in my own language. Okay, so he's trying his best to use some quite complex language here, but he's making mistakes in the complex language, which is fine because it shows off he's trying his best, but it's also bringing his grade down a little bit because he doesn't know how to use them. If he can fix this, then obviously his grade goes up to much higher than currently.
Own language.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and Okay, so describe a writer you would like to meet. You could say who the writer is, what you know about the writer already, and what you would like to find out more about him, and why you would like to meet this writer. Now, Yuri has a little bit of a problem because he says he's not a big reader, so he doesn't know any famous writers. This is an opportunity for you to steer the conversation away. You don't have to answer the question. Let's say you have to make it clear that you understand the question, and you have to cleverly manipulate the examiner away from that. But it would be no problem to say, I must admit that I don't read very many books, and in fact I can't right now. A famous writer doesn't come to my mind right now, but there is a guy from my town or my city who lives near me, who writes for the local newspaper, and he's very funny. And I'm going to talk about, technically he's not a writer, he's a journalist, but he is a writer. I mean, an author. I think they mean by author, but it can be a journalist, could be even my sister. But in this case, it was I would like to meet, so it doesn't work here. But you know, somebody that writes a blog on the internet or something like that. Okay, so don't let these subjects stop you from speaking for 2 minutes, and certainly try avoid making stuff up. Like you know, if you can base it on some form of truth, it will make your life a lot easier. Sorry, I think I've... Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes, I can. Well, it was kind of unexpected topic because...
Unexpected? Unexpected topic?
Really much about the reading books. But
I don't know much about reading books, okay? No
anyway, I like sports, so I would like to explain about, talk about the one writer. He's actually my teacher.
Okay, so I like sports, and I'll be talking about, this is your chance to use the future continuous, I'll be or I'm going to be talking about, because we use this going to be or I'll be talking about when it's something that is just in due course. It's this is what I'm going to do whether you like it or not. So I'll be talking about, even though I don't read much, I'm going to be talking about sports and writing in relation to this, and he's going to now talk about his teacher. So it doesn't quite match this, somebody he would like to meet, but that shouldn't stop you. I still want you to speak for 2 minutes. As I said, as long as you make it clear that you understand this. So you could say, I'm going to be talking about my teacher. Now I know that the question asks me to talk about somebody that I haven't met before, but if you don't mind, I'm going to talk about my teacher now. Okay.
From the school, and he has wrote a great book about the...
So he has written, or he wrote. depends on what, both of them are grammatically acceptable in this context. He wrote a book when I'm focusing on the actual action of writing the book in the past, or he has written a book when I'm focusing on the book itself and the contents of the book that is relevant now, present perfect. Okay.
About the influence of sport on kids' life, and it is very important to learn about it, because our
So my teacher wrote a book about 4 or 5 years ago about how important sports are and how sports can influence a child's development. About how important sports are and how sports can influence a child's development. Okay.
To learn about it, because it impact our health. So he's actually his name is Vitaly, and he is a nice man. He's about 45-year-old, and I know.
Okay, so be careful of words like nice. You'll hear me say this. A nice man doesn't help us anything. So he's very sociable. He goes out of his way to help. He's a middle-aged teacher. He goes out of his way to help people when they are in trouble. He's just generally a very kind person. Okay, to go out of your way to help. So if you're on the, idiomatically, this is a chance to use an idiom. So you're walking on the path, you see a problem, somebody's having a problem over there, you go out of your way to go and help that person, then you come back on the path and carry on. So idiomatic. And middle-aged, 45, 50, 55, that's middle ages. Middle-aged. The Middle Ages, of course, is a time period of history.
Him since my childhood. He used to train me different kind of sports.
Okay, he said as there, so train me in different kinds of sports, and he says as, which is a very typical Russian thing or Ukrainian thing to do. We need to say such as, and he's going to give us an example.
As wrestling, basketball, soccer, and other one as well. And
other one it means one, so other sports as well.
I can say I don't know everything about him. So basically, I would like to know more about his, let's say, personal beliefs about the.
Okay, so of course I don't know everything about him, and I wouldn't mind finding out more information about him, about his personal beliefs, about his political beliefs, his religious beliefs. Okay. I wouldn't mind finding out more information about. Okay, so this means I'm not going to go out of my way to find more information, but if I happen to come across a book or something or an article about him, I would read it because I find him interesting, and he was a part of my life when I was growing up. Okay.
Religion, about how he see the political world, because
how he sees the political world. Yeah, Ukraine is going through some interesting times politically, so we'll see what happens there. But yeah, it would be interesting to find out from people that you respect. How do you feel? How do you think? How he sees the world is a nice phrase. Okay, I'd love to know how he sees the world in terms of religion, politics, etc. When we can say etc. It's more common in spoken English. Sorry, in written English, but better to say and so on instead of etc. in spoken English.
I have never had a chance to talk to him.
Okay, I've never had a chance to talk to him about these things. Great, it's a good phrase to not have a chance to. Okay. Thank you, Yuri. Okay, and do you think that you would be a good writer?
Well, actually, I've never tried to write any book, so
Any must come with S. So any books? I haven't tried to write any books.
Well, maybe on certain topics I may be a good writer.
Okay, so maybe. So maybe, a single word, maybe I would be a good writer, but he uses it in a sentence, so better to use might. I might be a good. So maybe, technically I could put a comma here, maybe I would be a good writer, I might be a good writer. Okay. And I'm just trying to think of a nice idiom for try. One second. Have a go at something. I wouldn't mind having a go at it, at writing. So to have a go, and with mind, after mind ing, so I wouldn't mind having a go at writing. I think in certain topics I wouldn't be too bad.
But if I would try, so
okay, be careful with that one. So if I would try, same problem with the second conditional. If I tried, and no so with if, never. So if I tried, I would. Let's see if he gets it right.
Then I can say about more.
Okay, let's try. Let's listen to the whole thing.
So then I can say about more, sure.
Okay, if I tried, then I could say more. I would be able to tell you more about whether I am a good writer or not. Since he's never tried, he doesn't actually know. Okay, so there's would because if, and there's past form of try, so it comes with if. Second conditional, hypothetical. All of this is hypothetical because he's never tried to write before. Okay, let's go on to this, part 3.
I can.
For the booklet and paper and pencil. Talking about a writer that you'd most like to meet, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, reading and children. So what do you think? What kinds of books are most popular with children?
Usually that's different books about the kids topics.
Usually that's different books, so well, don't know why that's. I think just starting with books that relate to kids on their level, topics that interest kids, and it depends. I mean, I know some kids love dinosaurs, some kids love all sorts of things, so it depends on what the topic is as well. Okay, but this is still the subject, so I need a main verb. So books that relate to kids on their level, topics that interest kids are what are what children would gravitate towards if they had to choose a book. Okay, to gravitate towards, move towards. So if you're in a library with a child and he has to read a book for the next 10 minutes, of course he's going to gravitate, or she is going to gravitate towards stuff that's, more colorful and with topics that interest kids. So here's the main verb. Books that relate to kids, topics that interest kids are what children would gravitate towards if they had to choose a book. Okay, another one. There's the conditional, second conditional, hypothetical. We're not in a library right now. There are no children. It's hypothetical.
I like to read with different pictures on. It could be any topic, just in general, as long as it's attractive and colorful. So
good, a nice phrase. As long as. Okay, so they'll be interested in. He's basically saying they'll be interested in any book as long as there's pictures, it's colorful, and it's attractive in some way.
So kids, they would like it for sure. As I see from my personal example, I have a small child and she likes to watch and read wherever it's beautiful and colorful.
Okay, so she likes to, doesn't matter what it is, as long as it's beautiful and full of colorful.
Does it all.
Okay, why do you think some children prefer not to read books these days? Did you hear?
Apologize one more time.
Okay, no problem. So why do you think some children these days prefer not to read books so much? Okay, I'm apologize, just be careful. I apologize with no I am. So I apologize. I'm sorry is mixing, maybe what he's mixing up. Please repeat, I think you said that or something similar. So I apologize. I'm sorry. Okay, different.
Technically, on my personal opinion, it's a big influence of the internet. They prefer to watch video, cartoons, listen through different devices rather than reading the actual book. So this technology is coming up all the time, and it
coming up. Okay, so he's talking about the fact that nowadays children prefer to get not just YouTube videos but lessons through videos rather than reading books because the technology is coming up. I think he means to say the technology is developing or it is improving all the time, and different devices now have gamification, which is making games out of lessons, making lessons into games so that we learn in that way. Okay.
The kids much more than the real books.
Okay, they relate better, or kids relate better to these devices with moving pictures and colors and things than static books. Static means not moving, flat. Okay.
Paper books.
And so, do you see this as a problem these days?
Well, it's difficult to judge that is a problem or that is just a change.
Okay, great. It's difficult to judge. Let's do it down. It's difficult. Let's start again. It's difficult to judge yet whether it's a problem or just something that we need to keep up with. He's talking about a change, and what he said is fine. It's just this word here, whether. It's difficult to judge yet, so we can't tell yet whether it's an actual problem that might one day cause problems for young children, or it's something that is change that we have to keep up with. That is a natural keep up with, something that we need to keep up with. An evolution, a change. We could say something like that. That is. Now it's a nice word for everybody. Listen, inevitable. Inevitable means there's nothing you can do about it. It's going to carry on doing this way. There's, climate change, unfortunately, right now is inevitable because no one is moving fast enough to solve it. So it's going to happen whether we like it or not. And that's what he means here. So a nice phrase, difficult to judge, very useful. Difficult to tell. We can actually say this. It has the similar meaning. It's difficult to tell yet. Whether has a similar meaning to if, but in this case it's better with whether because there's two options. Whether it's a problem or it's something that we simply need to keep up with because it's a natural or normal evolution. Normal evolution, a change that's inevitable. A useful word, everybody please try and remember that because it's useful in many topics. Something that's inevitable is nothing we can do about it. It just carries on. Okay, let's carry on.
So I think that's should science should find out is a problem or not. But for me,
it's up to scientists and researchers to determine whether this is a problem or not. I personally don't know if it is really. I personally don't think it is really. So it's up to scientists. The job, the responsibility is for scientists and researchers to work out, to determine, to work out whether this is a problem or not. I personally don't think it is really. He may think, well, this is just the way things are developing, and we can't stop change like this. Okay, let's carry on.
For my opinion, I guess it must be a balance between electronic and paper-based book that will makes more life more easier.
Okay, so there must be a balance. He said there must be a balance. We need to strike a balance between paper-based books and electronic activities. So in the school, for example, and when there's a balance, when we've struck a balance between the two, then things become a lot easier. So remember, not more easy, but easier. Okay. Sure.
Because.
Okay. Now let's move on to a topic, sort of reading for different purposes. Are there any times when reading fast or reading at speed is a useful skill to have?
Absolutely, it is, especially when you are planning to do exam, like I do at this time in IELTS, and it make very big sense because the reading part of the test.
Okay, so it makes very big sense. So he means to say, of course, it makes a lot of sense to be able to speed read in the IELTS reading exam because you're only given 1 hour to read 3 rather long extracts that really challenge your ability to process information quickly. Of course, it makes a lot of sense to be able to speed read. Okay, that's what we're talking about here. IELTS reading exam because you're only given 1 hour to read 3 rather long extracts. I'm talking about if you're doing the academic IELTS. Obviously, if you're doing general training, you've got more than 3 that really challenge your ability, extracts that challenge your ability to process information quickly. Okay, so yeah, good.
You must read it just as rapid as possible.
Okay, you must read it as quickly as possible. So this is the general you, not you. He's not talking to me as if I'm an exam candidate. He's talking about the general you. And in which case, in this one, when I talk about the general you and I'm talking about this is the way it is, this is the rules of the game, we prefer to say have to. So you have to read it as quickly as possible. Otherwise, you must is giving advice, strong advice. And then that's usually for a person, specific person, rather than the general you. So yeah, you have to read it as quickly as possible and answer the questions quickly too.
Plus, you have to understand and get an idea about it, not just go through it, but really read and understand. So
I think he said go through it, got through it. I'm not sure. It's not just that you have to go through it, but you really have to understand it and answer questions that are pretty tricky on it. So answer questions on something, answer questions on it, on an extract, answer questions on a article. Okay, carry on.
in order to achieve this skill, you have to practice it constantly.
Yeah. So you mentioned, okay, great. So in order to achieve the skill, you have to practice it constantly. A great phrase. Let's just leave it like that. That's fine. Okay. The IELTS being an exam where reading quickly is definitely beneficial. Can you think of any jobs where reading very fast is also beneficial?
It must be, I think, any job which is related to get information which is related to.
Okay, so related to, I know what he's getting the mistake. So he's thinking that this is an infinitive form. So to get, to swim, to jump, to run. But it is not. The to here is a preposition. So we use the ing always, the verb after. So it's related to getting.
Related to.
Sorry.
It must be, I think, any job which is related to get information which is related to read a lot of information during.
So getting information, reading a lot of information during
working time.
Okay, during working hours. Okay, while you are at work. Okay, so during, just the difference between during and while is quite tricky. You need to look on the on the IELTS step-by-step grammar and vocabulary course. I'll also talk about it here, the difference between these two here. So during working hours, just remember that, or while you're at work, if you're forced to get or read a lot of information, then reading quickly helps you.
So it will be very beneficial, because as faster you read and understand what you are reading about, then more you will be benefited from it.
Okay, he's trying very hard to use the. You can see what he did there, but he's messed it up a little bit, unfortunately. So the faster you read and the faster you understand something, the more benefits you are going to gain from your job. Something like that, or the more beneficial it will be for you. The more beneficial it will be for you. Let's do it that way. So the faster you read, let's just do it easier. The faster you understand something, this is an unusual one, that there's no grammar, there's no main verb in this. It's one of the few sentences in English that doesn't have a main verb. So the faster you read, the faster you understand something, the more beneficial it will be for you. Okay. And technically, if I'm writing this down, I would put a comma here. So the faster you read and the faster you understand something, comma, the more beneficial it will be for you. There's no than or anything like that. It's simply the next word is the.
And your employer will be more happy, and you will get much higher salary.
Okay, he'll be happier, similar to easy. Happy. I know it's double syllable, 2 syllables, but the Y becomes an IER. He'll be a lot happier, and your salary will increase. Okay. Thank you very much, Yuri. That is the end of the test. Okay, so let's have a look now at Yuri's band. Okay, so let's have a look here. So fluency and coherence tends to be a stronger thing with many people, at least who've been following my courses. So the ones who managed to come on to do this for me tend to have quite good fluency and coherence. So he is around a 7 here because without noticeable effort, he speaks at length with no serious problems. I think part 2 was a bit of an issue for him because he mentioned that he's not an avid reader, but he still managed to get through that for the most part. There is sometimes a little bit of language-related hesitation, but not much. And he does occasionally use some connectives and discourse markers effectively, and he doesn't overuse them. It doesn't look like he's just pushing them in and shoehorning them in for the sake of it. Then we go to vocabulary. Not much idiomatic vocabulary coming through. And talk about less common, it's not as evident as I've seen with others. So he's closer to a 6 for this one here. He does have a wide enough vocabulary to discuss topics at length. He makes his meanings clear, and there are some inappropriacies, but it's generally not an issue. I can still follow what he's saying. He does have a few simple and mixture of simple and complex structures, although sometimes he's not quite got it right. So there are some mistakes with those complex structures, with the if, the conditionals, and with relative clauses and the as we saw right at the end. So that's closer to a 6. But then his pronunciation is good. I followed him generally. It's not brilliant with his weak forms and connected speech. It's nowhere near an 8, but it's not as bad. I don't have any problem understanding what he's saying. There was no reduction in clarity at all, but he's not quite good enough because his weak forms aren't fantastic. So we're over here with the pronunciation, which gives him a 6.5 in the speaking. This is his first speaking exam, so that's pretty good. Yuri, I'm sure he's going to start working on these, and he has an opportunity, once he's got these right, to push this up and then work on those weak forms to a certain extent to get a nice 7.5, which is doable. Okay, I think that's useful. That's useful, and let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Okay, in this video, I'm going to be talking about 2 things. The first thing is the band descriptor, and the second thing is the key or the error key that I'll be using in the feedback videos of people who are doing the speaking exam with me. So let's start with the band descriptors, which is what you can see here. And these are what the examiners use to determine what grade you would get in the IELTS exam. So they would usually start around 6 here, and they'd either move up if you're very good, or they'd move down. So this is the public version, which is a lot less detailed than the private version that each examiner is allowed to have with them in the exam room. They're not allowed to take them home, obviously. You'll never find the private version available because they're under lock and key. Now let's start here at, let's say, for example, let's start at a band 6 and have a look at what they're looking for. So first of all is something called fluency and coherence. And this is making sure that you speak relatively fluently, you don't have hesitation, you don't repeat yourself, and you use what's called discourse markers or signposters that help to navigate the listener to what you are trying to say. So you use words like however, and the listener will suddenly realize, okay, you're changing or you're contrasting what you've been saying before, and the listener needs to be ready to hear you say something on the opposite side of the argument, for example. So let's start with the 2 points in number 6, and then we'll look up at what number 7 is expecting. So at number 6, it says you can speak at length, so you don't find it difficult to speak for a long time on a particular topic. There are some times when it might be difficult to follow, lose coherence. It might be sometimes a bit difficult to follow exactly what you are saying. There is sometimes occasional repetition or self-correction, and sometimes some hesitation. Okay, so that gets you a 6 for this one. For number 2, there is a range of connectives. Like I said, the words like however, on the other hand, nevertheless, that said, all these things are called discourse markers or connectives. So there might be a range of them, but they're not used always correctly or appropriately. So you might overuse them, for example. You might underuse them. You might use them, but they're in the incorrect place. Okay. So let's look at number 7. What you can start to do to improve that is to speak at length, but without any noticeable effort. And there is no loss of coherence. So I can still follow what you're saying generally. There are some language-related language-related hesitation at times, but at times means not regularly, just every now and then, some hesitation. And there may be some repetition at times, and there may be some self-correction at times. So you're making a few mistakes, but you're self-correcting, and that shows that you are aware that you're making mistakes in the first place, and you're aware that they are important to correct to make it clear for the listener. So that's giving you a 7. And then you use a range of connectives and these discourse markers with some flexibility. That means you're not just using always however. You're using however and nevertheless and on the other hand and that said, etc., etc. Okay, and so it goes all the way to the top. When you're at a 9, you can speak fluently with only a little bit of repetition and self-correction. Any hesitation is content related rather than grammar or word related. So you might have hesitation because you're talking about a very difficult topic, but it's not because you don't speak English well. It's because you can't think of what to say for that topic. So it's not language related. You speak coherently with fully appropriate cohesive devices. So the cohesive devices, what they're talking about is these discourse markers here, and they're perfectly accurate and not too many, not too few, right in the correct balance. And develops, now this is a key one, to get a high grade for this one, you need to develop the topic. So you're not just going to say, for example, using the word for example, and then give the example, and then that's the end. You might say, this is what I believe. For example, examples. And then in the third stage of that idea, these examples show that such and such. It's a bit similar to what you have done in the reading course with me. Those 3 stages of an idea, and you need to try and bring that into your speaking as well. A little bit more difficult, but we'll be doing some practice on that in this course. Okay, now let's move on to the lexical resource. Let's start with number 6, as usual. So you have a wide enough variety to discuss topics at length. So you don't just say yes or no. You can speak relatively quite a lot about this particular topic because you've got enough vocabulary to do it. and you can make things clear even if you do make inappropriacies or make a few mistakes. It's still relatively clear for the listener to understand what you're saying. And you are able to paraphrase successfully. So you might hear the question. The question might be, do you believe that children should, start reading from a very young age? And if I just say, yes, I believe that children should start learning from reading from a very young age, that's not paraphrasing. That's copying exactly what the examiner says, and that doesn't help to show off your level of English. So what you could say is, yes, for me, from my personal experience, learning to read from a young age was of great benefit to me because it allowed me to, etc., etc. So it's not exactly saying what the examiner said. Of course, I'm using the word read, and I might use the word believe, but everything else has been changed grammatically, lexically. So that is what they mean here by paraphrasing. Now, moving up to number 7, let's have a look. So uses vocabulary resources flexibly. So not using the same word like believe, 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 but think, my opinion is, etc. And you are able to discuss a variety of topics. So if the topic comes up like, I don't know, talk about a writer, an author that you like, you should have enough vocabulary to say, okay, well, this is a tricky question, but I can still talk about it because I can start talking about how I'm not an avid reader, but the magazines that I've read, there's a particular writer that I particularly like, and he writes an article every week for a magazine about cars, for example, and I like him. I can't remember his name exactly, but I know that whenever I get to his column, I'm always fascinated by what he has to say. So you don't have to know the topic, but you can certainly have the vocabulary to explain why you're not very good at that topic, but you can still talk for 2 minutes, especially in part 2 of the exam. Okay, it uses less common and idiomatic vocabulary. Okay, this is very important. To get from, you'll see that anything below a 6 does not expect you to use any idiomatic vocabulary, but thereafter, to get your 7 and 7.5 and 8, you need to start using idiomatic vocabulary. So instead of, for example, relax, you say put my feet up. Okay, instead of instead of do the same job as my father, you would say to walk in the footsteps of my father, or to take a leaf out of my father's book. Those are idiomatic phrases that are worth knowing to get anything above a 6. And appropriateness of style and collocation. So style is the tone that you use, the register that you use, so you're not being overly informal, you're not being extremely formal, you're not being archaic. Archaic means it sounds like you come from the 1920s. So the style of your language is modern and appropriate for spoken English and appropriate for a formal spoken interview like you're doing in a real IELTS exam. Collocations, words that typically come together, words that often come together like a swimming pool. Swimming and pool are often together think of them as single words. It's not just that. You could do prepositions like show interest in. To show interest in somebody, we don't say show interest on somebody. We don't say do interest. We say show interest. So those 3 words are technically collocations, and we're looking out for those in the vocabulary or the lexical resources section here. And there are occasionally some inappropriate choices, but you're at least trying to show off your higher level of English in your vocabulary and phrases resource section. So don't be afraid to try, even if you think you might make a mistake, just try and do it, because it's better than being stuck at a safe 6. Take a risk. Understand you might make a few mistakes, but there's a better chance to get a 7 if you do take a few risks. And again, talking about this paraphrasing, so using the appropriate, not copying exactly the question and the words within the examiner's question, making up your own words from that. To get right to the top, to get to a 9 for the lexical resource, you're able to use full flexibility, so you have a wide range of vocabulary and it's absolutely accurate on any topic that comes up in the IELTS exam. And there again, there's that word idiomatic. If you want to get those really high bands in the lexical resource, you need to show off your idiomatic language. And you need to use it naturally, so it doesn't sound like you've tried to shoehorn it in. That's an idiom. Shoehorn is a thing that you put into the back of your shoe traditionally. Nowadays you don't see them, but traditionally you put this thing in the back of your shoe, and that allows you to get your foot into the back of your shoe. This is for men especially, but women as well, I think, had them in the 1930s and 1940s. So if I shoehorn something in, it feels like I'm pushing it in. It doesn't quite fit there. And I have noticed some of my students try to shoehorn in idioms, and it's good. It's going to get you a 7 or an 8, but it'll never get you a 9 because it's clear to the examiner that you're just trying to put some idioms in there because you know that you need to get those in for higher grades. So practice using them naturally and accurately, but don't just shoehorn them in all the time, because you're not going to get those high 8s and 9s if that's what you're really aiming for. Let's move on to grammatical accuracy and range. So looking at number 6 first. So it uses a mix of simple and complex structures, but with limited flexibility. Okay, so you're able to use simple grammar, of course, but also complex structures. And complex structures are embedded clauses within sentences, and we'll talk about that a lot more in the rest of this course here. So complex structure is very important, and you make frequent mistakes with complex structures, but at least you try. And even though they are mistakes, they seldom or rarely cause comprehension problems. So at least you're trying to show off your complex language, but yes, you do still make mistakes. That still gets you a 6, which is not bad. Now let's move up to the next level, number 7. So it uses a range of complex structures with some flexibility, so not just simple, but mostly complex, and frequently uses error-free sentences. Okay, so even if it's relatively complex, error-free, that gets you a 7. And there are, however, some grammatical mistakes, but it's not too bad. Okay, they're still there, but they're not too bad. Now, going all the way up to number 9, you have a full range of structures that are natural and they are used appropriately. And so it says a full range of structures. That means they might use simple for effect. You'll see some writers might make short, simple sentences for effect. And so a person who's getting band 9 for this is because they know that if you use simple sentences like, I was stunned, I was amazed, it's a perfectly correct sentence. It's very, very basic, but they're using it for effect, because when you have a short sentence, it's punchy, and the listener, or the examiner in this case, is, okay, tell me more. So it's not, you don't only have to use complex sentences. If you use more simple sentences for effect, that's great. Produces consistently accurate structures apart from slips, characteristic of native speaker speech. Slips are mistakes that native speakers make, that every native speaker makes just because it's so easy to do. I mean, I know that I used to incorrectly. So did you used to go, right? I make this slip. Technically, because there's a D here, it's already negative. Sorry, it's already in the past. Technically, we're not supposed to use the past D. So did you used to go? But I know even in my writing, I often make this mistake of putting the D in there anyway, because I'm just so used to seeing these two words together with a D at the end. Okay, so that's called a slip that native speakers make, and that's what they're talking about. So everything's accurate. Grammatical mistakes that are made are typical of native speakers anyway. Still, you get a 9. All right, let's look at pronunciation. This is something that's not often, this is a let's say, a category that's not spoken about in any of the other listening, speaking, writing, listening, reading, and writing skills. But it's very important to get right in this one, because as you can see, that's worth a quarter of your total grade. So pronunciation is important. Okay, now let's look at number 6. So it uses a range of pronunciation features with mixed control. Okay, so when it talks about pronunciation features, it's not just talking about getting the correct sounds of English, but it's also connected speech. It's also weak forms, things that we're going to be talking about in this course. And mixed control is sometimes you get it right, sometimes you don't get it right. But on average, it's understandable. Shows some effective use of features, but this is not sustained. Okay, so again, talking about the style, you might use, focus your attention on a particular word, emphasize it. I absolutely believe that children should be able to read from the age of 4. And if I use the word absolutely, that's showing one of the features of emphasis. But I might not get it right every time. It's not sustained. So you're trying, but it's not correct. It's not absolutely correct. No, the intonation is not always perfect. So it gets you a 6. Can generally be understood throughout, though mispronunciation of individual words or sounds reduces clarity at times. Okay, so there can be mispronunciation, but it's of individual words and sounds. If it's entire sentences or 3 or 4 words, I'm afraid 6 is too difficult. 6 is too hard for you, and we're looking at a 5 or a 4 or something down here. So you need to have individual words or sounds that might be problematic, that might cause mispronunciation, but that's all. Okay, let's go up to number 7. Actually, it says 8 because it says positive features of 6 and positive features of 8. So let's have a look at 8. So it uses a wide range of pronunciation features, which is very similar to this. Sustains flexible use of features with only occasional lapses. So still using, knowing how to use connected speech, knowing how to use weak forms, getting the right intonation, getting the emphasis in the right place, but occasionally there's a few mistakes. And it's easy to understand throughout. The accent of the speaker, the L1 speaker, has minimal effect on intelligibility. Now, this is an interesting thing. Often a question that is asked by students is it worth me doing the IELTS exam in London or in an English-speaking country, or should I do the IELTS exam in my own country? And the answer, strangely enough, is often to do with this. If you are from a place like France, for example, where the examiner has heard the French accent outside of his exam building, where they're doing the exam, hears it on the street, hears it in the cafe, hears it every day at work, for example, then they are going to be more used to that accent, and so likely your pronunciation grade is going to be better if you are French and you do it in France with an examiner who's not necessarily French, probably going to be British or American or something like that, but they are used to that accent. And so in that case, yes, I would agree. However, if you're in the UK, for example, that examiner might not get used to your accent. So for example, Thai students or students from Vietnam who do have trouble in pronunciation when it comes to English, I would recommend that perhaps if you have a chance to do the IELTS exam, do it rather in Vietnam or Thailand, where the examiner is more receptive to your style of pronunciation compared to London or New York. Okay, let's look at this last one. Number 9 uses a full range of pronunciation features with precision and subtlety. Subtlety means it doesn't sound or doesn't look like you are trying to use this feature. You just use it without thinking about it, and a person who's listening doesn't notice that you're doing it. So that's subtle. and it's correct precision. Uses flexible language throughout, so a use of features throughout. So again, all those things that I was speaking about, the connected speech and weak forms, it's used throughout the exam. And effortless to understand. At no stage do I have to think, okay, what was he saying there? I need to think in an Indian accent, or I need to think in a Russian accent. What are they actually saying? It's never a situation for me there. Okay, so that's the band descriptors. And now what I will be doing is talking to you about the key, or the error key, that I will be using for the speaking feedback videos. So you'll see that if it's green on the screen, that means it's good. And D refers to discourse markers. So they're using discourse markers very effectively. However, that said, on the other hand, on top of that, in addition to this, there's lots and lots of discourse markers, and also called connectives. And you'll find that these connectives in one of the lectures in the speaking course. So we'll talk about that, but look out for discourse markers especially. If it needs work, it'll be orange with a little question mark. And often, if it needs work, often I'll give a alternative or a better discourse marker instead of what the student used, or there may be cases where the student didn't use them at all and it's necessary to use them. Then we're looking at lexis. That's I put the V for vocabulary because most people think of V as vocabulary, and this is talking about vocabulary and phrases. Those two things together is called lexis. So what we'll be looking for is, a student might say big houses, which is fine, grammatically correct, but you're trying to show off your higher level of English, you want to get a 7, 7.5, 8, then you would say, for example, lavish mansions. A mansion is a type of house that is very grand, a lot of space. So you may want to say big houses, but if it is literally a huge mansion, like some very large houses of wealthy people in Saudi Arabia, then lavish, lots of luxury and ostentatious, then by all means, please use the more accurate vocabulary to describe what you're talking about. A student might say new types of clothing, but you would like to, improve your grade, so you would say something like the latest trends in fashion. The latest popular things that are related to the fashion industry, as opposed to just new types of clothing. Okay, so new meaning the latest, trends, types of, in fashion, of clothing. Okay, that looks better than this. Sorry, the other way around. This looks better than this because it shows off your higher level. Now we're talking about this idioms and idiomatic language. So I mentioned these before. So put your feet up instead of relax. Relax is a very common word, very popular word, and there's no problem to use it. But if you want to show off, you would say, that's one thing I love to do is put my feet up after a long day's work and read my book. Now, you may well literally put your feet up, but if you mean, just to relax, then that's the idiom you want. Take a leaf out of my father's book. I spoke about this one as well. Take a leaf out of my father's book, or walk in my father's footsteps, or you might even see walk in my father's shoes. Some people say that means do the same job, or follow a similar career to my father, or to my mother, or to my brother, or whoever it is. Okay. Then talking about pronunciation and intonation, a few of the things we spoke about already. So individual words incorrectly pronounced. So the word honestly is without an H sound, but you might put the H in there, which is not a major problem, but it's going to bring down your grade just slightly if you do this regularly. Look at this. A lot of students, if you're, for example, speaking Spanish or Italian, most languages, in fact, it would be I get up at 8 in the morning. Okay, but we want to use connected speech, and a Germanic language like English or Danish or Norwegian, we do this. I get up at 8 in the morning. I get up at 8 in the morning. I get up. Even this becomes a D sound, especially in American English. I get up at 8 in the morning. I get up at 8 in the morning. Okay, and that's called connected speech. So that happens. Oh, sorry, I'm mixing this up. What I'm showing you here is what happens in French and Spanish, etc. But yeah, connected speech happens in most languages. Sorry, let's mix it up. So this is what I'm talking about. If you're from Spain, especially European Spanish, it's in the river at the bottom of the valley. This is equal weighting for each syllable in your language. But in English, it becomes like this: in the river at the bottom of the valley. In the river at the bottom of the valley. And you can clap along. In the river at the bottom of the valley. The river, or the strong syllable in the word river, re, is the same length as in. In the river, at the bottom of the valley. Okay, but we'll talk about that as well. This is called weak forms. We'll be talking about those in this course as well. And then finally, grammar, focusing especially on complex structures, unless you're using simple structures for effect. So, so you could say something like, you could say people don't know that. Many people don't know that Bangladesh is famous for whatever. But you could make this a lot more complex by using a relative clause, using that and with the word what. So what people often don't realize about Bangladesh is that it is, very successful at whatever. Okay, so we're trying to avoid more basic English and using more complex structures. Look at this one here. This is a this is a conditional. So using if with a comma. So if given the choice, if people are given the choice, and because it's a complex structure, I can take away because we've got people here already. So if given the choice, most people in my country would. Okay, and I'm using a conditional here, so it shows off my complex high-level English. All right, so that's what we're looking for, and so just look out for these little symbols here, and they'll help you to be better prepared to understand what's going on in those feedback videos for each student. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Okay. My first in English, my full name, my first name, and my last name, they are the same. So they are the E. But okay. In Chinese, they are different.
Okay, so can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from a city called, which is situated in southern China. But right now, I'm currently living in United States, in Texas.
Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So, of course, I will pretend to look at it here now. Thank you. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Right now, I'm currently a student. I've been studying electrical engineering for more than 10 years.
And why did you choose this subject?
I chose this subject. I guess it's because the influence from my father. He is working as an electrical engineer as well. And when I was a child, I used to have a dream to be an engineer like my father. He's a role model.
Okay. And what do you hope to do when you finish your studies?
When I complete my study, I think I will try to get a job as soon as possible, so I can feed myself and I can be more independent.
Okay, let's move on to talking about photographs now. Okay. What type of photos do you like taking?
Actually, I never thought about this question because I'm not a photo person. But I guess the most common photos I usually take is selfies. So when I'm traveling at any place, the only thing I would take photo is myself with a beautiful scenery behind me, which is a picturesque.
Okay. And what do you do with the photos that you take?
When I come back home, I would just send the photos back to the computer because my phone has very limited storage. So I think in just in case I will lose them in future. So I usually would just keep it in a safer place.
Okay. When you visit other places, do you prefer to take photos or to buy postcards?
I usually I think I would prefer photos rather than a postcard because I'm a person that not very organized. So I will usually I might lose the postcards, but the photos is I will keep them safe in my computer, so safe and sound.
Okay. Right, let's move on to talking about evenings now. What do you often do in the evenings?
In the evening, before I came to United States, I used to hang out with my friends and have a party at night until the early morning. But right now I'm currently doing PhD, so I'm leading a very active lifestyle here. So in the evening, I tend to I tend to spend time like on my study and do some research. If that's like for example, I should study some courses like machine learning and pattern recognition, to name but a few. Also, if I'm free in the evening, I also don't have friends to hang out with, so I will just keep on doing the research.
Okay.
But like, after graduation, I think I will go back to my normal life, like a party every night.
Okay, now I'm going to give you a topic and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, sure.
Okay, so you can use your paper and pencil or pen for making notes now. And here is your topic. It's going to come up on the screen. So I would like you to describe a day when you thought the weather was perfect. You should say where you were on this day, what the weather was like on this day, and what you did during the day. All right? Remember,
Yes, all right.
remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay,
Okay.
can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, sure. If you had asked me this question a month ago, I would definitely struggle to answer this topic. However, this week has changed. This week the weather has changed back to awesome weather. It had been raining for a couple months before, and now now outside it's very sunny, and the sunshine makes me feel refreshing. I'm a sun worshipper, so during this week, during this wonderful week, every day I was outside doing some exercises and traveling around between different cities. I have multiple places to do in such great days. For example, I'm living in Texas, and so during such wonderful weather, such wonderful days, uh, the sunshine is very nice, and I go out every day to take the sun bathing on the beach along the lake. And not only the sun is good, but also the flowers is blossoming, and I can hear the songs sung by the birds. So right now everything is so vivid and so energized, which makes me feel great. And like yesterday, I went out again with my friends. We went out for a party. Finally, we don't need to stay at home due to the bad weather. We had a great meal together last night after the sunbathing and fishing on the
Okay,
lake.
thank you. Thank you. That's good. What do you usually do when the weather is bad?
When the weather is bad, I'll definitely stay home. Usually.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your paper and pencil back now. Okay. Now, we've been talking about a day when the weather was perfect, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the different types of weather. What types of weather do people in your country dislike most?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about the whole country since it's big enough. It has people are different. It has because it has a variety. People have tend to have a huge variety of tastes. So I will just talk about general people in my city, in my hometown, because my city is located in south, which is in the in tropical area. It is usually very hot normally very hot in the summer. So people actually prefer winter. We have a short winter. In winter, it's not that cold, but in summer, it could be insanely hot, like like a baking hot. So people like me, we really like winter very much. We are keen on winter because in winter, even if it's cold, we can try to wear more to feel comfy and comfortable. But in summer, you have nowhere to hide, but staying at home with air conditioning being turned on. So I think this is my opinion.
Okay, thank you. And what jobs can be affected by different weather conditions?
Mm, this is a very tricky question, to be honest, to be brutally honest. So I'll try to improvise now. I think like some jobs related like working in the outfield will be really affected by the weather. For example, if it's like a baking like a baking like hot, the workers in the open field, it would be very tough for them to endure such extreme conditions, especially in my city. However, in winter, it could be dangerous to work outside. For instance, when the worker is climbing on a tree to fix something or building to fix something, the be very slippery, like when they are climbing, so which can cause some accident
Hmm.
and make them in trouble So this I think this is my humble opinion.
Okay. Right, let's talk about weather forecasts now. How important do you think it is for everybody to check the weather for that day?
I'm a person that really don't pay any attention on the weather forecast. I don't even install application on my cell phone because I'm a guy that of a free spirit. So if the day changes, I just adapt to it.
Okay. So you mentioned that you are a free spirit when it comes to weather.
Yes.
Is there are there situations where you really need accurate information about the weather? And if yes, what do you usually do for that?
Uh, oh, Yes, I like this question could be tough before I come to United States, but I just suddenly remember this incident which happened when I first came here because I'm a very frugal and thrifty person, so I don't like to. I'm not a shopaholic, so when I buy something, I need to make sure I will use this.
Hmm.
In Texas, it's normal. It doesn't rain that much, commonly. So the first September, like when I came here, it was raining like once in a while. So which makes me in a dilemma, like whether to buy a umbrella or not, because that day, like when I go out, it wanna go out, it stops raining. But when I come back home, it starts raining. So I was just
Okay.
like struggling to buy a
Thank you,
umbrella.
you. That's fantastic. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, hello everyone. We're going to be now analyzing this student. His name is Yi. He is from China. He speaks Chinese, and as I'm sure you know, Chinese is a very, very different language to English. There are no similarities to English whatsoever. So we will be looking at ways that we can help other people who speak Chinese. It's not just, this video is not just for people who speak Chinese, it's useful for everybody, because a lot of the techniques that I look at here are beneficial to everyone, but it's particularly useful for people who speak languages like Chinese and the related languages, and languages that are very, very different to English, because you'll find that the problems that come up might be different to somebody who speaks a European language or even an Indo-Aryan language like Hindi or Urdu. Okay. As you know, we'll be using this grid system here. So every time if there's a problem with, for example, discourse markers or vocabulary or idioms or pronunciation or grammar, I'll put a little line under there. And if the student is doing well, I'll put a line under it there. And of course, over here, I will be giving you, down below here, I'll be giving you better ways of saying it, plus it being spelt out or written down for you. Okay, so let's get started. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Okay. My first in English, my full name, my first name and my last name, they are the same. So they are the E. But in Chinese they are different.
Okay, so you would have noticed straight away, if you speak Chinese or if you speak Thai and Vietnamese as well, this is an issue, is the final consonant sound in English. So you need to watch out for your pronunciation. So my first name is, so the M must be, you need to do your best to try and enunciate the final consonant sounds. So listen back again.
Chinese they are different.
Okay, so
first name and my last name, they are the same. So they are.
Okay, so name, same. So try and practice making those final consonant sounds if you are from one of those language groups.
The E. But in Chinese they are different.
Okay, so can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from a city called, which is situated in southern China. Right now I'm currently living in United States, in Texas.
That's great. So he's good. I'm currently living in the United States, so that's good, and no problem there. Okay. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So, of course, I will pretend to look at it here now. Thank you. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Right now, I'm currently a student. I've been studying electrical engineering for more than 10 years.
And why did you choose this subject? Okay, and that's very good. I have been studying English, electrical engineering for X number of years, 10 years or something. So have been doing something very good, tense use of the present perfect progressive or present perfect continuous for explaining an action or an action that's been going on for a very long time, or at least not necessarily for a long time. It could be for a short time, but your focus in this case is on the action itself. So it does have a suggestion that it's hard work. I've lived here for 10 years is different to I've been living here for 10 years. My focus is on the action of living everyday life, whereas I've lived here 10 years, you might not be focusing the listener's attention on the everyday struggle. Can be. I suppose you could say I've been studying this for 10 years is different to I've studied this for 10 years. I've been studying this for 10 years is more I'm focusing on the everyday work, doing the exams, writing the essays. I've studied this for 10 years suggests that I've got knowledge about this. It's a focus on completion, a focus on result. With the present perfect simple. I've studied this for 10 years, so I know the answers to these questions. I've been studying this for 10 years and I'm tired. So he may well, subconsciously, Yi might be saying that he's a bit bored of studying for so long. Whether this comes through grammatically or not, it may come across this way to a native speaker if you use the present perfect progressive. I've been studying this for 10 years. Okay, let's carry on.
I chose this subject. I guess it's because the influence from my father. He is working as a
Okay, so I think he means to say it was thanks to my father that I was or I became interested in this subject. It was thanks to my father that I became, yes. I didn't hear it. I didn't hear it was. So that's just. It was thanks to my father. That would be a useful phrase to remember. Okay.
engineer as well, and when I was a
Let me just hear what he said there.
electrical engineer as well. He is working as a electrical engineer as well, and
Okay, so my father is working as an electrical engineer as well, which is fine. You could say that. It does suggest, however, that Yi's father is only temporarily doing it. He is working at the moment. It's a temporary thing, but I think Yi might actually mean that his father's, it's his full-time job, in which case it would be my father works as an electrical engineer as well. Present simple to explain that he's been doing it for a long time and it's part of his daily life.
when I was a child, I used to have a dream to be an engineer like my father.
Okay, that's very good. So nice grammar there. I used to have a dream to become an electrical engineer, just like my father, to follow in my father's footsteps. This is an opportunity for you to put in an idiom like that, to follow in my father's footsteps, or to take a leaf out of my father's book and do exactly the same as what he's doing as an electrical engineer. So that is an opportunity to use an idiom.
Role model.
Okay, and what? Okay, a nice. There's some nice vocabulary there. My father is a role model to me. Okay, and sorry. So let's just write it out. So my father is a role model to me. Okay, and role model, 2 words. Do you hope to do when you finish your studies?
When I complete my study, I think I will try to get a job as
Okay, some good paraphrasing there. I said, what do you plan to do when you finish your studies? He didn't use the same word finish. He used the word complete. When I've completed my studies, or when I complete my studies, grammatically they're both similar. He didn't use the same word as me, so that's very good.
My father. He's a role model.
Okay. And yeah, and I mean, let's just go back quickly there for pronunciation reasons. I know that Japanese as well, Chinese, the L and the R is very difficult to pronounce because they are very similar sounds in the Japanese and the Chinese languages, but we need to try and get it a role model, not lol model. Okay. What do you hope to do when you finish your studies?
When I complete my study, I think I will try to get a job as soon as possible.
Okay, and also think rather than think, but that I know is a very difficult sound for many people, even Germany. So think.
So I can feed myself and I can be more independent.
I think he said feed myself, but notice this is where the problem comes in. So I can feel or feed myself. Now I'm not sure which one he said because he didn't say the final D sound, or L sound, because I couldn't tell which one. So I had to make up, as a native speaker, I had to decide, do you think he says I need to feel myself? Of course, that has an extra meaning, a rather naughty meaning in English. So I can only assume he's using feed myself, support myself. I don't need to rely on money from my parents to get food for myself. But if he means feel himself, obviously that's a difficult one to talk about. But to feel myself, I could guess he means to make his own pathway in life. Okay. But again, this is where the danger comes in, but not enunciating the final D sounds or the final L sounds in words like this, where you can get really penalized in your pronunciation column of your exam. So maybe make a conscious effort, especially in the exam, to say the final consonants, to feed myself and to make my own way in the world. Okay, let's move on to talking about photographs now. Sorry, just 1 second. It was good that he used. Okay, let's move on to. Oh, sorry.
More independent.
Okay, and there we go. That's very nice use of the word more independent. Excellent job there. Okay, let's carry on. Okay, let's move on to talking about photographs now. What type of photos do you like taking?
Actually, I never thought about this question because I'm not a photo person.
Okay, listen to that. To be quite honest, I've never actually thought about this question. It's a good one. Okay, I don't know, 3B, to be quite honest, yeah. So you said, actually, I've never thought about this question. To be honest, to be quite honest, I've never thought about this question. It's a good question. These are called fillers. We've spoken about them before, and you uses them quite well throughout this test, because he knows that how useful they can be. They give you a chance to think about what you're actually going to say, the contents, the meat of what you're going to say. That gives you, look, I don't know how many, 5, 6, 7 seconds to get your mind ready to actually say what you want to say. So good use of fillers here, Yi, well done.
I guess
Oh yeah, and so he said, I'm sure you know, there was a problem with the vocabulary. Let's just go back to it.
I'm not a photo person, but
okay, so I'm sure some of you will know exactly what he means, but we need to get this right. So I'm not a photographer. Okay, and photographer. So usually we say photo, we say photograph, but please notice that in when we talk about a person who takes photos, the stress actually shifts and it becomes photographer. Okay.
I guess the most common photos I usually take is selfies. So when I'm traveling at any place, the only thing I would take photo is myself with a beautiful scenery.
Okay. So yeah, that's great. So pretty much the only thing that I take photographs of is myself. So I'm essentially an expert in selfie taking, you could say. Okay, I mean, this is just a sort of a more jokey way of talking. Remember, the examiner on the other side of the table is also human, and it's a little bit of light humor that I'm an expert at selfie taking, or expert in selfie taking. And he spoke about having a beautiful landscape in the background. So if you can get, obviously, when you take a photo of yourself as a selfie, you make sure that the landscape in the background is all pretty, and that's what he's talking about here.
Is myself with a beautiful scenery behind me, which is
okay, great. Beautiful scenery behind me, or beautiful scenery in the background of the photo.
Picturesque.
Okay, and great, nice word there. He said the word picturesque. Okay, let's put that in here. I always make sure that my selfies have beautiful scenery in the background, anything picturesque to make other people jealous when they see my photos. Okay, again, slightly lighter, more humorous. Remember, these examiners, some of them, you'll be number 25 and they're getting tired. So if you can just add a little bit of humor to it, never hurts anybody. Right, let's carry on. And what do you do with the photos that you take?
When I come back home, I would just send photos back to the computer, because my phone has very limited storage. So
beautiful collocations, very limited storage. That is going to show off a good level of English. So that is, again, great vocabulary there.
I think just in case I will lose them in future. So
good and nice grammar there, just in case. The only issue is that is a little bit of down for the grammar, because when we say just in case, we don't use will. So listen to it. I always make sure I transfer the photos from my phone onto my computer, because I have limited storage space on my phone, and I do this just in case my phone gets damaged or stolen or lost. At least I'll have a backup copy of those beautiful photos I've been taking. Okay, so you can see that just in case, there it is, just in case, which is a great phrase, but it's not will get, it's in case my phone gets damaged or stolen or lost. Okay, let's carry on.
I usually would just keep it in a safer place.
Okay. When you visit other places, do you prefer to take photos or to buy postcards?
I think I would prefer photos rather than a postcard.
Okay, this is a hypothetical question because at least the way Yi is answering it, he's making it hypothetical. So it suggests that he hasn't had to make this sort of decision before. So if it's hypothetical, it's I would, or pronounced more naturally, it's I'd. I apostrophe D. So let's have a look at it. If I'm given the choice, actually there I'm using, sorry. Look, I am given the choice. That's I will always choose the photo option. But let's say he's making it more hypothetical, as if it's not really real. So let's do it right. If I were given the choice, I'd probably choose the photo option, to be honest. Okay, and there I'd is actually I would. Okay, I would probably choose the photo option. Okay, and he chose to use this if I were given, or if I was given. We can use was or were for this conditional, second conditional. Doesn't matter here. So that's fine. Both of them are correct here. Okay.
Because I'm a person that not well organized, so I
Okay, there's some light humor. I'm not very well organized, but also I wanted to just point out that obviously he's explaining himself. He's giving reasons. So straight after he explained that he would choose the photo option rather than the postcard option, he then very basically starts with because, and then explains himself. And one thing that Yi is very good at throughout this exam, you'll notice, is that he's very good at speaking at length, and really even one simple question which you could answer with almost simply yes or no, he can speak at length for at least 30, 40, 50 seconds. Okay, and this is a positive thing. You need to be able to do this. Okay, so he speaks about, let's just go back a little bit.
rather than a postcard, because I'm a person that not well organized, so I would.
Okay, so he says, I'm a person that not very organized. Obviously, I'm sure you know that it would be better to say, to be quite honest, I'm a not very organized, whoops. I'm just using the bad grammar right now in front of me. To be honest, I'm not a very organized person, and the likelihood of me losing those postcards I've spent precious money on is very high. So I'd just rather take the photos myself, keep them on the phone, and then at least the phone keeps the photos organized for me. Okay, I'm jumping the gun here because I know this candidate and I know what his answer was. He was talking about being disorganized because he would lose the postcards. I just want to check here. I'm not a very organized person, and the likelihood, so the chance, remember if we can use nominalization, remember this is making nouns from verbs and adjectives, so the chance, the likelihood of me losing these postcards I've spent, don't know why 2 is there, I spent precious money on is very high. So I don't know why just is there. This is not always accurate, this speech to text. So I'd rather take the photos myself, keep them on the phone, and then at least the phone keeps the photos organized for me. Okay, let's listen to his response.
Usually, so I might lose the postcards, but the photos I will keep them safe in my computer, so safe and sound.
Okay, right. Good. Nice idiomatic language. Safe and sound. Sound is very old English for, well, not very old, but archaic English for good. So safe and sound, safe and good, safe and protected. Okay, and it's a very common phrase. Move on to talking about evenings now. What do you often do in the evenings?
In the evening, before I came to United States, I used to.
Okay, so before I came to the United States, obviously that should be capitalized. Anyone who's not just looking at the spelling, the writing. Before I came to often these sounds are difficult for Chinese students, Asian students, and so it becomes came to. So the m t sound is very difficult to mash together. This is worth trying to practice. Came t. So camped. If you try and practice the word, I camped near a lake in Canada last year. I camped. Okay, and that the ed sound, as some of you know, that it becomes a t sound in the past. So just try and practice saying that word, camped. Okay, so before I came to the United States,
hang out with my friends and have a party.
Okay, hang on, let's just go back to this.
I used to hang out with my friends.
Okay, and you heard that? I used to hang out. Hang out. So, hang out becomes hang out. Okay, also a difficult sound to produce for some people. Let's carry on. So he used to hang out with his friends.
And have a party
Okay, and have parties. That's great.
Night till the early morning, but
before I came to the USA, I used to paint the town red with all my friends until the early hours of the morning. Okay, some of you who are perhaps more native speakers, you will say, well, this sounds a little bit archaic. And it's true, it does sound a little bit like my grandmother would say this. So let's think of another way to say it. It means to party and to go out and to have a good time. Okay, I can't think of it right now, but it'll come to me. Just a better way to say this. It's a little bit archaic, but it's an idiom, which means that that's still going to give you some points in the mind of the speaker. Until the early hours. I don't even need to say of the morning. I can say until the early hours, which means until late. Okay.
Right now I'm currently doing PhD, so I'm leading a very active lifestyle here. So in the evening, I tend to spend time like on my study, and
okay, very good. So the use of tend to, very good grammar or vocabulary, and technically in that case. So I tend to spend all my time studying. I lead a very active lifestyle. That's a great phrase. I leave a Here in the USA, I tend to lead a very active lifestyle, and my evenings are spent looking at books with my nose in books. Let's take that out. That's nice idiom. Obviously, people don't say USA these days. People in the US, sorry. So here in the US, I tend to lead a very active lifestyle, and evenings are spent with my nose in books. Yeah, okay, so nice idiom. My nose in books, meaning I'm just studying all the time, and it's rather dull. Okay, let's carry on.
Some research and like for example, I should study some courses like machine learning and pattern recognition, to name but a few. Also, if
okay, I heard machine learning, but I didn't hear the second one.
if that's like for example, I should study some courses like machine learning and pattern recognition.
Machine learning and I must admit I didn't catch this. So this would be a big trouble because I pride myself in being pretty good at, oops, not that one, it should be this one here. Pretty good at different accents, having spent now 19 years of teaching students from all over the world, but I couldn't catch that, and it's also not very helpful with the lower quality audio. But I heard to learn about machine learning, which is, I suppose, similar to artificial intelligence, but something else that I didn't catch, which would affect his grade. So focus on that word, whatever it is, yi, when you see this video, and try and get that pronounced correctly. Okay.
But a few. Also like machine learning and pattern recognition, to name but a few.
Okay, to name but a few. Now that's a nice discourse marker. To name but a few, to give examples, and that is similar to saying for example, but it comes at the end of a list that you've been creating. So to machine learning, paddle like a native, whatever that is, to name but a few. Okay.
Also, if I'm free in the evening, I also don't have friends to hang out with, so I will just keep on doing the research.
Okay, so currently Yi is doing his PhD, so he doesn't have time to make friends, and he doesn't have a chance to hang out with friends in the evening. So hang out with. So that's a very tricky sound to make for Chinese speakers. So try and practice on that. Hang out with. Okay, let's carry on. Okay.
But after graduation, I think I will go back to my normal life, like a party every night.
Okay, there's a dry sense of humor, Yi, when he speaks. Party every night with a very dry and straight face, which is probably true. He does that every day. Okay, now let's carry on to section 2. Okay, now I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you'll have 1 minute to. Let's just move forward. Okay, so describe a day when you thought the weather was perfect. You should say where you were on this day, what the weather was like on that day, and what you did during the day. Let's just move forward and get ready to listen. All right? Remember,
yes, all right.
Remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Okay, can you start speaking now, please?
Okay, sure. If you had asked me this question a month ago, I would definitely struggle to answer this topic.
Okay, now this sounds like something that has been prepared before. It's a very common filler, but fillers should be natural. And you know, this sentence can be used for any topic you ever come across. If you had asked me this question a month ago, I would have struggled to answer. Why? Okay, and we'll listen to it. Let's listen to what he says. So this is, describe a day you thought the weather was perfect.
However, this week has changed. This week the weather has changed back to awesome weather. It had.
Okay, so he's saying the reason why he couldn't have answered this question before was because the weather in Texas has suddenly become much better. But that does not describe, describe a day, could be in China, could be in Mongolia, could be anywhere, when you thought the weather was perfect. So this is the danger of using these what called stock fillers, very long fillers that they don't, the examiner knows straight away that you've just memorized that, and it's not going to improve your grade. In fact, some examiners get rather frustrated with students who memorize these very long stock fillers that don't contribute in any way. So Yi is already pretty good in English, so he has no need to use these stock fillers, and I presume that perhaps somebody has on the internet has told him to do this for some reason, but it certainly doesn't help his cause. So please be aware of that. If your English is good enough to avoid these, don't use them. If you are pretty weak at IELTS and you're trying to get a 5.5, well then I suppose why not go ahead and try a 5 or 5.5, but you'll never get higher than a 5.5 if you rely too much on these things. Okay, let's carry on.
Been raining for a couple months before, and now.
Okay, did you say it has been raining for a couple of months before? What's the problem with that? Let's listen.
This week, the weather has changed back to awesome weather. It had been raining for a couple months before.
Oh, he used the past perfect. That is fantastic. So let's write it down. Recently, the weather has become awesome again. Before this, it had been raining for a few months, really. Not before this. Before then. Last week, I think you said. Last week. Let's do it that way. So last week, the weather not has become, because that's important. It must be past simple. So let's change that to became. So last week, the weather became awesome again. Full steps. Before then, it had been raining for a few months. There we go, that's fine. So it had been raining for a few months. Nice use of the past perfect, talking about a period of time before another past time. So last week, the weather became fantastic again, awesome again. Talking about a period of time before the past. This is past perfect, but I prefer, when I'm teaching my students, I explain it as the pre-past. Pre means before, so before the past. Here's the past, last week, and the pre-past. It had been raining for a few months, and then it stopped last week, and the weather became much better again. Okay, so actually very good. That would give you a green grammar there.
And now outside. It's very sunny, and the sunshine makes me feel refreshing.
Okay, so the sunshine makes me feel, which one is better? Feel refreshed or refreshing? I'm sure you know the answer, so the grammar. The sunshine is really refreshing to me after a winter of snow and sleet, and yes, I feel refreshed. So I know he's in Texas, so there's no winter, but I'm trying to explain. So some sunshine is usually not associated with refreshing. You might actually talk about refreshing rain. If you live in a very dry area, like in the USA, Colorado, for example, at least in the lowlands of Colorado, it might be very dry, and so when you get some rain, it's refreshing. Okay, but I suppose if you've had a lot of snow and sleet or a non-stop rain, then the sunshine is refreshing in a way. And so remember, refreshing, ing, on the thing that creates the feeling, and refreshed is the feeling I feel myself. Okay? Sorry, that should be not I'm. Okay?
A sun worshipper. So during this.
Okay, nice idiom. I'm a committed sun worshipper. Give me the chance to go to the beach and sit in the sun, and I'll be there like a bear. Now, I'm from South Africa, so but this is an idiom we use in South Africa, so perhaps don't don't use it in standard English, but it means that I'll be there as quickly as possible. So he's a sun worshipper, somebody who loves being in the sun. So he says, give me a chance to go to the beach and sit in the sun, and I'll be there as quickly as possible. Yi, I suspect, is making a story up now for us, because he says that he's sitting at home all day doing his PhD. So be aware, if you are forced to make things up if you need to, then that's fine. But this is not a particularly difficult topic. Some people just prefer cloudy days because that gives them an excuse to be lazy. It gives them an excuse to stay in bed. It gives them an excuse to play computer games and PlayStation 4. Be honest. You could say, look, I actually like overcast days. I like cloudy days because I don't like the weather controlling me and making me say, okay, you've got to go outside now because the sun is shining. I like it when it's cloudy and rainy even, because then I can sit in bed and watch a movie, that's my favorite movie, watch it for the 5th, 6th, 7th time. You can say a lot here. You don't have to just make up, okay, well, everyone in this country likes the sun, so I have to pretend that I also like the sun. No, not true. Be honest. Certainly when I lived in Saudi Arabia, when this sort of question came up, it was always, give me rain. Of course, in a sunny place like Saudi Arabia, rain is the answer to this question. Okay.
This week, during this wonderful week, every day I was outside doing some exercises and traveling around between different cities. I have multiple places.
Okay, so whether we believe Yi here or not, exercising and traveling around different cities. So maybe going for a drive, sitting in the car, windows down, enjoying the warm weather, and traveling between different cities and visiting friends. Yeah, that's possible. I mean, I'm not saying he's making it up, but just looking at ways to avoid having to make things up completely. If you have some kernel of truth to this, it makes things a lot easier for you to produce the English, because you're not doing two things with your brain. You're not making things up, and you're not also speaking in a language that's not your native language. So if you can focus as much as possible on the truth, you're not giving your brain twice as much work.
To do in such great days. For example, I'm living in Texas, and so during such wonderful weather, such wonderful days, the sunshine is very nice, and I go out every day to take the sun bathing on the.
Okay, so you can see here that Yi's battling a little bit to stretch this out for a 2-minute thing. It's asking for a specific day. Describe one single day when you thought the weather was perfect. Now, the examiner is going to be listening to what you say to this, and if it's not clear that you've understood the question, then it's going to start affecting your grade. Okay, so in this situation, Yi is not exactly answering the question. He's talking about a general situation where you've got the sun shining, and he could have focused on a particular day and what you did during that day, and where you were on that day, and why you thought the weather was perfect for that day. Okay, and if it is a day that I spent all day in bed watching my favorite movies and catching up and just relaxing because it was pouring with rain outside, or because it was just a really dull day, that's fantastic. That's fine. Let's so yeah, I have a feeling that there's not much more that you can say here, so let's listen a little bit more.
Beach along the lake.
Let's just catch it up a little bit more.
I go out every day to take the sun bathing on the beach along the lake.
Okay, so take the sunbathing. I like to sit on the beach and take in the sun, sunbathe, on a towel with my friends, have a beer on the beach. Sunbathe. So, you know, sunbathe on a towel with my friends. Oops. Have a beer on the beach, you know, that's fine. Okay. This is not showing off a high level of English. I like to sit on the beach. This is okay. I like to do this. That shows off a bit of grammar, but there's not much else we can get from this. It's much better to, you know, this is why these are there to help you, right? And if you could start talking about a specific day that this weather was good, then you can really work with this. If you spoke about a specific day, you can start talking about who was there with you, why you were there with these people, what would have happened if the weather was different, and all sorts of things. But because Yi is just answering a very general question about good weather, he's making his life more difficult.
Not only the sound is good, but also the flowers is blossoming, and I can hear the songs sung by the birds. So
okay, so Yi talking about the flowering, blossoming flowers and the bird song suggests to me that he's running out of ideas. Okay, and it's good that he's pushing himself. If you've dug yourself into a hole like he has done, I suspect here, if you've dug yourself into a hole, it is better to just carry on digging in this context, because if you are shorter than 1 minute, that's seriously bad. But even if you're at 1 minute and 30 seconds and you decide, okay, enough talking, the examiner will wait for about 4 seconds, 5 seconds, and then they will say, is there anything else you would like to talk about? Or is it, sorry, that's incorrect. It's something like, is there anything else you would like to say about this? Now, there's 4 or 5 seconds of complete silence while somebody stares at you. And somebody then says, is there anything else you would like to say? And then you're even, you know, you're in the same hole, but it's even more awkward because you've looked at each other for 4 or 5 complete silence, seconds of complete silence. So it's not great. So yeah, in this case, if you have dug yourself this far, then just carry on digging, get part 2 over, and then hope that part 3 will save you.
So right now everything is so vivid and so energized, which makes me feel great. And like yesterday, I went out again with my friends. We went out for a party. Finally, we don't need to stay at home due to the.
Okay, now he's starting to talk about more recent events with quarantine, and being allowed to go out without being stuck in lockdown. This is when I made this video. It's 2020 in July, so it's a worldwide problem.
Bad weather. We had a great meal together last night after the sunbathing and fishing on the lake.
Thank you. Okay, so Yi's made all sorts of stories up. I'm not sure if he went fishing yesterday. Maybe he did, but again, this is a case of try and focus on this, focus on these points that will help you to be much better at this than very general stuff. Okay, let's carry on. That's good. What do you usually do when the weather is bad?
When the weather is bad, I'll definitely stay home. Usually.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so let's go on now to part 3. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your... Now, we've been talking about a day when the weather was perfect, and I'd like to discuss with you 1 or 2 more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the different types of weather. What types of weather do people in your country dislike most?
Oh, yeah, I'm not sure about the whole country since it's big enough. It has
Okay, yeah. Nice phrase. I'm not sure about the entire country since it is so big, but I would say that most people would dislike rain. Okay, that's great. So I'm not sure about the entire or the whole country. What he used is whole, but that's perfectly acceptable. Since, another way to say because, a nice phrase. Since it's so big, talking about China being a massive country, so that's good.
like people are different. It has because it has a variety. People tend to have a huge variety of tastes. So I will just talk about.
Okay, great. A huge variety of tastes. So that is a nice phrase, and that shows off his good vocabulary there. Huge variety of tastes. Okay.
Like general people in my city, in my hometown, because my city is located in south, which is in the like in tropical area. It is usually
Okay, so located in the south. Okay, in the south. Please note that south is pronounced that way, but located in southern China. So please be aware the pronunciation for south is different to the adjective southern. Sa, and sao. Ao and a. Okay? Let's carry on.
very hot, like normally very hot in the summer. So
okay, so talking about the tropical location of where he lives, so it's pretty warm in the summer.
People actually prefer winter. We have a short winter. In winter.
Okay, winter. So that might be a problem for him. The nt, as I spoke about before, the n and the t, and certainly the m and the t, it might be difficult for Chinese speakers. Not all Chinese speakers, but Chinese speakers from the south. So try and practice that. Winter, camping in winter. Camping in No, I camped, sorry, that's right. Camped in winter. I camped in winter. Okay, try and practice that.
It's not that cold, but in summer it could be insanely hot, like a baking hot.
Okay, yes, beautiful. Very typical American English. Summer can be insanely hot. I mean, baking hot. Okay, and those insanely hot, very American, but perfectly acceptable. And baking hot is British and American and Australian and New Zealand and everybody. Okay.
So people like me, we really like winter very much. We are keen on winter because in winter, even if it's cold, we can try to wear more to feel comfy and comfortable. But in summer, you have nowhere to hide. But
that's a fantastic phrase. Yeah. So he's doing better now here in part 3. So in winter you can just add layers in terms of clothing. I mean, to stay warmer. But in summer, there's literally nowhere to hide. Okay, there's literally nowhere to hide from the sun. And it doesn't matter how many clothes you take off. It's very humid in the south of China, so the more humid it is, the more difficult it is to stay cool. And in midsummer, it's extremely hard for especially older people, I think, to stay cooler.
Being at home with air conditioning, like being turned on. So I think that's my opinion.
Okay. Thank you. And what jobs can be affected by different weather conditions?
This is a very tricky question, to be honest. To be brutally honest.
To be brutally honest, he said there. Let's just go back to it.
To be honest. To be brutally honest.
Okay, he's using a filler there. This is a tricky question. To be brutally honest. Brutally honest, a nice collocation, which means to be absolutely frank, to be 100% honest with you. And here, let me say it. This is a tricky question, to be brutally honest. Okay, and notice that honest is never pronounced. The H of honest is never pronounced. Okay, and yeah, so nice, what you call it, filler. And you see he's using this time to think. Eyes to the top left means you're thinking. So that's what he's doing right now, because he's given himself a chance to think, to give himself a little bit of time to think by using this filler. Okay.
So I'll try to improvise now. I think like
okay, try to improvise. So he's being completely honest with the examiner and explaining that, this is a question he's never thought about before. What jobs can be affected by weather? But he's thinking about it and he's going to come up with something good.
some jobs related like working in the outfield will be really affected by the weather. For example.
Okay, I know what he means. Certain jobs, certainly the ones that are required for you to work in the outdoors, are certainly going to be affected by the weather. So certainly the ones that are required, require you to work outdoors. I don't know what's happening today. Maybe I'm sounding a bit like a non-native speaker suddenly. Certain jobs, certainly the ones that require you to work outdoors, are certainly going to be affected by the weather. Yeah, that's better. Okay. So outdoors, he's trying to say.
If it's like a baking, like a baking like hot, the workers in.
Okay, if it's baking hot, we saw that before. Baking hot.
In the open field, it would be very tough for them to endure such extreme conditions, especially.
Beautiful phrasing there. So let's do it in the whole sentence. So, in baking hot weather, it's going to be extremely difficult for them to endure such extreme weather. Okay, when it's baking hot, let's say when it's baking hot. So nice phrasing there. Endure, put up with, survive. And extreme weather, very nice collocation with weather. Okay, so it's difficult, extremely difficult for them to endure such extreme weather. That's good.
My city. However, in winter, it could be dangerous to walk outside, for example.
Okay, and there's a nice discourse marker. However, in winter, so we know as a listener that he's going to start shifting his attention to the opposite or opposing point of view. So he's been talking about extreme weather in terms of heat. Now he starts talking about weather, and he has to use the word however to explain to us as listeners that he's shifting his point of view.
In winter, it could be dangerous to walk outside, for example. For instance, when the worker is.
Good. He uses for example, then he changes it to for instance, which is fine. He's trying to show off his wider range of vocabulary instead of just for example. He's shifting it to for instance, and then he starts to explain.
When the worker is climbing on a tree to fix something, or building to fix something, the be very slippery, like when.
Okay. So when the worker is climbing in a tree or working on the side of a building, so just be aware that it should be present simple. When workers have to climb trees or climb up the side of buildings, it can be extremely dangerous and slippery because of the ice or snowy or icy conditions.
When they are climbing, so which can cause some accident and make them in trouble.
Okay, make them in trouble. The collocation for trouble is get them into trouble. You know, some workers who are forced to work outdoors in icy conditions can get into all sorts of trouble, especially if they have to work in situations where they have to climb up trees or up the side of buildings. Some workers who are forced to work outdoors and icy can get into all sorts of trouble. So get into trouble, get into all sorts of trouble, especially if they work in situations where they have to climb up trees or up the side of buildings. Okay, that's good. All right, let's carry on.
So this, I think, this is my humble opinion.
Okay, right, let's. Okay, humble opinion, nice phrase. My humble opinion is a nice idiom. Well, it's a mixture of idioms and vocabulary. Okay, carry on. Weather forecasts now. How important do you think it is for everybody to check the weather for that day?
I'm a person that really don't pay any attention on the weather forecast. I don't even.
Okay, that's a nice phrase there. I'm a person who. I'm a person who really doesn't pay attention to the weather forecast, to be honest, because I'm someone who likes to live from day to day. That's enough for the moment. I know what he's going to say, but the way he says it is actually better than me, so it's good. So it doesn't pay attention. I'm a person who really doesn't pay attention, and this relative clause shows off a high level of grammar. Okay, and he explains why he feels this way. Let's carry on.
Install app and application forecast. I don't even install app and application on my cell phone.
Okay, I don't even install. It's better to use something that until now. So I haven't even installed an application or a weather application on my phone yet. Okay, he doesn't use the word yet, and those of you who will be noticing, we always use haven't or have with yet, but it is implied that even until now, sorry, bad spelling, even until now, he has not done this. So I haven't even installed an application on my phone yet, unlike everybody else. Okay, let's carry on.
Because I'm a guy that of a free spirit. So if the day changes, I just adapt to it.
Okay, there we see what I mean. He used a very nice phrase. I'm a free spirit. If the day changes and the weather changes, I'll just adapt to it. Okay, very nice. Free spirit. And there's the word adapt. And there's the conditional. If the day changes, if the weather changes, I'll just simply adapt to it. So all of this, a lot of grammar vocabulary is very good. So you mentioned that you are a free spirit when it comes to weather.
Yes.
Are there situations where you really need accurate information about the weather? And if yes, what do you usually do for that? Okay, the examiner is allowed in part 3 to make up questions that are at least similar to the topic. They should be based on what the candidate has already said. Here it's a little bit too personal, talking specifically to him about what he would do, which is my mistake. This is probably a type of question that would more likely be, can you think of a time when people do need to know the exact weather? So people in general, people in China, people in where you're studying, people in the world. But anyway, let's carry on.
And like this question could be tough before I come to United States, but
Okay, this question could be tough before I came to the United States. This question would have been tough if you had asked me before I came to the US. But, okay. So, could have been, better would have been tough. And a tough question, a nice phrase, collocation, another word for difficult. So this question would have been tough if you'd asked me before I came to the US. But now he's going to explain why he can answer this question now.
Come to United States, but I just suddenly remember this incident which happened when I first came here, because I'm a very frugal and thrifty person, so I don't like to. I'm not a shopaholic, so when I buy something, I need to make sure I will use this.
Okay, so nice phrases as well. I'm a thrifty and frugal start again. I'm a thrifty and frugal person, and I'm not going to spend money on something that I'm not going to use. So I make sure that when I spend my money on something, it's going to be useful. Thrifty and frugal, nice phrases. He's not a shopaholic, that's the word. I'm not a shopaholic, no shopaholic. We can say it like this: I'm no shopaholic, for when you very emphatically say I'm not. So I'm not a shopaholic, I'm no shopaholic. I'm no, if somebody asks you, do you play the piano? You say, well, I have a general idea, but I'm no, Mozart. I'm no Mozart. I'm definitely not fantastic. Okay? So I'm no shopaholic, and I'm not going to spend money on something that I'm not going to use. Okay, yeah.
In Texas, it's normal. It doesn't rain that much, commonly. So the first September, like when I came here, it was raining like once in a while. So
running like, I didn't catch this one. Let's just try and work it out. If anyone can tell me what it is.
Like once in a while.
It might be in an American idiom, a wise and wire. I think, raining, the cliche, it's raining cats and dogs is a cliche. Okay, so don't use it, but I think that's what he means to say. If it's raining cats and dogs, I'm sure you've all heard this phrase. It means it's raining non-stop. It's a very unusual idiom. It was popular in the 1920s and 30s, but now it's so cliched that I strongly recommend that you avoid using this idiom. Anyway, so I don't know if that's an American way of saying something similar. It was pouring with rain is much more common. It was pouring with rain. It was totally bucketing down. Okay, there's a better way to say it in modern English. Pouring with rain, pour from a bucket, bucketing down. Both of those are commonly used in British English, and I think certainly America uses it was pouring with rain. Bucketing down might be more British or Australian. Okay, so he was surprised because Texas is supposed to be a dry area. So he arrived in Texas. It was pouring with rain.
It was raining like once in a while. So, which makes me in a dilemma, like whether to buy a umbrella or not.
Okay, that's a nice use of the word dilemma. It put me in a real dilemma when I first arrived because I wasn't sure whether I would have wasted my money buying an umbrella because the next day it would have stopped raining, or whether it was worth it. Okay, yeah, so a real dilemma. Die comes from the Greek word to. Lemma has, is it pathway? I'm not sure exactly, but it's where you can't decide. There's two options for you. You come to a fork in the road. Do I buy an umbrella? Do I not? Is this is just a freak weather event and it's never going to do this again, or not? Okay, let's carry on.
Because that day, like when I go out, it wanna go out, it stops raining. But when I come back home, it starts raining. So I was just like
okay,
like struggling to buy a
thank
umbrella.
you. That's okay. I wanted to hear more about the story, but remember, in the IELTS exam, it's not fair to give even 10 more seconds to a candidate. So I had to stop him there after 5 minutes for part 3. Okay, so that is the end of this feedback video for Yi, and he would have got around a 6.5 for this. Because of some of the issues that I mentioned, his part 2 could have been much better, and I think if his part 2 was better, we would have seen a better grade, around a 7 for this. So if we look at the band descriptors, you can see that he spoke at length, without noticeable effort or loss of coherence, demonstrated a language-related hesitation at times, a little bit of repetition or self-correction, not much, uses a range of connectives and discourse markers, not a huge range, but they are relatively well flexible. So there's a 7 for the fluency and coherence. The lexical resources, so uses some very nice language. So we're giving him a 7 over here for that. But the grammatical range and accuracy, it wasn't as wide as I was hoping for. And pronunciation, there are some issues with the pronunciation that comes up. So 7766 gives a 6.5 for this one here. I think if you had more time to focus on part 2, bring up this, and pronunciation is always a difficult thing for somebody who's for a language that's so different to English, but hopefully some of the things that I pointed out he will be able to use when he does his exam. He's doing his exam not long after this video was made. Okay, and we'll find out how he did. Okay, I'll let you know. All right, so thank you very much for listening to this video, and let me know if you have any questions, please. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video, and this one focuses on pronunciation, specifically individual sounds. Now, there are going to be 3 videos on pronunciation in this course because I believe it to be very important. But this one focuses on the individual sounds in English. Now, you may come from a country where you speak a Germanic language, so German or Dutch or Swedish or Norwegian, and a lot of the individual sounds that are in your language are exactly the same as in English. So you may consider skipping this part of the course because it's not useful for you. There are, however, some students from Latin-based languages, speaking Latin-based languages, where some of these sounds are useful, and then to the far end of the spectrum, students from, for example, Vietnam or Thailand or Cambodia have very different sounds in their language, and so you may want to follow the whole lecture here. Okay, so why is pronunciation of individual sounds important? Well, the interesting thing is that research has shown that if you're not able to pronounce the word or say the word in the correct way, then you find it difficult to hear the word. So this is not just to help you in the speaking exam, because one of the criteria that the examiners are using to mark your speaking is pronunciation, but it will also help you in the listening exam. I had a student, for example, from Japan who found it very difficult to say the l or say the in English, because in Japanese the sound in that language is actually a mixture between and o, and so he found it very difficult to say it. And because he found it difficult to say it, he found it difficult to hear it, and therefore he was making lots of spelling mistakes even in the listening exam. So this, as I said, is not only to help you with the spoken English, but also your listening. Okay, so what I've done is I've set up a little website for my own marketing purposes, but there are bits on that website that are useful for students, and I'm going to show you that now. So this one here, this page is dedicated to the individual sounds in British English. Now notice I've said British English because some sounds in American English are a little bit different, but generally you'll be able to understand them. So remember, in the listening part of the exam, you'll be hearing Australians, English, New Zealanders, occasionally South Africans, and occasionally Americans. And there's a slight difference, obviously, in the way they pronounce words, but it shouldn't be too difficult for you to follow in the listening exam if you can get these sounds right in British English. Okay, so I'm going to just talk quickly about the key here so that we can see what the different colors represent. So this sort of halfway between green and blue, this turquoise color, represents the short sounds, whereas the bluish, the light blue color represents the long sounds. And you can see how they are represented by the phonemic script, by this little colon, two triangles facing each other, or two little arrows facing each other, and you'll see them all along here and here and here. Those represent a longer sound. So for example, this is a common problem for Spanish speakers, the difference between these two sounds, because in Spanish there's no differentiation between these two sounds. So for example, the word fish and the word tree is longer, so fe, e, and e, longer. So it's not only the sound of the shape of your mouth that makes a difference to the sound, but it's also the length of the syllable compared to I and E, I and E. Okay, so the next thing I'd like to talk about is something called diphthongs. Diphthongs, as you can see there in the green ones at the bottom here, are made up of two sounds, and they elide into each other. So for example, train is a, train, whereas bike is I. So this magic E, I remember when I was at school very young, we were taught that this was a magic E, and if a magic E appears after a single consonant and then the vowel before that, then this becomes not a I sound but an I sound. Okay, and the same thing happens here. For example, there's the E, there's the single consonant or single consonant sound. So if this was SH, then you would also modify the O here. So it's any sound separated, any consonant sound that is separating the E from a previous vowel sound. So listen to this one, O. Okay, and so these diphthong sounds are usually not too much of a problem for students to pronounce, except maybe tourist. Okay, now there is one other vowel sound that is often an issue for some students. In fact, there are two, but let's start with this one here. This one can be a problem for example, Arabic students. They don't have the sound. Listen to it. Bird. Bird. And this sound is usually created by an R coming after an I or a U. Now the next one here, this is computer. Now, if you were an American, you would say computer, ter, er. You would pronounce the R sound at the end. But in British English, it's pronounced
computer, computer.
so computer. So the at the end. So be aware that that will be different for American speakers. The rest generally are not a problem for people to pronounce, and you can click on any of these red volume buttons and they will tell you the word. Okay, now let's have a look at the consonant sounds. Generally, the ones that cause problems for students are these ones here. Now, there's an orange color and this is a little light pink color. So let's have a look. What does that mean? One of them is voiced and one of them is unvoiced. Now, if something is voiced, that means if you hold your hand up against your throat, you can feel the throat vibrating. So, for example, mother, of mother is vibrating. Let's take, for example, the word girl. Okay, so up at the top here, girl, you can hear the vibration. However, or you can feel the vibration. However, its unvoiced brother or sister is the sound k. So g, vibrating, k, no vibration. So these k and g, or k and g, they work together. The same happens here, t and d, t and d, t and d. Here we've got shower and television. So zh and sh, zh and sh. And the same thing here, cheese and jazz. Cheese and jazz. Okay, so these ones are working together here, and across here we've got p and b, p and b. Here we have an issue for, again, students of Arabic or a Semitic language where you don't have that sound in your language, so you need to be aware of these different sounds. P, parrot, and b, baby. Okay, again, f and v, vibration on this side here. So I often tell my students that the v is for vibration, so you'll know that that column, all of this is vibrating, and therefore it is voiced. S and z, snake and zebra. And then this is the issue that a lot of students have, French speakers in particular. This is a thumb, this thing on your hand, thumb, whereas this one is father, the. So this is a vibrating sound, the. And then you've got the unusual ones down here, l and problems for Japanese students, the differentiation between these two. And n, they are coming out of your nose. The sound actually comes out of your nose on these two. And then also through your nose, your mouth all the way back. Sing. Oh, sorry, that's actually a mistake, and I need to change that. That is represented by the NG sound, not the S sound, so be aware of that.
Sing, sing. Okay,
so I'll just change that quickly later on. And then for which, this one in English, if it was spelt out, that would be pronounced J, like my name is James, spelt with that. But these are all phonemic symbols, and so phonemic symbols, the J, the letter that looks like a J is actually pronounced Y, yellow. And then house, this is unusual because it's the only one that's sort of a halfway between a closing of your throat and opening of your throat. It's an unusual one, and so it sits right at the bottom. And a house. Okay. Now, you are welcome to use this website, of course. I've set it up for you. I'll fix that thing down with Sing, and you are welcome to go and click on any of these. I will put the link of this website up for you to use. But I'm sure you're wondering if you need to know these things on the left hand side, and well, no. The phonemic script is quite tricky. even for teachers like me, it took me some years to learn all of these and to know how they work. The reason why they exist is because in the old times you wouldn't have a dictionary sitting online with perfectly acceptable
She can sing beautifully.
pronunciation of words and phrases. So they had to, the dictionary designers had to come up with a system of representing the sounds, and that is what they used here. So I do not expect you to know these. I certainly don't expect you to use them, but they do nevertheless appear in dictionaries. And if you have a book dictionary, a paper dictionary, then that is the only way you will be able to understand how to pronounce the words. Okay. So I hope that is of a little bit of use to you. I will be looking at, as I said, more in relation to pronunciation later on, for more advanced uses of, or more advanced cases where we need everybody on board, whether you are a native speaker of Germanic languages, or if you are a speaker of Thai. So this is really useful for those of you who are further away geographically from the British Isles. But let me know how you get on with this website. Let me know if there's any issues with this website, because I can improve on it, or I can make any changes that are required. Okay, so I'll see you in the next learner training video. Okay, welcome to the first of 5 videos where we'll be looking at the skills required for speaking formally. And when I say speaking formally, is that it's an extended response instead of short, quick responses, which is more normal in normal conversations. Somebody asks a question, you reply. Somebody asks a question, they make a comment, they interrupt. In the IELTS exam, the examiner is not going to interrupt you, unlike in less formal situations. So let's have a look first of all at the general structure of a response that you would get. So the examiner asks a question and you will be trying to respond in a general, let's say, framework that covers the 4 points that you need to look at. Okay, so the first one is to respond with your main point. So your question will come up and you'll make your main point, and if necessary, you'll see this one down here, if necessary you might want to clarify your point. If it's clear straight away what you mean, then you go into your example, or if you want you can give a reason. Most people would go with reasons in the third part and examples in part 1. But you know, it can be reversed sometimes. If you give an example that's personal, it's unlikely to come with part 3, but it's certainly more common to find an example that's personal in part 1. And the reason you might prefer to use it in part 1 instead of part 3, it's totally up to you. And then we usually finish off by giving the reasons why the example or the reason is relevant to the main point. So it's very similar to those of you who are on the IELTS step-by-step mastering writing course. It's basically a mini paragraph, very similar in structure, and this happens in English all the time, in writing as well as speaking. We have our main point, we give example, reason why we think this, and then we sort of conclude that main point with giving relevant, showing why it's relevant. Okay, so let's take an example here with part 1. The question says, do you prefer to spend your evenings with family or friends? So this is a controversial one, and when I respond to it here, you'll see that I'm going to make it clear that it's not an easy answer, because of course we love both. Okay, so let's listen to this response here, and you can read along if you want. Well, I think that really depends on the situation, to be honest. I mean, when I was younger, I would have answered my friends probably to this question, for the simple reason that I saw my family all the time, and friends are more interesting and exciting by default. That said, nowadays I'm married, so of course I enjoy spending time with my wife and my family, as in my brother and his kids and my parents. I mean, they all live thousands of kilometers away from me. So now, you know, the answer would have to be family, since it's all about how much time we spend with each other now that the roles have been reversed. Okay, and if we look at this, we can see that the main point is it depends on the situation. Okay, that's my main point, and I'm not going to clarify here, because I'm going to give a reason why it's difficult. So here it is. When I was younger, I would have answered my friends. So there's the reason. And then we're going to use something called a discourse marker, which is something you're going to look up. You're going to be studying in the next video. So I'm saying this thing and then contrasting it with nowadays. So this is in the past, when I was younger, and nowadays is the contrast. And this is still giving an example or a reason why I feel this is depending on the situation. I'm married, so of course I enjoy spending time with my wife, blah blah blah. And this is further clarification. They live thousands of kilometers away, so this is further examples and reasons why I believe this way, because they are so far away from me. Here I'm in London, my parents and my brother and his children and wife are down in South Africa. Okay, and then we finally get onto why the example is relevant. And so the answer would have to be family, and here we go, because it's all about how much time we spend with each other. And now that the roles have been reversed. So before it was my family, I was spending most of my time with my family and not so much time with my friends. Now I hardly see my family. I mean, with the exception of my wife, I mean my extended family. And then for that reason I would answer now family. But the main point is still this idea that it really depends on the situation. Okay. Now, part 2, you're giving 4 main things: why, who, where, when, what, what feelings. So you'll have to divide your responses up into paragraphs in your mind, and each paragraph is going to follow the same structure of response. Your main point, clarification if necessary, example or reason, and then why that reason is relevant to the main point. Then you move on to the next thing. So there are certain sort of units that you just need to get used to doing, and that comes simply with practice. And that is why I'm going to bang on about this all the time. The only way to practice is to speak with other people. It doesn't have to be a native speaker. So join the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering community Facebook page. Find somebody that's a similar level to you, ideally someone that doesn't speak your language, so that you are forced to use English, and just practice. Ask each other to give feedback, get some response from people as they go through those questions. It doesn't necessarily have to be somebody that speaks fluent English. That's very difficult for most of us if we're living in places like, I don't know, Libya, for example, where there's hardly any English speakers there. So you have to do it through the internet. Right, let's move on to this one, part 3. Now this one is obviously part 3 is less personal. So what is the best way to get accurate information about the weather? This is a general thing, not about you, but people in general. So let's have a look at how we could respond to this. That's a good question, because I think the answer to this keeps changing. I mean, I would say a digital service of some kind. So what I mean is something like an app on your phone. But the question comes up as to which app is more reliable. There are so many out there. So the question comes up, which one is the most trustworthy? What happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities is that they plan things based on dry weather predicted by what was supposedly a reliable weather app, only to find that it's a complete washout, which of course is very frustrating. And I mean, this happens all the time in a place like the UK, where the weather is so changeable. And of course it's important to get these things right. I mean, I think if and when the Weather Bureau get the algorithms right, and if they can use supercomputers, then unpredictable weather will become a thing of the past. Okay, so here, if we look at the main point, the answer keeps changing. Okay, as technology progresses, but my main thing is that it would have to be some sort of digital service. So digital as in it will come over the internet, it will be very up to date. But maybe that was not clear when I said a digital service. What do you mean? So I clarify here the clarification of the point with so what I mean is, and then I go on to something like an app on your phone. Okay. And then I start giving reasons or examples of why this keeps changing. Okay, well, the answer to this keeps changing. So I said an app, but this keeps changing. So let's have a look. Which app is more reliable? Which one is the most trustworthy? So there's lots of digital services, but then which one do you trust? And so I give an example here. So there's two reasons, which one is reliable, which one is trustworthy, and then example. So what happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities, so picnics and walks, is that they plan things based on dry weather predicted by what was supposedly a reliable weather app, only to find that it's a complete washout. A complete washout, it's raining the whole day. Okay? And then I might use some sort of, let's say, how does it make people feel? So emotion, we can bring this in, which of course is very exciting. And I mean, this happens all the time. So I'm saying this is another example. It happens all the time in the UK because the weather is so changeable. So more examples as to why this is important to get right. Why, if this answer keeps changing, people will not be able to decide what service to use. And then why is this relevant to the main point? Why this keeps changing? It's if the Bureau can get the algorithms right and using supercomputers, then unpredictable weather will become a thing of the past. So maybe you can, come to a conclusion that this particular weather bureau is always pretty accurate. And so once you've decided on that one, then you can move forward with your life and only ever use the data that comes from that weather bureau rather than one that doesn't have the latest technology. Okay, so there's your general structure of a response. This, as I said, it can't be something that you can spit out straight away. It needs to just be practiced and practiced and practiced and practiced, and the best way to do it is to speak to other people. Of course, if you don't have that option, you can just speak to yourself, and that is completely normal. I taught myself Arabic to a certain extent by just speaking to myself and relying on my own internal voice to work through and improve my fluency in that language. So the same thing is possible for you. But we've got the internet now, we've got Facebook video, we've got Zoom, we've got Skype. So why not help other people and help yourself by practicing speaking with people, especially those who don't speak the same language as you, as you know, the reason for that, so that you are forced to use English. Okay, thank you. So that's the structure of the response, and we will be looking at discourse markers or signposters in the next video. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Vincent.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Sri Lanka, which is in eastern part of Sri Lanka.
Okay, thank you. In the real exam, I would ask you for your identification now, so I'll pretend to look at it now. Okay, thank you, that's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's start about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work as a mechanical engineer. I work in building construction firm. Mainly, I involve in building services engineering systems, like air conditioning and fire and plumbing, those things. Yeah, it's quite interesting. I love doing those things.
Why did you choose this kind of work?
During my undergraduate, I studied mechanical engineering. The mechanical engineering is a wide variety of the section has, energy, power, and material. But I am more interested in energy sector, so I decided this field is cater for more all my interest. So I picked those.
What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
uh, Work mean I do the same work what I'm doing, but maybe I play in a senior role. That's mean now I am kind of the middle engineer level, but I really wanted to do something in higher position in my field. So for that I need to get the more experience and knowledge, and I need to study also.
Okay, now let's talk about weekends. How do you usually spend your weekends?
That depends really, because I do many different activities I do at the weekend. Sometimes I stay indoors and play computer games or listen to my favorite podcast, or I read some my favorite books. Other days I go outside, or sometimes I take a stroll along the beach, or just I do many different things. It's not the one particular stuff I do at the weekend.
Which is your favorite part of the weekend?
Favorite part, I would say that Saturday night, because Saturday night normally we go to the restaurant with my wife, and we had a slap up meals, some big meals in fancy restaurants. So that would be my favorite. We chat anything under the sun. So that's a very good time, and it's really strengthened our bonds also between my wife and me. So that's my favorite part of the weekend.
Okay. Do you think your weekends are long enough?
No, no, always the week can normally fly like just like that. Um, but other week maybe go like a slow. But whenever the weekends come, it's just fly like that, because I do many different things, and I normally don't realize how the time is fly during the weekends.
Okay, now let's talk about music. What types of music do you listen to?
Uh, I love some kind of a classic music, the Tamil classic music, because it's really helped me to soothe my feelings whenever I feel anxiety or whenever I feel stressed. That kind of the music is really helped me to be relaxed, and also, um, yeah, that kind of the music I love. Other than that, I would say that if I really wanted to be energetic, then I put some rock and roll music and dance on the floor. Yeah, that depends on my mood, what kind of the music I listen to.
At what times of the day do you listen to music?
uh, I wouldn't say any particular the time of the day I listen to music. It depends on my mood, no, and also my workload. If it is a very busy schedule, then I don't have any time to listen to music. But if I have some spare time, and I feel a bit down, I really don't feel like I don't want to work, so I just put on the headset and listen to my favorite music.
Okay, thank you. All right. Um, now we're going to give you a. Now I'm going to give you a topic, and I'd like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before
Okay.
you talk, you'll have 1 minute to think about what you're going to say, and you
Okay.
can make some notes if you wish. Do you have a piece of paper and pencil available?
Yeah, I have.
Very good. All right. So here is your topic. I'm going to share it on the screen so you can see it on the screen.
Okay.
All right. I would like you to describe someone you know who does something well. You should say who this person is, how you know this person, and what they do well. So remember, you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay? Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes. When I read this topic, the person that came to my mind is none other than my father. He's an artist. He's an art teacher also at the national school in my hometown. He is really good at art, especially the fine art. The landscape and portrait and those kind of the art works. He's a really good. I also sometimes, many time, I am inspired by his artworks. I think, from the childhood I see him, as as he's my father. I know from my childhood he's dedicate many hours to train himself, painting and also in the sketching and those things. Even wherever he goes in outside also, just take the one paper and pencil and the sketch that scenery. That's really amazing. And I sometimes very amazed at with his works. And he, to be honest, he can draw me exactly as me by sketching it within 20 or 30 minutes. So that how he's a very talented artist. um, and unfortunately I'm not good at artwork, and that is the shame. But I really wanted to learn his art skills. Maybe nowadays, maybe if I always find some time, um, and go to my parents' house and learn some kind of the sketch work and those kind of the his skills, because I know it's a valuable skill. And especially it's helped me in my mechanical engineering field, because I need to sketch many things on the fly, in many area of my workplace. So I really wanted to learn his skills.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anything that you do particularly well?
I'm not particularly well at. I'm not really particularly good at anything, but I quite good at something. Like drawing, or letter writing and those things. I'm quite good at it, but not exceptionally good in any
Okay,
kind of stuff.
all right. Now, in the real exam, I will ask for your paper and pencil back, but let's go on. Okay, so we've been talking about someone who does something well, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, skills and abilities. What skills and abilities do you think people want to have today?
I think today is a 21st century. I think major skill is a teamwork skill. They need to be a team player, because a lot of the big projects and those things you cannot finish alone. You have a very good team, so you really have a good team player, and also very good effective communicator. Also, you have the effective communication skill also is mandatory in this world. You have to, in terms of writing or speaking, you exceptionally good at those things. Otherwise it's very difficult to communicate or put your thoughts to other people. So, and other than these two, I would say that other skill is IT skill. Nowadays is very everything is computerized. Artificial intelligence play a major role nowadays in the world. So you definitely would know some kind of the computer language and the IT skills. It's really put your application form also forward than other people if you have this kind of the essential 21st century skills.
Okay, and which skills are you talking about? For example, IT schools and the skills and the use of computers. Do you think those skills are going to be very important in the future, even more so than now?
Yes, in the future, I definitely say that there is more and more jobs are replaced by the computer, the artificial intelligence. So definitely nowadays, even from the childhood, they need to learn the computer skills. Otherwise, they find it very difficult when they grown up to cope with this kind of the industry. Unfortunately, during my school period, IT subject is not a compulsory, but nowadays I heard that all schools the computer subject is a compulsory one.
Okay.
Everyone should take. So I think it's more important. That is the sign of the importance of the IT
Okay.
in the world.
Right. Let's talk about salaries for skilled people now. What kinds of jobs have the highest salaries in your country?
I think there are different kinds of the professionals normally get higher pay. For example, the IT professionals, some health professional like surgeons, consultants, and also some the management level of people like managers, CEO. So. Those kind of the professional normally get the higher pay rather than the middle-aged workers and the frontline workers
Okay.
in my country.
Are there any other jobs that you think should have high salaries?
Yes, nowadays I'm thinking of teachers definitely need to get the higher pay rather than what they get nowadays, because nowadays is I think they get paid below the norm. So definitely their salary need to be increased. And before that, whenever they recruit the teachers, also they need to recruit properly. That's mean they need to be the qualified teachers, not the sometime I realize that some teachers are unqualified to the subject to teach. So I think need to the reason why the many people don't choose this profession also is one of the reason is a payment. There's a low salary they will get, so they really don't want to work for that pay, that salary. So I think if they increase the salary for the teachers, then I think more people are choose that profession as they are a living good.
Okay, thank you very much, Vincent. That is the end of the speaking exam. Okay, in this video we're going to be looking at a student called Vincent. He's from Sri Lanka, and his mother tongue is Tamil, which is a Dravidian language, which means it's not particularly closely related to any European languages, and certainly not English. So we might find some difficulties going from Tamil to English, but my experience with Tamil speakers is that on the subcontinent at least of India and Sri Lanka, they've had exposure to English for so long, so they don't tend to have serious trouble. And as you can see, Vincent does quite well here. So let's have a look at what he does. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Vincent.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Sri Lanka, which is in eastern part of Sri Lanka.
Okay, thank you. In the real exam, I would ask you for your identification now, so I'll pretend to look at it now. Okay, thank you, that's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like you to ask, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's start about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work as a mechanical engineer. I work in a building construction firm. Mainly, I involve in building services engineering systems, like air conditioning and.
Okay, that's good. So he works as so good grammar to work as somebody. He uses the correct grammar as well. I work, not I'm working. And let's listen to, just go back a little bit and listen to what industry he's in.
Engineering systems, like air conditioning and fire. I work in a building construction firm.
Okay, so construction firm is acceptable just by itself. You don't need to say building, but that's fine. Building construction firm is good.
Mainly, I involve in building services engineering.
Okay, building services engineering. All right, and just be aware that I involved, obviously it should be I'm involved, and it's noticeable because of the connected speech. I'm involved. Okay, so I'm involved in the building services engineering or something.
Systems, you know, like air conditioning,
Like air conditioning. Might be difficult to say air conditioning.
fire and plumbing, those things.
Okay, some of you more astute would have noticed how to say plumbing. I'm involved in air conditioning and plumbing and that sort of thing. Okay, now notice there's the word I used, but the B is silent. Okay, so remember it's plumbing. The B is silent in English.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. I love doing those things.
Why did you... Okay, and yes, it's interesting. I love doing those things. I find my job interesting, and yeah, it's true that I love doing what I do. It's just you have a chance to use a relative clause here, which shows off more complex English. So I love doing what I do. What in this case is a relative clause, which means the thing that. So it's true that I love the thing that I do, and all of that. So two embedded clauses within a main clause here. So this shows off your high level of English. Choose this kind of work.
During my undergraduate, I studied mechanical engineering.
Okay, so I study we need to listen for these little things because they are going to notice it. So I studied, past tense, I studied mechanical engineering.
You know, the mechanical engineering is a wide variety of the section halves, you know, and
okay, so that's a bit strange. Mechanical engineering has a wide variety of aspects, such as section halves. I'm not sure what that meant, but I think that's what he's trying to say. So a wide variety of aspects, or maybe not, just a variety of aspects, and not has, but is made up of is better. So mechanical engineering is a very broad field, and it's made up of a variety of fields and aspects, such as, and he goes on to explain,
power and material. But I
think he said energy, power, and material, but let's just check.
halves, you know, energy, power, and material.
Okay, materials with an S in this case, so made up of things like energy, power, materials.
But I am more interested in energy sector, so I decided this field.
Okay, I'm mostly interested in the energy sector, so that is the reason why I... Okay, and be careful. Little things like this will be noticeable. If you, Vincent has the ability or possibility to get a very high score, but these little tiny grammar mistakes are bringing him down. So forgetting things like the article. Interested in the energy sector. Why the here, or why the in this case, is because we've got a it's talking about one thing of the world. Of the entire world, there is the energy sector. So there's only one thing in the whole world we are talking about. We use the before it. So the moon, the sun, the energy sector of the world, or of his country.
Cater for more all my interest. So I
there's a nice word. Let's go back to that one.
decided this field is cater for more all my interest.
Okay, he didn't use it quite correctly, but at least he used the word, so listen for it. I decided that this particular field catered best for my interests. Okay, and to cater for something is to let's say it's tailor-made. It's specific to what my needs. So this caters for. The original meaning obviously is food related. So when you have a wedding, if it's at somebody's house, for example, you would bring in some caterers. These are people who cater for a wedding, and they put on a spread of food for everybody, and they bring all their materials, sorry, they bring all their machinery and equipment to the house, and they serve the food hot there at the house. So that's to cater. But it now also means to cater for, my interests. This particular city caters for my interests because I like going to the cinema and I like going to the theatre, etc., etc. Notice that some people say cater to, and that's fine. So cater for or cater to my interests. Okay, let's carry on.
I picked those.
What? Okay, and that's why he picked those. I picked those particular fields, so I chose them. Idiomatic language, perfect for spoken English. Rather than choose, he said pick, which is fine and actually very good. What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
Work mean I do the same work what I'm doing, but
Okay, so let's do it properly. In terms of work, I plan to do basically the exact same job as I'm doing now. Okay, so he said work means, I think, but he better say something like this. In terms of work, in relation to work, I plan to do exactly the same job, or the exact same job as I'm doing now. That's fine.
I play in a senior role. That's me. Work mean I do the same work what I'm doing, but maybe I play in a senior role.
Okay, same job as. So be careful with a same must come with as. All right, Benny, let's just go back a little bit more again.
I play in a senior role. That
Sorry.
work mean I do the same work what I'm doing, but maybe I play in a senior role.
Okay. But maybe I'll play a more senior role. But maybe I'll play a more senior role. Okay.
It's mean now I am kind of the the middle engineer level, but I really wanted to do something in higher position in my field. So for that I need to get the more experience and knowledge, and I need to study also.
Okay, now let's talk. Okay, that's very good. Experience and knowledge. For that I need to, so good grammar. And yeah, no problem there. Weekends. How do you usually spend your weekends?
That depends really.
Okay, this is a common mistake, not just for people who speak Dravidian languages, but all over the world. That depends does not exist in English. It depends what mood I'm in. Okay, it depends. It depends. We just need to get that drummed into our head. There is no is before depend. So that is depend doesn't exist. That depends or it depends. And in this case it would be better to it depends.
Because I do. That depends really, because I do many different activities I do at the weekend. Sometimes I stay indoors and
Okay, sometimes with an S. We never say sometime, unless you mean please give me some time to prepare, but that's two separate words. So sometimes I
play computer games or listen to my favorite podcast, or I read some of my favorite books.
Okay, some of. It depends on what mood I'm in. Sometimes I read my favorite books. Sometimes I listen to my favorite podcasts. Okay, sometimes I read some of. Sorry, I meant to say that. So of comes with some of my favorite books. Sometimes I listen to my favorite podcasts. Okay.
Other days I go outside, or sometimes I take a stroll along the beach.
Okay, nice phrase there. Just remember sometimes again. One thing I particularly like doing is taking a stroll along the beach. Okay, this is a relative clause. You could say, you could put the thing, the relative clause, relative pronoun there. One thing that I particularly like doing is taking. Now this it shows up at much higher level of English, even though you're just saying one thing. I like to take a leisurely walk along the beach. A leisurely walk is another way to say, well, stroll is another way to say leisurely walk, so a relaxing walk. But when I use it in this, one thing I like to do, one thing I particularly like to do, one thing I particularly like doing is, and then ing, taking a stroll along the beach. So these smaller things, these opportunities for you to make it more complex and show off your very high level of English.
Just I do many different things. It's not the one particular stuff I do at the weekend.
Okay, not one particular thing I do at the weekend. I'm sure you can work out. Stuff is an uncountable thing, but if I'm counting it, I would say things. So there's no one particular thing that I prefer doing at the weekend. Okay, right, let's carry on. Which is your favorite part of the weekend?
Favorite part, I would say that Saturday night, because
Okay, nice grammar there. I would say that Saturday night is, so would in this case because it's hypothetical.
Saturday night normally we go to the restaurant with my wife, and we had a slap up meals.
Okay, so had, obviously have, but let's do this here. Saturday nights are by far my favorite time of the weekend because I have a chance to go to the restaurant with my wife and have a slap-up meal and simply enjoy the atmosphere. Okay, so here he used the word slap-up meal. It's lovely. This is a meal that is particularly good, but also very large. So he treats himself and his wife to a Saturday night dinner, and okay, so go with my wife. My wife and I have a slap-up meal. Okay, let's just repeat this, go back a little bit, listen again.
Normally we go to the restaurant with my wife, and
okay, so we go to the restaurant with my wife is a bit strange, so I go to the restaurant with my wife. Okay,
we had a slap up meals, some
we have a slap-up meal, some
big meals in
some big meal. Okay,
fancy restaurants. So that would be my favorite. We chat anything under the sun.
Okay, good. So that's nice. A nice idiom there. We can give himself chat about anything under the sun. So he just forgot the word about, but that's great. And we have a chance to chat about anything under the sun. Okay, and this phrase means anything under the sun. That means everything. We talk about everything. It doesn't matter what subject is. We might shift to a different subject while we're talking and while we're eating.
So that's a very good time, and it's really strengthened our bonds also between my wife and me.
Okay, to strengthen, it really strengthens our bonds between my wife and me. Okay, technically the bonds between, but that's okay. Strengthen our bonds, if you manage to finish the sentence there, or the bonds between, sorry, my wife and me. Okay, some people will say, hang on, you should put I here. There'll be a lot of people who say, even native speaker will say, you should my wife and I. But notice this is the object of a sentence. There's the subject. If my wife and I were over here, where the word it is, that would be correct. But because it's the object of a sentence, then it's between my wife and I. And you'll see in the band descriptors, to get a grammatical 9, there are something called slips. This is a classic slip that native speakers make, and they say it's always my wife and I. It doesn't matter where it is in the sentence. That's not true. In this case, he got it right. Between my wife and me, because if I take this away, between me, never between I. Okay, right, let's carry on.
That's my favorite part of the weekend.
Okay, do you think your weekends are long enough?
No, no, always the weekend normally fly like just like that.
Okay, the weekend always seems to fly by. Okay, so fly by, we need the by part, and always is a adverb that needs to come in the middle of a sentence, never at the beginning. So always the weekend seems, no, the weekend always seems to fly by.
But other week maybe go like a slow, but whenever the weekends come, it's just fly like that, because
okay, so yeah, I know what he's trying to say. So during the week, of course, the time goes at a snail's pace, but then at the weekend it flies by. Okay, to go at a snail's pace, a nice idiom there you could use to talk about really slowly, and you watch the clock and it's only 11 in the morning and you thought it was 2 in the afternoon. Okay, typical problem for everybody.
I do many different things, and I normally don't realize how the time is fly during the weekends.
So I don't realize how quickly the time flies by at the weekend. Okay, now let's talk about music. What types of music do you listen to?
I love some kind of a classic music, the Tamil classic music, because it's really helped me to soothe my feelings whenever I feel anxiety or whenever I feel stressed.
Whenever I feel anxiety or whenever I feel stressed, I find that Tamil classical music soothes me. Okay, so there's the word he used there, soothe. It's a verb to say calms me, relaxes me. And we can talk about soothing music. It's soothing music to me personally. Okay, so soothing, remember there's the ing form of an adjective to talk about the thing that creates the feeling. So soothes me, it's soothing music. Let's just listen again to what he said there. Classic
music, because it's really helped me to soothe my feelings whenever I...
Okay, soothe my feelings. I see what he's trying to say, but it's better just, it's soothing, it soothes me.
Feel anxiety or whenever I feel stressed, that kind of the music is...
Sorry, not tunnel music. Okay.
Really help me to be relaxed, and also that kind of the music I love. Other than that, I would say that if
that kind of the music, okay, so that kind of music, no that kind or that sort of music is something I particularly like. Again, a chance for you to use that clefting, and it's this type of music that I particularly like. So notice, take away and. This is called lifting, and it emphasizes the word this type of music by using this structure. It's this type of music that, again, it's a relative clause, so it shows off your high level. So we do this to emphasize, but also it's a chance for you to show off your higher level of English. So I like this music. It's this type of music that I particularly like. Notice the difference, higher level of English, and you can really milk the chance to get a higher grade in this exam.
I really wanted to be energetic, then I put some rock and roll music and dance on the floor. Yeah, that depends on my mood, what kind of the music I listen to.
Okay, so again, it depends on my mood. It depends what mood I'm in terms of what music I will be putting on. Let's put that down. It depends on the mood that I'm in, what type of music I'll particularly enjoy listening to at that moment. He spoke about rock and roll music for something more energetic, something more danceable, something to dance to, get up onto the floor, do a jig. It's a Scottish dance. Okay, and it's just talking about very energetic music there. Okay, good. At what times of the day do you listen to music?
I wouldn't say any particular, the time of the day I listen to music.
Okay, that's very good. I wouldn't say any particular time of the day that I listen to music. So that's great. Very good structure, grammar there, and general speed at which he's speaking there, fluency, no hesitation. So this is looking good for him.
It depends on my mood, no, and also my workload. If it is a very busy schedule, then I don't have any time to listen to music. But if I have some spare time and I feel a bit down, I really don't feel like I don't want to work.
Okay, that's great. Another idiomatic phrase, to feel down. If I feel a bit down and I have limited time to spare, then obviously I can't listen to music at that point. I think something, I'm trying to just get the general idea of what he's saying here.
If I have some spare time and I feel a bit down, I really don't feel like.
Okay, so then, sorry, if I have some time to spare, then obviously I will try to listen to some music I like as a pick me up. So notice the difference. Down, if I feel a bit down, that means I feel a little bit depressed and not happy, and then I use this classic music from Sri Lanka that picks me up as a pick me up. To use music that I like, you don't need to say that. So I listen to some music that I like as a pick me up, as something that makes me feel happier. A nice phrase, spare time. If I have some time to spare or spare time, both of them are correct. And again, we've spoken about down. So this is good so far.
I don't want to work, so I just put on the headset and listen to my favorite music.
Okay, thank you. All right. Now we're going to give you okay. So let's just move forward. This is part 2. Let's just read it again.
Okay.
All right. I would like you to describe someone you know who does something well. You should say who this person is, how you know this person, and what they do well. Oops. For this, so don't worry if I stop you. I'll tell you when the time is up. Okay? Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes. When I read this topic, the person that came to my mind is none other than my father.
Okay. this also sounds a bit like a filler. When I read this topic, the house that came to my mind, the bridge that came to my mind, the person that came to my mind, the situation that came to my mind. So again, we've seen this before, where students use fillers to get started, which is fine. This one is not too long. It doesn't detract too much from the quality that is expected. But I would say that Vincent doesn't need to use one of these filler things. His English is good enough to just go straight in and say, well, the person that comes to my mind for this particularly is my father. And off we go.
He's an artist,
Okay, be careful. He's an artist. Whenever we have a vowel sound, that's a vowel sound in here. We have an artist, and I'm sure you guys know the difference between university and umbrella. The same thing happens. An umbrella, but university, if you're going to do it in phonemic script, there's the y sound, a university, so it's simply a university. Okay, so just bear in mind this. But an artist certainly is the case here.
he's an art teacher also at the national school in my hometown. He is really good at art, especially the fine art. The
Okay, we don't say the fine art because it's a general thing. So he's especially good at art. I mean fine art. Okay. He's good at art, especially fine art, sorry. Especially fine art. So no the here. He's good at art, especially fine art. Good.
Landscape and portrait and those kind of the
Sketch, I think he said. Let's just check.
that art, especially the fine art, the landscape and portrait and those kind.
Okay, landscape and portrait. He's excellent at painting landscapes and portraits. Okay, portrait doesn't exist, so portrait, landscape, A, because of the magic E, and portraits.
Of the art works, he's a really good. I also sometimes many time I am inspired by his artworks.
Okay, many times. Okay, good. He's very good. So we're using the word good. We've seen the word good here already. So let's see if we can think about some other ways of saying good, and perhaps particularly idiomatic phrases. So let's listen a little bit more.
I think, from the childhood I see him, as you know.
Okay, so there's a chance to sort out some grammar problems here, because from the childhood I see him. This is your chance to use much better grammar. So let's listen to it. Ever since I was a child, I've been watching him, and I've been fascinated with the development that I've seen over the years. Okay, so notice all of these. I've been watching him. So this is the present. Present perfect continuous or present perfect progressive. Focusing my attention on every day, watching him, seeing him develop. I've been fascinated. Present perfect simple. This is fascinated. Obviously, can't take your eyes away from it. You're amazed, and that I've seen over the years. So the development I've seen. This is a state verb, so we can't make it into ing here. So the development that I've seen over the years, from when he first started until now, he's really, really good at what he does.
As he's my father, I know from my childhood, he's dedicate many hours to train himself painting and.
Okay, great. He's dedicated many hours. That's a lovely phrase there. To dedicate many hours to doing something, and he used the correct grammar. He fixed himself there. My father dedicates himself to improving his painting. Okay, so dedicate himself to, and then this is not part of the infinitive. This is a preposition. Go to London, go to Amsterdam. So after any preposition, you guys should know the verb following a preposition is ing. This is not the infinitive, so the same thing applies to this one. I look forward to hearing from you. The same thing happens. This is not part of the infinitive to hear. It's actually a preposition. So the same thing is happening here. Okay, let's carry on.
So in the sketching and those things, even wherever he goes in outside also, he just take the one paper and pencil and the sketch that scenery.
Okay, so wherever he goes, whenever we go somewhere, my father never fails to bring his sketchbook with him and his pencils or paintbrushes on the off chance that he'll be able to paint a scene. So let's change this. Whenever we go somewhere, my father never fails to bring his sketchbook with him and his pencils or paintbrushes. On the off chance that, okay, this means on this very small chance that he'll be able to paint a scene or to draw a scene. Oops. Okay. So he's always prepared. Even if there's only 1 or 5% chance that there'll be something he can paint, he'll always bring it with him.
Really amazing, and I sometimes very amazed at with his works, and he, to be honest, he can
Okay, be honest. No H there.
Draw me exactly as me by sketching it within 20 or 30 minutes.
Okay, yeah. My father is so good at painting that he's able to sketch me almost perfectly, realistically, in less than 30 minutes. Doesn't make sense. So drawing and sketch. So my father is so good at drawing that he's able to sketch me almost perfectly, let's just take that away, almost realistically in less than 30 minutes. Or let's just say realistically. Maybe his father is absolutely amazing. Maybe he's a protege of Michelangelo. Okay, so we did say we would look at this word good. So so brilliant at drawing, so accomplished at drawing, so such an expert at drawing. Let's do those ones together. So accomplished and such an expert at drawing that he's able to sketch me realistically in less than 30 minutes. Okay, so other ways to say good.
So that's how he's a very talented artist. And unfortunately, I'm not good at artwork, and that is the shame. But I really wanted.
Okay, yes. It's a shame that I didn't pick up my father's artistic genes. What is it? Artistic genes. Okay. Unfortunately, he's not as good at as his father when it comes to drawing and painting. And to pick up my father's genes, the genes, I'm sure you know, DNA, that is passed from parents down to children. Okay. And we can talk about artistic genes, engineering genes, sense of fashion genes, all sorts of things. Slightly humoristic way of saying, you know, the things that are embedded in somebody and passed down to the children.
Learn his art skills. Maybe nowadays, maybe if I always find some time and go to my parents' house and learn some kind of the sketch work and those kind of his skills, because I know it's a valuable skill. And
okay. I hope one day I'll have a chance to spend some time with my father at his home and pick up some of the skills that he has, because I'm fully aware of how valuable these skills are. Yeah, spend some time with my father at his home. Yeah, fully aware of something. Okay, yeah, that's basically what Vincent said, so that's good.
Especially it's helped me in my mechanical engineering field, because I need to sketch many things on the fly in many area of my workplace.
Okay, that's interesting. On the fly, very nice phrase. That means, let's just do it. I know it would be useful for my own field because I'm often required to sketch technical details on the fly for others to follow. Let's say not technical details, technical instructions for others to follow. And on the fly means not without thinking, but without preparation time. You're given something that you need to excuse me. Somebody asks for something and you need to, at that moment in time, draw something to explain to them how something would work. Mechanical engineers might have to explain, okay, well, this fits into this and this fits into that, and that's how this turns and this rotates. And he's doing it on the fly without preparing. Okay, very good. Okay.
So I really wanted to learn his skills.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Is there anything that you do particularly well?
I'm not particularly well at. I'm not really particularly good at anything, but I quite good at something. Like drawing or letter writing and those things. I'm quite good at it, but not exceptionally good in any kind of stuff.
All right. Okay. So exceptionally good. Nice phrase there. Nice collocation. To be exceptionally good at something. There's nothing that I'm exceptionally good at. I would say I'm quite good at letter writing, but that's about it. I'm sure Vincent is being modest. I'm sure he's very good at something. But there's the phrase he used there. So exceptionally good. All right, let's carry on. Now, in the real exam, I will ask for your paper and pencil back, but let's go on. Okay, so we've been talking about someone who does something well, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, skills and abilities. What skills and abilities do you think people want to have today?
I think today is the 21st century. I think major skill is a teamwork skill. They need to be a team player, because a lot of the big projects and those things you cannot finish alone. You have a very good team, so you.
Okay, and great fluency here, talking about working as a team, teamwork skills. So that's great. Carry on, Vincent.
Really have a good team player, and also very good.
Okay, good team player and very good. Let's just listen.
And also very good effective communicator. Also, you have the effective communication skill. Also, is mandatory in the.
Very nice. Okay, so effective communication skills are mandatory in this modern world. Okay, so effective communication skills are mandatory. They are a must. They are a must. Something is a must. It's like absolutely necessary. You can't avoid it. And if you're not very good at communication in this modern world, because everyone has to work in a team, you're going to be in serious trouble.
In this world, you have to, in terms of writing or speaking, you're exceptionally good at those things. Otherwise,
you'll need to be in terms of writing and speaking, you'll need to be exceptionally good at those skills. So he did use the word in terms of, which is fantastic. So in relation to, in terms of, I'm focusing on writing and speaking now. You'll, need to be exceptionally good at those. Okay, that's fine.
It's very difficult to communicate or put your thoughts to other people. So, and other than these two, I would say that
put your thoughts to other people. Yes, that's a nice phrase. But more commonly, it can be very difficult to get your ideas across to others if you are not an effective communicator. Okay, communicator, somebody who communicates, and to get your ideas across to others, to other people, to my brother, to my sister, to my lawyer. Okay.
the skill is a IT skill. You know, nowadays is very everything is computerized. You know, artificial intelligence play a major role nowadays in.
Okay, artificial intelligence plays a major role. Very nice phrase. AI plays a major role in our modern world too. I don't know what that means. So AI plays a major role. So play a major role, a very nice phrase to use. Well done, Vincent.
World. So you definitely would know some kind of the computer language and the IT skills. It's really put your application form also forward than other people if you have this kind of the essential 21st century skills.
Okay, very nice. So having these skills will put your application to the top of the pile. Basically, just a chance to use an idiom here. Put your application to the top of the pile. That means when they're choosing the next candidate for a new job, yours is at the top because you've got all these skills like knowing computer languages, etc. Which skills are you talking about? For example, IT skills and the use of computers. Do you think those skills are going to be very important in the future, even more so than now?
Yes, in the future, I definitely say that there is more and more jobs are replaced by the computer. You know, the.
Okay, more and more. When I use more and more, I use the ing form of the verb. I would say more and more jobs are being replaced by computers. Okay, and this is passive voice, so he's using the passive voice. Jobs being replaced by computers. Computers are replacing jobs, so this is the passive voice. But it must be the ing form of the passive voice. When I say more and more, you're talking about a thing that's changing currently. If something's changing currently, it cannot be permanent. It must be a temporary thing, therefore ing.
Artificial intelligence. So definitely nowadays, even from the childhood, they need to learn the computer skills. Otherwise, they find it very difficult when they grown up to cope with this kind of the industry.
Okay, great. So using the word cope. Children need to know these skills. Otherwise, once they have grown up, they will find it very difficult to cope with the world around them. Okay, and there it is. To cope with, to deal with, to survive in the world around them. Okay. Once they have grown up, when they are grown up, okay, that's fine, good.
Unfortunately, during my school period, IT subject is not a compulsory. But nowadays, I heard that all schools, the computer subject is a compulsory one.
Okay.
Everyone.
Okay, a nice phrase there, or nice word, using the word compulsory. The school subjects related to computer science are now compulsory. So nice phrase, compulsory means you have to do it. You can't avoid it. Every student in India now has to do something related to computer skills in the classroom.
So I think it's more important. That is the sign of the importance of the IT
Okay.
in the world.
Right, let's talk about salaries for skilled people now. What kinds of jobs have the highest salaries in your country?
I think there are different kinds of the professionals normally get higher pay. For example, the IT professionals, some health professional like surgeons, consultants, and also some the management level of people like managers, CEO. So. Those kind of the professional normally get the higher pay rather than the middle-aged workers and the front.
Okay. He's doing very well here. Just, yeah, it's answering the question. I'm not going to stop.
Line workers,
Okay. Frontline workers, I think he said there. That's just a little bit of nice use.
middle-aged workers, and
Okay, that's middle management work.
normally get the higher pay rather than the.
Okay, so CEOs, managers, people who are in positions of power and are taking responsibility for things, they tend to get higher salaries, certainly in my country. People who are in positions of power or are who take responsibility for things, they tend to get higher salaries. Certainly in my country. Sorry, spelling mistake. Certainly in my country. Okay.
Middle-aged workers and the frontline workers.
Okay, so frontline workers, that's nice, but middle position workers. Middle age obviously means 40 years old, 50 years old. Middle position workers and frontline workers. Frontline workers are the workers that maybe if you're in a data center, a call center, you're the one who's dealing with the customer. If you're in a shop, you're the one who's dealing with the customer. So frontline workers tend to be paid less compared to somebody who's up in the office on the third story, managing the accounts or managing the marketing, whatever it is. Okay.
In my country.
Are there any other jobs that you think should have high salaries?
Yes, nowadays I'm thinking of teachers definitely need to get the higher pay rather than what they get
Okay, no the here. So teachers need to get higher pay rather than what they get currently.
nowadays, because nowadays is I think they get paid below the norm. So definitely.
Okay, they get paid below the norm. Good. And normal is the adjective, but the norm is the noun form of normal, so that means the average of the country. So if the average is, I don't know what it is in India or in Sri Lanka, but the average of a particular country, if you are below that, you're below the norm, the average salary of the country.
Their salary need to be increased, and before that
need to be increased. Listen for that sound. Try and get it there. So their salaries certainly need to be increased.
whenever they recruit the teachers also, they need to.
Okay. Recruit. So recruit teachers. So let's do it in a sentence. Nowadays, more and more schools are finding it difficult to recruit teachers because they can't offer them a salary that is livable. A livable salary? No, it's a better word. A salary that is feasible. Feasible means possible to use, possible to do. So there's the word recruit, he said. Difficult to recruit teachers. That means to encourage them to sign up in your company, or in this case in your school. And notice more and more, therefore, ing form. Okay, more and more schools are finding it difficult to recruit teachers because they can't offer them a salary that's, I don't even like this word, a decent salary. Let's just do it that way. Trying to make it more complex than it's needed.
recruit properly. That's mean they need to be the qualified teachers, not the sometime I realize that some teachers are unqualified to the subject to teach. So I think need to the reason why the many people don't choose this profession also is one of the reason is a payment. There's a low salary they will get, so they really don't want to work for that pay, that salary. So I think if they increase the salary for the teachers, then
okay, now he's using conditionals. So if they increased the salary, okay, this was an opportunity to use conditionals in this
more
exam.
people are choose that profession as a
okay, so more people are. The problem is that he's not quite got it right. So if they increase the salary, more people would choose teaching as a career. Okay, so be careful with this. With if a conditional, with second conditional, that means hypothetical, we use would and then choose.
as they are a livelihood.
Okay, thank you very much. As they are, sorry, I just one more.
As a as they are a livelihood.
Okay, I didn't catch the last word, unfortunately, but that's good. Vincent does well, and in the next section I'm going to be showing you what grade he gets in the band descriptors. Okay, so now let's have a look at Vincent's score for his speaking. So what we can say in terms of his fluency and coherence, he's very good. He speaks at length. There's no hesitation really, and he rarely has to search for language. So that is a very strong 8. It's not quite a 9 because he could have developed the topics a bit more, but it's a very strong 8 for that one. And then lexical resource, so uses some fantastic language, some idioms as well, idiomatic language. There are some inaccuracies, but he does use the resource pretty well, so that's a strong 8 over there for the lexical resource. Grammatical range and accuracy, that's where things come down a little bit. He does make a few mistakes grammatically. He doesn't use a particularly wide range of structures, but they're not mostly simple. There's a lot of it is quite complex, but not quite as good as deserving of an 8, so it's closer to this one here. And there are lots of error-free sentences, but there are some mistakes that persist. And then there were some issues with the pronunciation. I would like to have given him an 8, but there are some issues with pronunciation that pulls it down to more around a 7. So we're looking for Vincent at a very strong 7.5 for this. And you could say this one is a bit subjective. I grew up in South Africa in a place called Durban, lots of Indian accents. So for me, I had no trouble understanding his accent, but somebody perhaps if he was doing the IELTS in another country, they might say this comes down to a 6. I'm inclined even possibly to go up to an 8, but I'm aware of my bias because I've grew up with people with Indian accents all my life, at least till I was 20, 21. So I was close to giving him an 8 here. So I'm trying to compensate for that. So it could possibly even be an 8 for this, but I'm more likely to see this as a 7.5. Okay, so if there are any questions, let me know. And I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one deals with weak forms in pronunciation. Now remember, from the previous video on pronunciation, we looked at individual sounds, and I said if you can't say those individual sounds, you will find it difficult to hear them. The same applies here. If you can't reproduce these weak forms when you're speaking, you will find it difficult to hear them, and therefore you will make some mistakes in your listening exam. So this applies not just for speaking, but for listening as well. Okay, so what are weak forms? Students from languages that are syllable timed, this is extremely important for you to listen. But what is a syllable? Let's start with that first of all. If I say the sentence, he looks happy, how many syllables are in that sentence? Got the answer? If you don't know how to work it out, close your mouth and try to say that sentence. He looks happy. Close your mouth. How many times did I mumble? 1, 2, 3, 4. He looks happy. He looks happy. Okay, so that's the easiest way to check how many syllables there are in a sentence. And knowing what a syllable is going to be very important in this lesson. Okay, so weak forms. What I'm going to show you is a sentence. So I'm going to make you listen to a sentence from Longman, and the sentence is here. No, it's here. Okay. So I've deliberately chosen this phrase or this grammar, going to do something. So listen to this sentence here.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Now, did you notice that some of these syllables were shorter? So let's first of all count how many syllables there are in this sentence. If I say the sentence out but closing my mouth, I can count. So 10 syllables. He looked as if he was going, 2 syllables in this one word, to cry. Notice it's not looked, it's looked. So it's only 1 syllable, even though if you're from Spain you might say looked, or Italy as well. Okay, so there's 10 syllables in there. However, some of those syllables are shorter than others. Now, can you work out which ones they were? Listen again and try to work out which of these sentences, syllables, were shorter.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Do you notice anything? Let's zoom back up again. Now, let's start with which of these words in this sentence are if they are left independently on the page, they would have no meaning at all. So if I just put the word, let's do one as an example. Let's take this word as. If I put as on a page and said, okay, what do you think? Well, it means nothing, right? But if I put the word look on the page, okay, this image is formed in your mind. Somebody using a magnifying glass, somebody watching with binoculars, somebody looking at a TV. Okay, so some of these words have no meaning by themselves and some of them do. Only 2 of these words really have that meaning, have a deep meaning inside, and that is looked and cry. You might say that going in this case has meaning, but I'm going to show you why it doesn't. Okay, so it's only looked and cry. He and he, yes, to a certain extent, they have some form of meaning because they relate to, say, a boy called Samuel. But essentially we're focusing on looked and cry in this case. And these, all of these, especially as, if, was, and to, are what we call grammar words. They have no meaning by themselves. And these grammar words are the ones that get squashed up. So listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay, do you notice? Now, before we move on, I just want to highlight something here with the word gonna. If I say this sentence out in a more formal context, this is not going to be easy. This is not going to be easy.
This isn't going to be easy.
Okay, so gonna is a shortened version of going to. However, look here, it says spoken informal. Okay, it's only in spoken English and only in informal languages, in informal situations, sorry. So do not use this word gonna, certainly not in spelling. It's not acceptable in the IELTS to use it in spelling. It's okay if you're texting somebody, but not in IELTS. And don't use it in the speaking as well, because it's a formal situation, the IELTS exam. This is only for informal. Okay, so now what I'd like you to do is to listen to the same sentence, but it's going to be spoken out by Google's text-to-speech engine. It's a computer engine. Let's see if Google's text-to-speech engine also works out what are the weak forms and what are the stressed words. So let's listen.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
That's pretty good. Google has got much better. I remember the first time Microsoft, I think it was Microsoft, brought out a text-to-speech engine, which, by the way, Stephen Hawking still used to use when he was still alive, that famous scientist who was stuck in a wheelchair. He used to use the old style, which was they couldn't squash sentences together or syllables together, and it sounded very robotic. Okay, listen again.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Going to cry. Looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, and so we are squashing these sentences, these syllables together in the grammar words. Now, why is this useful and why is this helpful? Well, in most languages around the world, this does not happen. In most languages around the world, the syllables are almost equal in length. Let's have a look at Turkish. Now, I'm going to keep the sentence as an English sentence. I know that this is not Turkish, but the fun thing about Google Translate is that you can select the language, but you can put in any other language, and it says that sentence, but in the accent of that language you've chosen. So I've chosen Turkish. I want this to be spoken out with a Turkish accent. Now let's see. Turkish is a syllable timed language, not like English, which is a stressed timed language. So let's listen.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
He looked as if he was going to cry. Do you notice each syllable is almost equal in length compared to English, which is?
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Now, do you notice the difference? Now, this is a big problem then for anybody who speaks Turkish, going from the syllable timed language to a stress timed language like English, where some syllables are squashed together, can be quite difficult. And the problem is made even worse in a listening test. You've got the stress of being in a test in the IELTS exam, plus they're speaking quite quickly. It might be part 3 of the listening, and they're squashing some of the syllables together. It can be very difficult to hear the important words. Okay, so let's have a look at this visually. You've heard it. Now let's look at it in a visual context. So over here we've got syllable timed languages. Examples are Turkish, Spanish, Italian, and you'll see that the syllables are almost equal in length. Going to cry, going to cry. But over here we've got the stress time languages like English, where the important syllables are almost equal in length, but then the weak forms are shorter. And these are, in this little diagram, they are highlighted by this lighter blue. So he looked as if he was going to, and then cry. So he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay. Now, what sound actually happens in these cases? I don't say as if, I don't say as if. Why? Because first of all, it's difficult to do that. It actually sounds as if, not as if, as if. Why do we reduce the vowels? This is the word to reduce is what I'm going to be showing you here in the next slide over here. So we've got This is from the individual sounds on my website that we looked at last time. And we've got these words as and if, was, and let's just do to. So as, if, was, and to. Now if I put this word by itself, if I read it out from a dictionary, it would be pronounced as, as. So if we go over here, it's this one.
cat,
Cat, as. This one over here, if it was by itself, it would be pronounced if. It's like fish,
fish,
if. This one over here, was by itself, it's actually this one here. Where am I looking at? Clock,
clock,
was, clock, was. And over here, to. This is more like this one,
boot,
except without the two little dots. The two little dots make the sound longer. So if we imagine that those two little dots have been removed, it becomes boot, to. But really what happens to those sounds when they get reduced, this is a linguistic term, it doesn't have the same meaning in normal English. What happens when these sounds get reduced is that they all revert to this little magical sound here. Listen to it.
computer,
The last syllable of the word computer.
computer,
And this has got a special name. It's the only phonemic sound that from all of these that has a special name, and it's called the schwa. And schwa, I think it's Hebrew. It means nothingness. And why is it called the schwa? Why has it got the word nothingness attached to it? It's because it's the only sound that we can make where we don't have to move our tongue, we don't have to move our lips, we don't have to constrict our throat. We just go It's a very lazy sound. So it's not if, it's if. It's not was, it's was. It's not to, it's to. Okay, and they all reduce down to this little symbol here. And for that reason, in spoken English, this is by far the most common sound in the English language. So let's practice one more time. So he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, so let's have a look at the languages that are syllable timed and stress timed. So all of the stress timed languages are on the left. Not all of them, there are a few more. Some of the Nepalese languages, for example, over here. But the Germanic languages, with the exception of Icelandic, all sit in the stress time languages, including Farsi or Persian. Arabic's got a little star because it depends on the dialect, whether it's, I don't know which dialects are more syllable timed than others, but it does depend. Egyptian, for example, very stress timed language. Thai, Russian, and European Portuguese. Brazilian Portuguese, on the other hand, is syllable timed, like most of the rest of the world's languages. Turkish, certainly, Hindi, Bengali, most of the African languages, Spanish, French, Italian, Mandarin Chinese, and Cantonese, and then Indonesian, Tagalog, Georgian, Romanian, Armenian, and then I said Icelandic as well. And so these are just a few of them, but this list can continue going for a lot longer if I wanted to. And then you've got these unusual ones. I'm not going to try and explain them to you, but they're sort of halfway between stress timed and syllable timed. And Japanese is a classic example of one of those. And then some of the Dravidian languages like Telugu, and Tamil. Okay, but if you're in the more timed, you'll find it easier to get to the English. Certainly, if you're in one of these groups, you'll find it easier to do what we do in the English language with the weak forms, shortening the unstressed syllables. Okay, so I hope this is of some use to you. I want you to now go back and, sorry, not this one, go back and practice saying this sentence.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
And try to follow exactly those weakened forms along with the stressed words looked and cry, and then from now on start to notice in spoken English all those weak forms and how they get squashed together, and then the words that have meanings in and of themselves, how they get lengthened or stressed. Okay, I hope that's useful, and I'll see you in the next section. Okay, so this is video number 2 for the skills for speaking formally. We've already looked at the way or the structure that we should use to give a well-rounded answer to a question in part 1, part 3, and then in part 2 paragraphing those responses so that each paragraph in our minds is a well-rounded answer to an individual point. Remember, there's 4 points that you have to speak about in part 2. But now we're going to be looking at something called discourse markers or signposters. Those of you who have done or are on the IELTS step-by-step mastering vocabulary course and the grammar course, you will have seen me use this word before, so let's go straight into it. Okay, so discourse markers, as I've said, they are similar to signposters. The point is that you help the listener to navigate what you're saying, and obviously in the IELTS step-by-step mastering writing we use discourse markers a lot to help the reader to navigate what we are saying. So what we've got here is some examples. Let me just point out that this video is just an introduction to discourse markers or signposters, because many people don't exactly know what they are. If you want more information about the discourse markers that you will be expected to use in the IELTS speaking test, then please go to section 9, 10, 11, 12 and 13, and that is where you will find a lot more detail about the different types of discourse markers that will be expected to be used in the speaking exam. So we're going to go and have a look at the same question that we looked at in the previous video, and we'll see how these are used, these discourse markers are used in the text itself. So let's start. Well, I think it really depends on the situation, to be honest. When I was younger, I would have answered my friends to this question for the simple reason that, okay? Now I can also say because, but we, in the speaking, you know, if you can speak a little bit more at length, I don't want you to overuse this structure and instead of because, but we don't want to say because all the time, but we also want to have an option to show off our range of English. So this could be my friends to this question because I saw my family all the time, or for the simple reason that, and here we're going to be looking at something called complex language or complex structures that come up in the third video of this, and that's one of the reasons why I've put this in here, because you're showing off your complex English using a relative pronoun. Okay, anyway, so that's that one done there. I saw my family all the time, and you know, friends are more interesting and exciting by default. That said, so here we've got that said. That means, however, I've just said this thing, but I'm going to say something on the contrary, and we spoke about this before, because the first one was when I was younger, this is what I said, but nowadays it's different. Okay, and of course I could use on the other hand. Of course I could also use however. Don't forget a comma if you're writing it. That said, nowadays I'm married, so of course, and there we've got the so, right? So is related, of course, very closely to because, and we can just use so to explain the contrast of because. It's the opposite. So that said, nowadays I'm married, so of course I enjoy spending time with my wife and my family. Now this is as in, you can see it there. So what do you mean my family? Your wife is your family. Well, okay, I have to clarify this. As in my brother and his kids and my parents. Okay, I mean, now this you could say, is it what I mean? Or is it a filler, which is also coming up in another video. So some people use this as clarification, Some people use this as a filler, but it's in this case working as both, because if you look at it over here, my brother and his kids and my parents, what I mean is, the reason I mentioned them is they all live thousands of kilometers away from me. So, there's again so. Now you know the answer would have to be family, because, another way to say because is since. It's all about how much time we spent, and it's all about, it all boils down to, the main reason is, the main reason for my thinking is based on how much time we spend with each other now that the roles have been reversed. Okay. Now let's have a look at this same thing, but written without discourse markers. So listen to it. Well, I think that really depends on the situation, to be honest. I mean, when I was younger, I would have answered my friends to this question. I saw my family all the time, and you know, friends are more interesting and exciting by default. Nowadays, I'm married. Of course, I enjoy spending time with my wife. And my family, my brother and his kids, and my parents, I mean, we could technically say that's not there, so let's take that out. My brother, his kids, and my parents, they all live thousands of kilometers away from me. So, me. Now, you know, the answer would have to be family. How much time do we spend? I should have taken that one out as well. How much time do we spend with each other? How much time do we spend with each other? Now the roles have been reversed. So you can see that those discourse markers make a huge difference to the person who's listening, because they can navigate. Here we've got this. They can navigate what you are saying, your ideas, much easier through the use of discourse markers than if you take them out. So they are absolutely essential to keep them in mind as you go through the IELTS speaking practice, because you want to be able to use them as effectively, but not overuse them. You don't want to push them everywhere just because you have to, but you need to use them effectively, so the examiner can give you a big tick on the cohesion and coherence side of the band descriptors that we spoke about. So that's the second column. Okay, thank you very much. That's the end of this video, and I'll see you in the next one. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Thank you, sir. My name is Rajesh Paudel. You can call me by first name Rajesh.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am from Southeast Asia, Nepal, and right now I am living in Kabilwastu, which is situated in the western Nepal.
Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at it now and then give it back to you. Okay. Now,
Okay, yes,
in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
yes, sir. I am a college lecturer now. As far just before 6 months, I just graduated my master's degree, and now I am doing a lecture job in colleges for +2 science.
Why did you choose this kind of work?
As teaching is my passion, so I will be very happy when I just share my knowledge to the students. So it makes me happy. So
Okay.
yeah, regarding that, I am doing teaching job.
What kind of work would you like to do in the future?
As I graduated my master's degree from chemistry, so in the future I want to make my career in research in chemistry laboratory. So that's all.
Okay. Okay, now let's talk about laughing. What kinds of things make you laugh?
When I meet my world friend, they make me remind my childhood days, when such stuff makes me more laugh and more enjoy. So as my small memory and small kidding points make me used to laugh.
Uh, and do you like making other people laugh?
Yeah, absolutely. As I enjoy laughing, so I hope and I wish other also like that. So I make other laugh too.
And do you think it's important for people to laugh?
Yes, laughing can decrease the stress and makes feel happy. So regarding laughing, as I get to know that laughing for 1 minute can increase the longevity around 1 second. So if we can get laugh, we can increase our life expectancy too. So
Okay, let's talk about birthdays now. Do you enjoy going to birthday parties?
as far as concern, I till the date I never went to birthday, so I have to say I didn't enjoy it because we have to do something good when we are living in this earth. So in my concern, I don't like to celebrate my own birthday, but if someone celebrated my birthday, then I will enjoy that.
Okay. And in your country, how do people usually celebrate birthdays?
More often they celebrate birthday, but the birthday here in my country is just with family and friends, not a big like celebration as we see in the Western country. But yeah, people are celebrating nowadays their birthday too.
And which birthdays are considered the most important in your country?
When people are having their small ages birthday, not less than around 10 years, then they enjoy more of celebrating because in the small ages they are happy with the small things. So yeah, regarding their small ages they are enjoying having birthday, then they are in the adolescence or in the adult stage.
Okay, now I'm going to give you a topic and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yeah, yes sir.
Okay, so now you can use your paper and pencil or pen for making the notes. And here is your topic. It's going to come up on your screen. Okay. So I would like you to describe an idea you had for improving something at your work or college. You should say when and where you had your idea, what your idea was, and who told you about your idea. Okay, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yeah, when I study in the college during my post two level. So at the time I get depressed due to the bulky books. So uh, at the time my parents always motivated me and have more career oriented guidance. So the idea I got from my parents is we have to be self motivated. We have to be purpose guided on our own work, our path. So when the students keep their self motivation in self career path, so they will be headed for their future. So regarding that, when I was in intermediate or post to labor, so self motivation is the key role for improving my college education level. So my parents did a great job for me, and I had a good path for that. So, and in the past also, this motivation part leads me having my work experience also when I doing as a college lecturer. So we have to motivate it, and we have to trust on that this idea can lead and can change our theme, our mentality, and our prospectus very clearly and widely. And these self-motivating ideas also have a proper guidance for uh, in the future career also. So I will keeping this idea further in my life, and these ideas help me to have a proper guidance and proper care as I
Okay,
concern.
thank you, Rajesh. Do you often have good ideas?
Yeah, when I get depressed from my work, I really look the people who have not getting opportunity as like me. So during that time, I feel so glad, and I create that I have to do work and I have to do better for some people who are not having the situation like me.
Hmm.
So
Okay,
uh, yeah.
thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay. Now,
Yes.
we have been talking about an idea that you had about improving something at your college, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, ideas and education mixed together. Some people think that education should be only about memorizing important ideas. Do you think it's only about memorization?
Education have to change the behavior, not just memorizing something. Okay, if you have some mark sheet or a certificate in your hand, it doesn't mean that you have no you have some knowledge regarding that book. So you have to change your behavior regarding respecting someone or having loving someone or changing the your society. So education is not just having memorizing something. I am disagree with that.
So you spoke about it's not just about knowledge; it's about. Do you believe?
Behavior.
Do you believe that students should be taught to come up with their own new ideas?
Yeah,
Why?
as in the 21st century, without creativity and self identity, no one can have their one real image in the society. So yeah, when I enter in the class or in the college, I always motivate students to have their one creation regarding some theoretical knowledge. So students should be creative in having a self identity regarding education and knowledge.
And how do you think teachers should help students to develop and share their own ideas?
Yes, teacher are the key guidance for the student. So teacher always should motivate by looking the more research scientists or so people who are more successful in the society, and with them they have to be compared, so that if you do such kind of activity now, you will be more proper successful like the person you have in the society or in a country. So yeah, like such a activity we can motivate student to be more creative and we have more on their identity.
Okay. Now let's move on to talking about ideas in a general workplace, not in education. Do you think that employers should encourage their workers to, even if their workers are low level workers, do you think they should encourage them to give their opinion about how to improve the company?
Yeah, as far as I know, in any job is not a low level. So every job have their own importance and respect. So yeah, without having a low level job, also that employer cannot complete their one tender or their one work. So everyone should get respect if he or she want respect. So without having the proper guidance, proper respect, and regular timing conversation, employer cannot have success.
Some people seem to dislike ideas simply because they are new. Why do you think that is?
Just being a new or just being virgin in something, some work, it doesn't mean that they don't have the knowledge regarding such field. So we should not hinder or we should not discourage such people. We have to motivate, and yeah, such motivation can boost his knowledge and boost his power, so that they can have great impact in the future, and they can do a good job regarding such perspectives.
And do you think it's difficult for somebody who's very new to a company to feel free to share their opinions?
Yes, it is somehow difficult for the new one, but if they have if someone have patience and have more struggling part, then ultimately there is no failure in the life.
Okay.
They have to be self-motivated one.
Okay. Thank you very much, Rajesh. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we're going to be listening to a student called Rajesh, and he is from Nepal. His mother tongue is Nepali, which is an Indo-Aryan language, so distantly related to European languages like English, but not very close. So let's see what he's capable of doing. Okay, good day. My name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
Thank you, sir. My name is Rajesh Paudel. You can call me by first name Rajesh.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I am from Southeast Asia, Nepal, and right now I am living in Kapilwastu, which is situated in the western Nepal.
Okay. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, so I'll pretend to look at it now and then give it back to you. Okay. Now,
Okay, yes, sir.
in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
Yes, sir. I am a college lecturer now. As far just before 6 months, I just graduated my master's degree, and now I am.
Okay, so he's a college lecturer. That's good. And it's better to say I graduated just 6 months ago, or I've only recently graduated. I finished university 6 months ago. Okay. So if you're talking about a period of time, but I cannot mention a specific time when I use present perfect. So I've only recently graduated, and then a new sentence. Actually, you could say something like this. Actually, I finished university 6 months ago. Okay. I'm talking about a master's degree. I completed my master's degree program 6 months ago. Okay. When we're writing it, you don't have to. In the IELTS, it's not a problem in the reading and in the listening. But when you do your writing, anything under the number 10, it's better to write out in full. Okay, it's not going to get you bad marks, but it's just good to get used to it now, because in university they'll expect you to write full words out if they are under the number 10. So 1, 2, 3, up to 10, TEN, write it full in writing, academic English.
Having doing a lecture job in colleges for +2 science.
Sorry, I didn't catch that one. Let me just check it.
Having doing a lecture job in colleges for +2 science.
Okay, so I didn't hear something about science. So a lecture job. Lecture, just a lecturer or lecturing. My everyday work involves a lot of lecturing, marking papers, and giving individual tutoring to certain students who need it after university hours. Okay. Involves a lot of lecturing, marking papers, grading papers. Americans will say grading, British English will say marking papers, and giving it individual tutoring to certain students who need it after the hours of study. So tutoring, usually a small group of people, one-to-one, but a tutor in general, so a lecturer, somebody that stands up in front of a large number of group of people, 200 up to 200, maybe even more, and gives a lecture to a university in an auditorium or a big classroom. Whereas a tutor tends to help you with your written work. Usually a tutor doesn't have more than, say, 20 or 30 students to help you with something that sort of a research project, for example. Okay, but tutoring is more like close to one-to-one or very small groups of people that are being taught university-related subjects. Why did you choose this kind of work?
As teaching is my passion, so I will be very happy when I just share my knowledge to the students. So it makes me happy.
Okay. So obviously the word happy being used twice, so try not to repeat yourself. Happy is fine, but we're trying to look at different ways of saying basic words like happy. Education is my passion. Nothing gives me more pleasure than imparting my knowledge to others and helping them to achieve their goals through my personal experience and education. Okay, so nothing gives me more pleasure. Nothing makes me happier. Now, instead of just using the word happy, I've used it in a phrase, and then that really shows off your high level, even though you're using the same word. It's just changing it to the superlative form, or sorry, comparative form. So nothing gives me more pleasure than imparting knowledge. Imparting means sharing or giving knowledge, and it's a strong collocation with knowledge, so it's worth knowing. If you want to learn the word knowledge, then remember the word impart as well. To impart to others and helping them to achieve their goals through my personal experience and education. So I'm sharing what I've learned over my life and helping other people to achieve their goals too through that. Okay.
So, yeah, regarding that, I am doing teaching job.
So regarding that, I'm doing a teaching job. Okay, so I'm not sure why he's saying regarding that, because that's when I'm going to start talking about a new subject. So with regards to, I think he means to say, so going back to your original question as to why I chose this career, it all boils down to my love of teaching. Okay, so going back to your original question. So say, for example, it doesn't sound like Rajesh has gone off on a tangent. Let's do this one here. To go off on a tangent. So a useful phrase to remember. That's when somebody starts talking about something that's not necessarily connected to the main topic of that conversation. So you might go off on a tangent, and it happens sometimes. So I don't think Rajesh went off on a tangent. I still think it's not necessary to say with regards to that or going back to your original question, but it's useful to know how to do that if you are finding yourself on a tangent and then you remember, okay, well, the original question was this, so let's go back to it. This could well happen in part 2, for example, where you're off on a tangent and talking about some person. Say, for example, the question was, describe a party you enjoyed, and then you'll find halfway through you're talking about one individual that was at the party that you really like, an uncle, and you might start talking about his life. And then you realize, okay, so going back to the original question, yes, the party involved large numbers of musicians, whatever it is that you want to say. So bringing it back to the original. So anyway, let's go back to this. So imagine that Rajesh did go off on a tangent. We could say, so going back to the original question as to why I chose this career, or why I chose this, career. And again, we've seen this before. It all boils down to the main reason is my love of teaching. Okay. Let's carry on. Kind of work would you like to do in the future? So what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
As I graduated my master's degree from chemistry, so in the future I want to make...
Okay, so as I graduated, similar meaning to because I graduated, his major in chemistry, so we just say, sorry, comma, please do not put so over here. This is not just Rajesh's problem, I've heard it a number of times. Because I graduated in chemistry, I would like to continue that in that field. Okay, same thing. So never so after the... if I'm writing it, I would have to put a comma, but obviously there's no commas in spoken English, so there's a small gap, but there's never a so after that gap, and there's never a so after the comma in written either. So as he graduated in chemistry, let's see what he says.
Graduated my master's degree from chemistry, so in the...
Graduated in chemistry. Okay.
Future, I want to make my career in research in chemistry laboratory. So that's all.
Okay. In the future, I would love to be able to do research in terms of, not in terms of, in relation to chemistry. Okay, so this question is a future question. It's testing you about what you'll be able to do, whether you'll be able to use the future forms. So in the future, comma, I would love to be able to, I would love to do research in relation to chemistry in the lab, okay, rather than just teaching. So maybe a mixture of the two. So I would love to be able to, it's the only way I can say can or have the opportunity. If I want to use I would love to, then I can't say I would love to can do research. I have to say I would love to be able to do research in relation to chemistry in the lab. Okay, or chemistry research. It's not necessary to say in relation to, so just chemistry research. Okay, now let's talk about laughing. What kinds of things make you laugh?
When I meet my old friend, they make me remind my childhood days. When such stuff makes me more laugh and more enjoy.
When I'm with my work colleagues, they have a way of making me think back to when I was a child. Sometimes childish jokes make me laugh out loud, and yeah, I really enjoy spending time with them because they remind me of when I was a young boy. Okay, so I don't know what his work colleagues make him do, but it reminds when he's with them, when he's with his work friends, they obviously have a similar sense of humor. Now, childish has a negative connotation. To be childish is like, suitable to children, but it's not always negative. So some childish jokes might, sometimes they are funny. We can't avoid that, and so maybe that's what he means. So they have a way of making me think back to when I was a child. Sometimes childish jokes make me laugh out loud. So laugh out loud, obviously we always laugh out loud, but it's quite loud, sorry, the laughter. And yeah, I really enjoy spending time with them because they remind me of when I was a young boy. Okay. Have a way of making me think back I'm just trying to think of a better way to say this. It's fine like that. Okay.
So as my small memory and small cutting points make me used to laugh.
Okay, so there we've got proper pronunciation issues. We've had one already, but that might have been the Wi-Fi. But now it's definitely clear that I'm having trouble to understand what Rajesh was saying there, which obviously is going to affect his pronunciation. Let's just listen to it one more time.
Makes me more laugh and more enjoy. So as my small memory and small cutting points make me used to laugh.
No, I couldn't catch that, unfortunately. And remember, enjoy. Remember, it's a transitive verb, so it makes me enjoy myself. Okay. But yeah, unfortunately, I couldn't catch those last three words there. Let's carry on. And do you like making other people laugh?
Yeah, absolutely. As I enjoy laughing, so I hope and I wish other also like that. So I make other laugh too.
Well, considering the fact that everyone likes to laugh in some way or another, I can only hope that my attempts to make other people laugh are appreciated, and I'll do my best to make people laugh when I can. Okay, so obviously this is much higher level than what Rajesh is putting out, but let's just imagine this. So considering the fact that, because we know the fact that everyone likes to laugh in some way or another, so not always, but occasionally, I can only hope that my attempts to make people laugh are appreciated. When I try to make people laugh, they say, oh, actually Rajesh is trying to make me laugh, even though I'm a bit sad today, or even though I'm a bit angry with work or angry with life. He is trying to make me laugh. And so for that reason, all of these things, people like to laugh, and I think people appreciate me trying to help them to laugh. I do my best to make people laugh when I can. Okay. Use these sort of phrases if you can, considering the fact that that's a useful one to, for general things, not just for this, but for anything. Considering the fact that people tend to hate traffic jams, one of the things the government could do is you can shoehorn this into anything. And remember, I'm going to say something, so be prepared to listen to me. We haven't heard this before by many students, and all it is a discourse marker that says, well, now listen carefully, I'm going to say something important. Okay? I can only hope that my attempts to, now this could be anything as well, I can only hope that my attempts to pass the IELTS exam are successful, because it's going to give me a chance to really progress in my life. And I'll do my best to, another nice phrase to use, I always do my best to, I will always do my best to, and whatever the verb phrase after that you choose. Okay, let's carry on. And do you think it's important for people to laugh?
Yes, laughing can decrease the stress and makes.
Okay, so now she's now using laughing as a gerund. It's a verb with ing that starts the subject. So laughing can make people feel less stressed.
Decrease the stress and makes feel happy. So regarding laughing, as I get to know that laughing for 1 minute can increase the longevity around 1 second. So
okay, using some interesting words there. So he's mixing up some tricky grammar, not always perfect, but then uses words like longevity, which is a very uncommon English word, but perfectly acceptable in this context. The longevity of somebody is how long you live. I mean, it can be for other things like the longevity of a car. It's the length of the life of a car before it's too old to be driven. But in this case, he's using it as a human's life. Yes, I think laughter is very important because it can really de-stress, cause distress. What's the word I'm trying to think of? Sorry. Yes, I think laughter is very important. It's a way to de-stress and a way to be generally happier about life. And there's a lot of research that shows that the more you laugh, the longer you live, and the average longevity of people depends on how much laughter they have had throughout their lives. It's very important. It's a way to de-stress. So de-stress, and a way to be generally happy about life. And there's a lot of research that shows that the more you laugh, okay, here we go, the structure. So the more you laugh, the longer you live. The average longevity, I'm trying to put this word in, of people depends on how much laughter they have had through their lives. So have laughed, it's a bit weird, but how much laughter they have had, yeah. How much they have laughed. I'm just trying to use the noun form of laugh, so laughter. So I'm pushing it in there, but it fits just about. We can say laughter to have laughter, yeah. Throughout their lives. Okay. Better to say how much they have laughed. Throughout their lives. That's better. But remember, laughter is a useful thing. So laughing is important. Laughter is important. Okay.
If we can get love, we can increase our life expectancy too.
Okay, great. Life expectancy. So he's using some nice, good collocations. Sorry, be careful. That's an A, not an E. So nice collocations he's using. Rajesh is using here, so we can increase our life expectancy. Okay, longevity again. So he knows these words, which is good. His vocabulary is relatively okay. We just need to work on a bit of grammar and pronunciation. Okay, let's talk about birthdays now. Do you enjoy going to birthday parties?
As far as concerned, I till the date I never went to birthday. So
okay, as far as I'm concerned, birthdays are not so important. Growing up in my family, we never celebrated birthdays, and I think it's a cultural thing. There are, of course, some Nepali families who celebrate them all the time. Okay, so he used, as far as I'm concerned, so he's going to say, look, from my point of view, that's what I think he wanted to say here. Let's just listen to what he wanted to say here. Enjoy going to birthday parties?
as far as concerned, I till the date I never went to birthday. So
oh, I see. Okay. So as far as I'm concerned, I wouldn't say, as far as I'm concerned, I've never been to a birthday party. This is, I'm going to give my opinion. And that's why I have to say birthdays are not so important. Okay? I've never been to a birthday. You could say it here now. I've never been to a birthday. Actually been to a birthday party. And now we can start explaining why. So, as far as I'm concerned, birthdays are not so important. I've never actually been to a birthday party. Growing up in my family, we never celebrated birthdays, and I think it's a cultural thing. There are, of course, some Nepali families who celebrate them all the time, but we never did, and we referring to his family. Okay, right. So it's a cultural thing, cultural related to my family only, or maybe that part of Nepal. I don't know. I've never been to Nepal, so I don't know why Rajesh might not celebrate birthdays, but we'll maybe find out soon.
I have to say I didn't enjoy it because we have to do something good when we are living in this earth. So in my concern, I don't like to celebrate my own birthday, but if someone celebrated
Okay, so yeah, he's just to say. My main concern is living a good life and contributing to society as best I can, and I don't feel that the way to do it is to celebrate my birthday yearly. Okay, annually is better. My main concern, so what my focus on in my life is living a good life and contributing to society as best I can, as in the best way that I can. But this is a very common structure, so remember it, to contribute to society as best I can. And I don't feel that the way to do it is to celebrate my birthday annually. Okay, so yeah, he's focusing on, maybe it's about money, maybe celebrating birthdays does spend money or use up money. And so maybe for Rajesh, using that money to support poor people or to make sure other people around him are happier is better use of his money and time.
birthday, then I will enjoy that.
Okay, but he does give a concession, and a concession is when you say, "I don't do this, but I understand why other people do it." And sometimes we do use concessions in written, IELTS writing. You'll say, I don't believe, say for example, one of the topics is punishment in prison important, or should it be community service, like in Norway, for example, where they do a lot more community service than prison time. And you might say, I can understand why prison time is important for some people. That's concession. But I believe that community service under the supervision of somebody who can help people change their minds is better. So that's concession. So he's using concession here. Let's listen to it.
I don't like to celebrate my own birthday, but if someone celebrated my birthday, then I will enjoy that.
Oh, I see. Okay, so it is a type of concession. I don't personally celebrate my birthday, but if somebody wants to celebrate my birthday for me, then I will, of course, enjoy that and be very appreciative of the time and effort they've put into preparing a birthday party for me. Okay, I don't personally celebrate my birthday. If somebody wants to celebrate my birthday for me, then I will, of course, enjoy that. And be very appreciative, say thank you, of the time and effort, so appreciative of, okay, the time and effort they put into preparing, so put into preparing a birthday party for me, okay? So that is a type of concession. He's saying that, look, I don't celebrate them, but if somebody else does want to, fantastic, I will be very happy, okay? And in your country, how do people usually celebrate birthdays?
More often they celebrate birthday, but the birthday here in my country is just with family and friends, not a big like celebration as we see in the Western country. But yeah, people are celebrating nowadays their birthday too.
Okay, so it does suggest that in the old times, birthdays were not celebrated in Nepal, or at least in his area of Nepal, but he uses the word nowadays. So nowadays, yes, now people do celebrate birthdays, and it only happens with family members, so not with, like he said, in the Western Hemisphere. And so use of the word Western Hemisphere, I think he said that, Western Hemisphere, let's just check. So very advanced English there for that one.
In the Western country?
Western countries. Okay, so Okay, so Western Hemisphere, a hemisphere is half of the Earth, so Eastern Hemisphere, Western Hemisphere, and that East and West is usually divided around where Turkey is. So the east of Turkey is technically the Asia part, so Eastern Hemisphere, and then the west of Turkey and everything, all the other countries that way, is the Western Hemisphere. And we talk about the West now, as in America and South America, well, especially America and North America, Canada, and then Western Europe and Central Europe, and then the Eastern Hemisphere, the East, going, from, say, for example, Azerbaijan all the way down to Japan. Okay, and so he's talking about the people in the West. So the people in the West tend to have big birthday parties that include family and friends, rather than in Nepal, where traditionally people didn't celebrate birthdays, but nowadays they do, and it's only with family. Okay, good.
But yeah, people are celebrating nowadays their birthday too.
And which birthdays are considered the most important in your country?
When people are having their small ages birthday, not less than around 10 years, then they enjoy more of celebrating, because in the
Small ages, so young ages. Okay. Adults in Nepal don't tend to celebrate birthdays that much, but children under the age of 10 do have birthday parties more and more these days. Under the age of 10, let's write it out full, tend to have birthday parties more and more these days. Okay, suggesting a change or a shift in culture. Okay. Let's just finish this and then we'll go on.
ages, they are happy with the small things. So yeah, regarding their small ages, they are enjoying having birthday. Then they are in the adolescence or in the adult stage.
Okay, I didn't catch those last few words, sorry.
Enjoying having birthday, then they are in the adolescence or in the adult stage.
No. Okay, so we're going to have problems with pronunciation, I think, Rajesh, unfortunately. We have to enunciate those last 4 words there. I couldn't catch them. Okay, now, as you can see now that we've got a topic that comes up. The topics are random when the examiner is looking at it. He's got a page of questions, and once he's started on a particular set of questions, he tends not to move away from that. However, this is a good example of where Rajesh has never been to a birthday party. In his culture, birthday parties are not celebrated, but he's done quite well at explaining that although we don't celebrate this, I can understand why people do. Although most adults don't celebrate these things, if somebody's held a birthday party for me, I wouldn't be offended in any way. In fact, I would enjoy it. I would be very thankful and appreciative of it. So he's doing quite well with dealing with a topic that is not necessarily one that he's comfortable with, or one that he's thought about a lot. So this is a good way of dealing with it. Just be aware of those pronunciation issues. Okay, now I'm going to give. Okay, so describe an idea you had for improving something at work or college. So luckily he is a college lecturer. So this is, even though the birthday party was a bit of a tricky one for him, this is giving him a chance to catch up, because he's lucky he's got something that he can talk about. And you should say when and where you had your idea, what your idea was, who you told about your idea. And I think this is a bit of a tricky one. I think who you told about your idea. Yeah, okay, that's fine, yeah. And explain why you thought your idea would make an improvement. Okay, so let's listen to what he says. So don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yeah, when I study in the college during my plus two level, so at the time I get depressed due to the bulky books.
So the +2 level must be a type of different level system in Nepal, and he got depressed because of the bulky books. Nice word. Bulky means big, thick, heavy books that he had to carry to and from home to the college and back again. Probably very expensive as well. You don't want to leave them at in your locker or in your place where you can keep them. So he would have to take them all the time. But to be depressed because of heavy books, let's see what he means by depressed. Is it just because they're heavy or because there was a lot to read? Let's have a look. If it's a lot to read, then I wouldn't use the word bulky. I would use the word like tome. A tome is a book that's really thick, heavy as well, but we use the word tome to talk about something that's really dry, not very exciting to read. These tomes that I had to read at college, that made me depressed. So, but let's see if it's because of physical weight or because of boredom.
Level. So at the time I get depressed due to the bulky books. So at the time my parents always motivated me and have a more career oriented guidance. So the idea I got from my parents is we have to be self motivated. We have to be purpose.
Okay, so now we're getting a bit of problem with cohesion. So this is the first column. So he's gone from talking about bulky books to feeling depressed, and then parents telling me to be motivated. And it's not clear, that passageway is not to go from that idea to next idea to the other idea it's not clear for me. And so Rajesh is going to battle a little bit here with the first column of the band descriptors. Let's see where he's going with this.
Guided on our own work, our path.
Let's just go back a little bit. So he's talking about his parents helping him to feel career orientated, which is a nice, great phrase. I have the feeling that he's got a few words that he's trying to push in there. So career orientated, it's somebody that, from when you start studying, you have to think, where is my goal? What is my goal in terms of my career? If I want to be a university lecturer, then I start preparing for that at this stage when I'm in first year university. That's career orientated. So everything I do is to get to that point in my life. Okay, let's carry on.
I got from my parents is we have to be self-motivated. We have to be purpose guided on our own work, our path. So when the students keep their self-motivation in same self-career path, so they will be headed for their future. So regarding that, when I was in intermediate or plus 2 level, so self-motivation is the key role for improving my college education level. So my parents did a great job for me, and I had a good path for that.
Okay, so my understanding, let's just write it down. I was taught from the first year of university to be career orientated and to be self-motivated, and that was all due to my parents' support and guidance. And okay, so that's basically what Rajesh has said so far, which, as you can see, does not answer this question at all. So he's used up almost a minute of time telling me this. Okay, and this is going to be a problem for him because it suggests that he doesn't quite understand the question, which I'm sure he does understand the question. It's just that he was getting a little bit confused, and then using bulky books. Obviously, not obviously, but there's a suggestion then in my mind that he's seen this collocation and go, well, let me try and put this in here. It makes no sense to me to have bulky books or depression even in this yet. That might come later, but okay, so let's see what else he can do.
In the past also, this motivation part leads me having my work experience also when I was doing as a college lecturer. So we have to motivate it and we have to trust on that this idea can lead and can change our theme, our mentality, and our prospectus very clearly and widely. In
Okay, so I think he's understood it as what is the best way, what is a good idea to be successful at college. Now, this is the problem. Here's the word had. Describe an idea that you had for improving something at work. So your idea, an idea you personally had, not your parents, okay, or not an idea about life. It's an idea you suddenly had to improve, and the key word here is improve. So Rajesh is not doing very well here in part 2. Let's see what else he says.
these self-motivating ideas also have a proper guidance for in the future career also. So I will keeping this idea further in my life, and these ideas help me to have a proper guidance and proper care as I concern.
Thank you, Rajesh. Okay, so yeah, it's not as good as he could have done. I'm sure if he understood the question better, this would be an easy question for him, because there must have been something that he, an idea that he came up with that he wanted to try and implement in his work or in his college, but unfortunately he missed the idea of improving something and making things better. Okay, let's carry on. Do you often have good ideas?
Yeah, when I get depressed from my work, I really look the people who have not getting opportunity as like me. So during that time, I feel so glad, and I create that I have to do work and I have to do better for some people who are not having the situation like me. So
Okay. Okay, also not really understanding the question there. I am fully aware of how advantaged I have been in my life, and I do my best to help others to pull themselves up by their bootstraps and to get to reach their goals and aims in their personal lives. Okay, so if the question had been something like, what do you do to help others, then I'm fully aware of how advantaged I've been in my life, and I do my best to help others to pull themselves up by the bootstraps. This means sort of let me just look at the etymology of this 1 second. Okay, so this one actually means to pull yourself up without the help of other people. If you pull yourself up by your bootstraps, you literally lift your own foot up with your arms, which obviously is physically completely impossible, but that's the idea, is that you lifting up your foot with your hands and no one else is helping you. So this is an oxymoron. This is not possible to help other people to pull themselves up by the bootstraps, unless you mean help them without them realizing that you are helping them. So give them support, make money magically appear in their bank account at 3 o'clock in the morning, and they wake up and they see, oh, I've got some extra money. That might be a way to say it, but not letting them realize that you're helping them. So that possibly could work. And to reach their goals and aims in their personal lives. Okay, so this is basically what Rajesh was saying, but unfortunately still didn't answer the question, are you good at coming up with ideas yourself? And it's not really answering that question. All right, let's carry on.
yeah.
Thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay. Now, we have been talking about an idea that you had about improving something at your college, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, ideas and education mixed together. Some people think that education should be only about memorizing important ideas. Do you think it's only about memorization?
Education have to change the behavior, not just memorizing something. Okay, if you have some mark sheet or a certificate in your hand, it doesn't mean that you have some knowledge regarding that book. So you have.
Okay, so it doesn't mean that. That's a nice phrase. So just because you've got, I didn't hear the first word, but I did hear the word certificate in your hand, doesn't mean, just because it doesn't mean that you have knowledge about that subject. Okay? And he starts off with saying education is about changing people's minds or changing people's... Do you think it's only about memorization?
Education have to change the behavior, not just memorizing something.
Okay. Education is all about changing people's behavior, not just the memorization of something. Okay, changing people's behavior. All right, that's good. Let's carry on just a little bit more.
Mark sheet or a certificate in your hand, it doesn't mean that you have some knowledge regarding that book. So you have
Knowledge regarding that book, knowledge about that subject. Okay, so a certificate in your hand, this is an idiom, which means obviously passing, getting a degree, getting a diploma. So he's using an idiom here, which is good.
change your behavior regarding respecting someone or having loving someone or changing your society. So
okay, so he's talking about education is about changing people's behavior, loving, respecting, changing society. Okay, and this is about, so education, he says, is a way to help people to be more peaceful, to be more respectful of others, and peace and respect are actually very closely related, as we all know. If you respect somebody, you're going to be more peaceful towards them. If you don't respect them, you're going to be more aggressive. Okay.
education is not just having memorizing something. I am disagree with that.
So I am disagree. Remember, no. I disagree. Okay, it's a verb, and if I'm vehemently against it, I vehemently disagree with that. Now, vehement is another way to say in this context. So it's only used with disagree. You can look up the word with osdic.com and find out more words that collocate with the vehemently, but it's similar in this context too. Completely. Okay. Okay. And vehement without the ly. A vehement disagreement. It's. Let's look at the etymology. It's an interesting word, actually. Okay, from the dictionary, Longman Dictionary, vehement, showing strong feelings or opinions. So vehement opposition, vehement protests, and he vehemently denies or disagrees with the charges or something like that. So there it is as an adverb. And looking at the etymology, the history of the word, it comes from V-E-H comes from go, move, so vehicle, similar relationship. And if it's, I don't know why move, it must be moving as in making your emotions move. You go from, it's a bit it suggests that it's anger. So I vehemently disagree. I disagree so much that I feel a little bit of movement of anger in my body. Okay. All right, let's carry on. Spoke about it's not just about knowledge. It's about. Do you believe that students should be taught to come up with their own new ideas?
Yeah.
Why?
As in the 21st century, without creativity and self identity, no one can have their one real image in the society.
Okay, it's about deep self-identity. Okay, it's quite deep here. Let's just listen to it again one more time.
Self identity.
Why?
As in the 21st century, without creativity and self identity, no one can have their one real image in the society. So,
Image in the society. I'm not really sure what he means by that. In the 21st century, with so much information and what's that word? This bombardment of information. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So bombardment. Am I spelling it right? Bombardement. 1 second, please. Okay. There's no E there. This is bombing, the original word for bombing. So a bombardment of bombs is a dropping of thousands of bombs on a place. But we can have a bombardment of information. So there's so much information coming to us that we can't filter through. And so we could say...
yeah,
so
So
in the 21st century, with such a bombardment of information, creativity and self-identity is important to be. I'm not sure what he means by this word. Let's just
image in the society. So,
image in the society. I'm not sure what he means by this.
have their one real image in the society.
Maybe it means image in society. Maybe it means to be recognized in society. That people recognize you. So then I don't know why he mentions 21st century. I mean, I know I added this information. Let's take that up then. In the 21st century, creativity and self-identity is important to be important. Otherwise, let's say otherwise, you won't be recognized in society. Okay, maybe that's what he means. So having a feeling of self and appreciation of yourself, being creative, helps you to become recognized in society, and to once you've been recognized, then the ideas that you have in society will be listened to, and slowly but surely you can start changing society. I think that's what he's trying to say.
So yeah, when I enter in the class or in the college, I always motivate students to have their one creation regarding some theoretical knowledge. So
okay, and he's using nice phrases: theoretical knowledge, theoretical knowledge. Okay. My main aim in the classroom is to make sure that students have the skills and the ability to be as creative as possible with the theoretical knowledge that they have at their fingertips. So if you have something at your fingertips, it means it's available to you very quickly, right? So nowadays, with most people have got the internet connection, they have knowledge at their fingertips. They can literally type within 10 seconds they've got information about something. Certainly when I was growing up in the 1980s and 90s, if I wanted to have some information about something, I would have to go all the way to the library. And if you're living in a place which doesn't have access to libraries easily, that was almost impossible. You didn't have any information. So we're very, very lucky to be living in a place where we have knowledge at our fingertips through the use of the internet and a smartphone or a tablet or a PC or whatever it is that you're using right now. Okay, and so his main aim is to make sure that students have the skills and ability to be as creative as possible using the knowledge that they have at their fingertips. Okay, so that's good.
Students should be creative in having a self-identity regarding education and knowledge.
And I'm not sure what he means by self-identity now, why they should be creative with regards to their self-identity. So this one is a little bit confusing for me. Unless he means creative in their own right, creative, being creative, using their own ideas and not sharing, not even being creative as a group, but being creative individually. I think that's maybe what he means. I think teachers should help students to develop and share their own ideas.
Yes, teachers are the key guidance for the student. So teacher always should motivate by looking the more research scientists or so people who are more successful in the society.
So I think he said guiders, but we don't say guider, we say guides. So the teachers and lecturers and tutors are key guides. So key, very important. So the key word here, key word, important word. Key guide, important guide to students. Lecturers and tutors and teachers are the key guides to students, and it is their job to make sure that students are given the tools to improve themselves, to teach themselves using the knowledge that they have at their fingertips. And he used the word lecturers, tutors, lecturers, tutors, teachers, and other influential, I think he said, or something similar, people in society are the key guides. It's not a very strong collocation, so I don't want to force this on you. Let's just take that away. So are the guides to students, and it is their job to make sure that students are given the tools to improve themselves. Okay, so it's no good saying the teacher shouldn't always be the oracle. Oracle is the person that has all the knowledge. So a teacher should be teaching the students the same tools that he has, use of certain websites, use of certain books, how to teach yourself. And there it is, to teach themselves using the knowledge that they have at their fingertips. So modern teachers now are not always oracles, or not supposed to be oracles. They're supposed to be sharing their, not knowledge, but their tools and tips and techniques to help them teach themselves. Okay. Let's just go back. I think he said influential people, but let's just have a look at this.
By looking the more research scientists or so people who are more successful in the society.
Okay, influential people who are influential in society. That's good. Who are successful in society. Both of them can work there. Research assistants, people who are doing research. They can all help and guide others, not just students, people in general, guide them to improve themselves.
And with them, they have to be compared, so that if you do such kind of activity now, you will be more proper successful like the person you have in the society or in the country. So yeah.
I'm not sure what he means by compare. Compare to what? Compare to who? Let's just listen again.
With them, they have to be compared, so that if you do such kind of activity now, you will be more proper successful like the person you have in the society or in a country. So
Okay, so if you as a student do your best to follow in their footsteps, then there's a good chance that you yourself will end up being successful later on in life. Okay, so follow in their footsteps, perhaps that's what he means. So if you as a student do your best to follow in their footsteps, their meaning the successful people, the people who have made it, then there's a good chance that you yourself, okay, I wouldn't use this in written English, but it is a way to emphasize in spoken English that you yourself will end up being successful later on in life. And remember, end up means in the end, without necessarily planning, but arriving there. So you are planning, so let's change this to you will end up, you will become. Let's take away, because end up suggests it's no real plan. You will become successful later on in life. Okay? That means in the future. Another way to say it, later on in life, in the future.
like such a activity, we can motivate student to be more creative and we have more on their identity.
Okay. Okay. This own identity comes in. If I understand it correctly, people need to learn to have their own identity and not just to be like sheep and follow what everyone else says. It's important to have your own points of view and to express them when it's necessary. Okay, so be like sheep. So sheep, obviously a fluffy animal with the wool, and they tend to follow everybody else, all the other sheep. So if one main sheep is going that way, then all the other sheep go. So it's the idiom to say just to follow what everyone else is doing instead of thinking yourself, okay, does this make sense? Is this really a good idea? Everyone else says it is, but is it really? And start to break it down and think for yourself. So I think that's what he might be meaning. So not just creativity, but having your own identity and not just be like sheep and follow what everyone else says. Let's not say says, does. So follow what everyone else does. Listen to what everyone else says. It's important to have your own points of view, your own viewpoints, and to express them when necessary. It's important, actually, to have your own point of view, but when somebody says something, you'll say, actually, think about this. Does that make sense? Listen to what I have to say. And to express them when it's necessary. It's a little bit of a risk to you. You might get shunned. Shunned, that means when you get shunned, it means a large group of us, not a large group, but a number of people in a society might say, well, I'm not talking to him now because he or she has got this idea and we don't agree with it, so we're going to shun them. And it can happen in families too. You might be shunned by your family for marrying somebody that they don't agree with. You might be shunned for saying something that they don't agree with. You might be shunned for doing something they don't agree with. Okay, and so having your own identity can result in you being shunned, but a strong and brave person will overcome that and say what they really think and feel. Now let's move on to talking about ideas in a general workplace, not in education. Do you think that employers should encourage their workers to, even if their workers are low-level workers, do you think they should encourage them to give their opinion about how to improve the company?
Yeah, as far as I know, any job is not a low level. So
As far as I know. Now this is saying from the knowledge that I have. So this is not about knowledge, this is about opinion. So as far as I let's use the same one as we had before. As far as I'm concerned, okay, there is no such a thing as a low-level worker. There is no such thing as a low-level worker. Everybody contributes to a company in some way. Even if you are supposedly a low-level worker, just cleaning the rubbish and taking it down, you're still an integral part of the business. If you didn't do your job, the rubbish would pile up all over the office and it would look disgusting. Okay. So, as far as I'm concerned, there is no such thing as a low-level worker. Okay.
Yeah, as far as I know, any job is not a low level. So every job have their own importance and respect. So
Sorry, my mistake. The integral part of the business. I've just seen it there. Sorry. So everybody deserves respect.
Job have their own importance and respect. So yeah, without having a low-level job, also that employer cannot complete their own tender or their own work. So
Every job should be respected. Every job should be treated with respect, because even the most so-called low-level jobs are important to keep a business functioning. So should be respected. Every job should be treated with respect, similar meaning, because even the most so-called low-level jobs, so we use this to say, I don't think this is the case, but you've used this word or you've used this phrase, so I'm going to put this in front. So the so-called low-level jobs are important to keep a business functioning. And some people actually use the inverted commas. So if I'm speaking directly to an examiner, I could say, even the most low-level jobs are important, low-level jobs, but we prefer to use so-called if it's in written English, because, well, I can also use inverted commas as well, I suppose. But so-called is a nice way to say the same thing.
everyone should get respect if he or she want respect. So without
If he wants respect, well, everyone will want respect. So everyone should be respected, even if they personally don't feel they deserve that respect. It is true that some people, depending on their job, they might say, well, I'm only the guy that cleans the office, so don't respect me. So maybe that's what he means. Everyone should be respected, even if they personally don't feel they deserve that respect. You should still say, I respect you and I thank you for doing this menial work. Menial from the word man, hand, Latin. So menial work is just not using your brain so much, but using your physical body to move things. So even if they're doing the most menial work, the most basic menial work, they should still be respected, because they are helping you to do your job. Even if you're a computer program in a very fancy restaurant, if you've got a rubbish bin full of stinky coffee grinds and an old banana peel, your life would be more difficult if that started piling up, and the smell and the stink. So somebody cleaning the rubbish bin, thank you very much. You're doing, you need to be respected.
having the proper guidance, proper respect, and regular timing conversation, employer cannot have success.
Okay, and so you're talking about the employer in general, so the whole thing won't be successful, not just that individual person, but the entire company won't be successful unless everybody, even the people who are doing the menial work, pulls together in the same direction. The company will flounder unless everybody, even those who are doing the most menial jobs, pull in the same direction and respect each other. Okay, to flounder is just before you drown. So it's an idiomatic idea. So the water, when you're in the water and you can't swim properly, or you've been swimming for a long time and you're far away from the land, you end up getting pain in your muscles, and that starts to flounder. And that's when you're doing like this, and lifeguards on beaches will be taught to look out for people who are floundering. It's a special type of movement where you can't really hold your body up above the water. So a company that's floundering, it's almost going to go bankrupt. So the company will flounder unless everybody, even those who are doing the most menial jobs, pull in the same direction. So that's another idiom. You're focusing on the same goal for your company, for your job, and everyone's working together, and they respect each other, and they all work together to solve this task. Okay. Some people seem to dislike ideas simply because they are new. Why do you think that is?
Just being a new or just being a virgin in something, some work, it doesn't mean that they don't have the knowledge regarding such field. So
okay, so here Rajesh has misunderstood me. He thinks that I mean new employee. So let's look at a way to answer that question better. Simply because an idea is new does not mean that it is a good idea. Change for the sake of change is not a good way to look at things. Let's just finish it there for the time being. Okay, change for the sake of change is a nice phrase to remember. So some people, they say, well, change is good, therefore let's change. Well, no, change to what? If that secondary idea that you've got is worse than what we have already, then obviously change is bad. So simply because an idea is new does not mean that it's a good idea. Change for the sake of change is not a good way to do things. Okay. So he's introducing this person, whoever, not Rajesh in this case, but this person is saying, look, new ideas are not necessarily good. However, it's not good enough to say, oh, it's a new idea, therefore I am not going to listen to it. There are people who feel this way, and it's not the way to move forward in business. It's not good enough to say, no, I've used this. If I was writing this out, it would look like this. Actually, I would have a colon here. Notice the way I used it in spoken, the way I do it in spoken, it's as if somebody actually said this. Now, I wouldn't recommend doing this, and I've just done it because I didn't think about answering this question, but it's not, it doesn't show off your highest level of English to say. And it's good enough to say, oh, it's a good idea, therefore I'm going to listen to it. I'm not going to listen to it. You could do it, but it's not ideal. What more can I say about this? Let me come back to this, okay? We'll try and do another one later for another question. Therefore, I'm not going to listen to it. There are people who feel this way, and it's not the way to move forward in business. Okay, so I must admit I didn't really think about how to answer that question before I did this, but let's look at another question, and we'll try to avoid doing this later on, and we'll see what we can do. But let's let Rajesh finish this. So remember, Rajesh has now thought that this is about a person who's new, coming into a job and giving ideas. He misunderstood the question.
they don't have the knowledge regarding such field. So we should not hinder or we should not discourage such people. We have to motivate, and such motivation can boost his knowledge and boost his power, so that they can have great impact in the future, and they can do a good job regarding such perspectives.
Prospects. Lots of great words here, just putting them into prospects. I'll try and... So all of that, hinder, discourage. So he basically said that we should not discourage... Let's use hinder later. We should not discourage people who are brand new to a company from making... Let's do it. We'll come back to these. Try and remember all of them. I'm going to just speak them, try and use them out. We should not discourage people who have just joined a company from making suggestions, because in the long run, listening to them is going to end up giving them a boost to their confidence and motivation, and in the end, they may end up having a positive impact on a company, which will result in the company's prospects improving. Okay, so some great words here. We'll come back to hinder later. Some great words from Rajesh here. So we should not discourage people who have just joined a company from making suggestions. Okay, so even though they're new, have just joined the company, they should still be encouraged to make these suggestions, because in the long run, that means over a long period of time, listening to them is going to end up giving them a boost to their confidence. So you say, okay, well, that's an interesting point. Thank you very much. And their motivation. And in the end, so finally, they will end up having a positive impact on the company. So if you give them confidence, you make them feel that they've contributed, and giving them that motivation to carry on doing what they do, then they will have a positive impact on the company, and it will result in the company's prospects improving. Prospects is possible future situations. Okay, so we've managed to use all of Rajesh's words here, just in a slightly better cohesive way. Hinder is, he tried to use hinder at the beginning, but it's more about discourage. It's a better word. If I hinder something, I prevent it from progressing or improving. So the improvements to the building were hindered by bad weather. So you can imagine that a construction company is trying to make improvements to a building, but there was bad weather for 3 or 4 weeks, so it was delayed, prevented from moving forward, hindered. Okay, good, Rajesh. Let's carry on. And do you think it's difficult for somebody who's very new to a company to feel free to share their opinions? Okay, so in part 3, the examiner is allowed to ask questions that are related to what have been said. I've taken into account the fact that Rajesh didn't completely understand that first question, or the question just before this one. So I've tailor-made a question specific to what he understood, to give him a chance to have one final question to bring up his grade, if possible. Let's have a look.
Yes, it is somehow difficult for the new one, but if they have if someone have patience and have more struggling part, then ultimately there is no failure in the life.
Okay.
They have to be self-motivated one.
So nice word there, ultimately. So in the end, ultimately, they will... I'm not sure what he meant there. Ultimately, they would have... Let's just have a look at this word as well.
Failure in the life. Have more struggling part, then ultimately there is no failure in the life.
Oh, no failure. Oh, okay. It's getting quite Taoist here. So, deep thinking. Okay.
They have to be self-motivated one.
They have to be self-motivated. No need to put one at the end. So let's just look at the word passion. 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 Piación. No, just passion. Okay. It's a sh sound. So do you think people, the original question was, do you think new people are nervous about speaking their mind when they first start in a company, and why do you think that is? Ultimately, we all make mistakes, but those mistakes should not be seen as failures. They are opportunities for us to learn and to move forward. And for that reason, I think people should always be encouraged to give opinions, even if they may be shunned initially by someone or a group of people for their points of view. Because in the end, if those ideas are sound, they will be listened to, and the person making them will be seen as a pioneer. Okay, ultimately we all make mistakes, but those mistakes should not be seen as failures. They are opportunities for us to learn and to move forward. And for that reason, I think people should be encouraged to give opinions, even if they may be shunned initially by, remember I said shunned as a group of people, for their points of view, for their viewpoints, for their opinions. Because in the end, if those ideas, those opinions, those ideas are sound, now in this case sound means good, not related to voice or noise. So if those ideas are good, they will be listened to eventually, after a long time. In the end, that means in a long time, in the end, if those ideas are good, they will be listened to, and the person who made them, the person making them, right at the beginning, even if it's 30 years before, they'll be seen as a pioneer. A pioneer is somebody that goes, traditionally it's somebody that would go, be the first person to go and explore a place. So there are pioneers who went to the moon, pioneers who went to the South Pole and the North Pole, pioneers who climbed Mount Everest. And those people are the first people to do it. So you can be seen as a pioneer, not just for physical movements like climbing Mount Everest, but also as a pioneer for the way you think and different ways of thinking. Okay. Now, this is a little bit, let's see. Let's just make this a bit more space. So, okay. So, even if they may be shunned initially by a group of people who might say, "Oh no, you can't say that," all right? Now, this is what I did before by using trying to say it in as if it was in inverted commas with an actual quote. So they may be, let's just do it like that. They may be shunned initially by a group of people who might say, "Oh no, you can't say that." Now, I said let's try and avoid this. So if we wanted to say something similar, we would have to use something called reported speech. And reported speech is something like who might say, who might not say, but say disagree, and instead of "oh no," so we use disagree, who might disagree, and instead of "you," they would say disagree and just 1 second. Okay, and reject the idea on the basis that you can't say that, wouldn't work. So on the basis that you on the basis that, you can't say that, wouldn't work here, so we can say something like, on the basis that we society doesn't agree with that. Okay, so on the basis that, so reject an idea on the basis that. So you could say it something like that. This needs a little bit of practice. I, as a native speaker, am sometimes told off by people who are better speakers than me and say, look, you use too much of these little embedded quotes in there. So be careful, because I know I'm guilty of it, but we are trying to avoid this more informal way of speaking and a more formal structure that we focus on. So just something to bear in mind. Okay, now let's go and have a look at Rajesh's band score. Okay, so let's have a look at these here. So let's start with fluency and coherence. And here, as we knew, Rajesh does have some problem with fluency and coherence. Fluency, not so much, it's the coherence, so that's making things fit together and making sense. So apparently, especially in part 2, he was really battling a bit. So they lose coherence at times due to occasional repetition. It's not because of repetition and self-correction. It's much stronger. It's can I respond without modes? No, it's not a 4. He's fine. He's fluency is not an issue so much. It's the coherence. Okay, so there's not much coherence here. So his flow of speech is fine. It's not about overuse of connective. He doesn't actually use that very many, but it's not overused. Okay, well, it's lose coherence because of that. No, it's this is a 5 for him here in this fluency. Certainly not a 4, but it's not good enough to be a 6 yet because of that difficulty in understanding or following his train of thought. Train of thought. Okay, it's difficult to follow that one idea to the next idea to the next idea, and it's not necessarily because of not using the correct connectives, but simply because I think he didn't really know what he was going to say. So it's not so much about a language issue as about being able to explain what he's really thinking, which brings it down to a 5. Okay. Lexical resource. Now this is an interesting one with people from the Indian subcontinent, and I don't mean India, I mean subcontinent. I mean Sri Lanka, India, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Nepal, Bhutan, places in that area. Something called code switching happens quite a lot. So they'll have a word that doesn't have a very easy way to translate into their own language, but it's a very, very well encapsulated in an English word. So you might hear Bangladesh, Bangladesh, Bangla, 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 and then suddenly intolerance, Bangla, Bangla, Bangla. So you'll hear an English word jump in, and usually a very difficult and long English word, because that word encapsulates the idea that that person is trying to say, and the listener understands that word because they've been hearing it as well. So it often happens in English, and it's obviously the situation here with Nepal. I've never been to Nepal, but I get the impression that there are some advanced English words that can be easily put into a Nepali conversation and everybody will be able to understand them. And so that is one of the reasons why the lexical resource for students who speak those languages in that area tends to be quite high, because they have quite advanced English even being used within their own language. So here we need idiomatic vocabulary. He did use one piece of idiomatic vocabulary, so that's fine, but it's not quite enough to bring it up to a 7. So here he's looking at a 6 for his lexical resource, because we would be looking at some idiomatic vocabulary more so than what he's produced here. Okay, but as you saw, a lot of quite advanced vocabulary coming through, but also substituted or balanced out by overuse of very basic words like happy. Okay. Now, grammatical range and accuracy, this is where we have problems, because there are a few complex structures, not very many, but they contain errors and they have comprehension problems. So this brings them down to a 5. And then pronunciation features, he does use quite good connected speech and weak forms, so that's good. Those are the features, use of these features. But there are individual words that reduces clarity, and they often cause difficulty for the listener. It's not as bad as a 4, because it's balanced out by the use of these weak forms, so that is a 5. So overall, we're looking at a 5 for Rajesh for this one. So he needs to work on slowing down. This would help a lot, slowing down. Getting those words like passion correct instead of passion, passion. Slowing down the more basic words. Obviously he needs to work on his grammar. So in this course he'll be getting the free grammar course, so he can work on that. And then this is more about practice, just practicing what you want to say. I don't think it's such a big problem because of his English so much as just not being prepared and not listening carefully to the question, because obviously not understanding the question as well brings his coherence down. And for that reason he's got an overall of 5. So if you have any questions, please let me know, and otherwise I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. This one is about connected speech. This is the final video of the 3 videos related to pronunciation that we're going to do on this course. This one is slightly related to the weak forms video, so I just want to recap from what we did last or 2 lessons ago about the weak forms. I'm going to give you a sentence and I would like you to identify the weak forms in the sentence. You can pause the video for however long you need, and then when you're ready, press play and we will do that exercise. So try to find the weak forms in this sentence. Okay, the weak forms, they are the words that have no meaning in and of themselves, the grammar words. Here's a weak form. Here's one, and here's one. Semi-weak forms we spoke about a little bit, like pronouns like I and he, but the grammar words are definitely these 3. And then the words that are pronounced strongly or stressed, I'll make in nice bold blue. In this case there are 2 verbs, know and lived, and then a noun, street. Okay, so the pronunciation, long sound here, shortish sound somewhere, something in the middle, and then just dots, let's say, like Morse code. If you know what Morse code is, that sort of technology that they used in the Second World War to communicate. Notice that this is 2 syllables, so we'll have 2 little dots. So listen to the sound. I didn't know he lived on the street. I didn't know he lived on the street. Okay, so in blue we're talking about the weak forms here. Forms here. Okay, but this video we're talking about connected speech. So let's make it into red here, and we're going to be talking about connected speech. So anything I do in red on this page will be about connected speech. Now what I'd like to do is go back to the sentence that we looked at in the weak forms video. Can you remember what that sentence was? You must have repeated it a few times. It was, he looked as if he was going to cry. Okay, now here it is. But over here, what I've done is I've made or converted the sentence into phonemic script. Now, as I said, you don't need to know these symbols, but this is just a visual representation of the sounds that I would be using in that sentence. But what I'd like you to do is to focus on the t sound here, the s sound here, and the f sound here. What happens to those sounds when you say them in a normal speed in English? Okay, let's go to this program, Adobe Audition. I've slowed down that sentence by about 300%, and I want you to listen for the t sound of looked, the sound of as, and the f sound of if. Looks as if, yes. And I want you to notice where those sounds have ended up in the sentence. Okay, so listen carefully now.
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay. Do you notice again? You want to listen one more time? Where does the t, especially the t, it's easy to see, to hear that one. Where does it end up? Is it connected to look, or is it more connected to as?
He looked as if he was going to cry.
Okay. What's that little thing there?
As if.
Oops. That little thing there is the t of looked. Looked. It's very light. Looked. But notice that that whole sentence, that whole bit there is the word look. So all of that's there. All the sound, the time of that word is spent on this left-hand side of the diagram of the sound file. But then the t and the if, the t and the as, look, tas seems to work together. Tis. So if I just highlight this area up to here, listen to it. Tziffy, tziffy, he looked as if he was going to cry. That is the most common form of connected speech in English, and it happens in other languages. French is a classic example. The French language has a lot of this, but English as well, and it's partly related to being a stressed timed language. Okay, so let's have a look at this diagram. What happens here is that he stays the same, but looked as if he seems to join. The rest have remained generally this, well, they remained exactly the same. Can you work out the rule? What is the rule that says that the t should join to the is, the s should join to the if, and the f should join to the he? Think about it. Got the idea? Look at this little thing here. That is a vowel sound. Here is a vowel sound. So if there's a vowel sound, in this case it's the schwa because it's weak form, the t, or the final consonant of the previous word, joins to the next word. I'm not saying if there's a full stop in a new sentence or a comma, of course it doesn't join in that case, but if it's single phrase, that's what happens in English. So it becomes look, t, z, fi. Now some of you might say, hang on, that's not a vowel. He is not a vowel. But remember, we said that he, or I, the pronouns, are sort of semi-weak forms. And in semi-weak forms, the h sound becomes a lot weaker than usual. And often what happens then is that the previous consonant sound joins to that. And so we have he looked tziffy, tziffy, tziffy. Okay? Connected speech. Now let's have a look at the connected speech in this sentence. Now that you know the rule, the final consonant sound of the previous word joins to the vowel sound on the next word. can you find the connected speech in this first sentence? There's only one. Lived on. Is there another one though? Because remember, he is a weak form. So there's only one definite one, we can be sure. Lived on the street, lived on the street, and then how he. Now, that's the most common form of connected speech, joining the final consonant to the next vowel sound. But there are actually two more examples of connected speech in this sentence. The first one here is here. Remember, the K of no is silent, so we can just safely remove that. But this sound, ntn, is difficult. Remember, English is a lazy language, so this ntn sound is very strange. Didn't know. So what happens? The T is lost. Didn't know. I didn't know. The T is silent. And over here, look, two S's together. Is it this street? No, it's this street. This street. The S becomes longer. Okay, so now we've got, I didn't know he lived on the street. I didn't know he lived on the street. Why is this important? Well, obviously, if in the exam the actors or the voice actors in the listening are using connected speech, which of course they are, then you need to know these things. And if you can't produce them, you can't say them in your with your own voice, what's the problem? You can't hear it. Okay, let's move on to the next two examples. Let's start with this one. Can you try and find all the examples of connected speech in this case? Okay, so you can pause the video if you like, and then when you're ready, come and tell me where are all the connected speech examples in this sentence. Okay, so the same thing happening here. Didn't know, we can copy that. The T becomes silent, and of course K is already silent. So I don't know. That's why sometimes you might even see people write I don't know, because it's exactly the situation. The T becomes silent. So I don't know, they might remember, it's like gonna. You can't write that in the IELTS exam. You can certainly send a text message to a friend. I'm gonna be late. I don't know what time I'll be there. Okay. But that's what's happening there. Now, is there a connected speech here? Is how, where, when, who, are those weak forms? No, they're not. Those are very important words. How, I can make a whole sentence with how. I climbed over that tall fence. How? Question mark. That is a full sentence. That has a lot of meaning in it. Okay, so in this case, we do not say no how, no wow. I don't know how you put up with it. Okay, so certainly not in this case is the H silent or in any form weakened. Now this is another, it's a trick question related to weak forms, but I'll come back to that one. Okay, so weak forms, there's an issue here, but still, it still applies. Put up with it, and it's not the H, of course, it's that whole sound, which is the th sound, joins here. So put up with it, put up with it, put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. Now, let's go to the blue so we are sure. The blue is related to weak forms. So we change this arrow to blue. Where are the weak forms? try and pause the video and think about it. How many weak forms are there in this sentence? And remember, I said it's a trick question, so think about it. Okay, so here's a weak form, a true weak form, don't, fully weak form. Are there any others? There's the semi-weak, the pronoun I. Here's another one with it, semi-weak, and you. But are these weak forms, up and with? No, they are not. Why? Because they change the meaning of put. To put up with something is a phrasal verb, and it means to tolerate or to accept. So I don't know how you tolerate it. Somebody's annoying you and you remain very calm and happy and content with life, and your colleague says, oh, I don't know how you put up with that woman, she keeps annoying you. And you'll say, I put up with it because I have earphones and I can turn on the noise cancelling button and I actually don't hear anything. Okay, so put up with is a phrasal verb, and in these situations, up and with are never weak. They change the meaning of put. And I did say at the beginning of the weak forms video that I would give you an example of when this rule doesn't apply, and here it is. So I'm sorry it's come 2 videos later, but there it is. So I don't know how you put up with it. I don't know how you put up with it. Put up with. Okay. Last one. I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Which of these are weak forms? Let's keep it in blue. Only this one. Semi-weak, the pronouns I and you, and then everything else is very strong. So can't see you. Next is an adjective, so therefore it must have some sort of meaning in it, and of course weak is a noun, so these are weak and these are strong. So I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Okay, now what happens to the t sound here? We're back into connected speech, so we're in red. I can't see you next week. Listen to it. Can't. The T as well is silent because n, t, s together, nts, nts, difficult. Remember, lazy language. So the T becomes silent. I can't see. I can see you next week. I can. So I can see you. I can see you. But this one is can't. It's a long sound. So I can't see you next week. In American English, can and can't, it's very difficult to tell the difference if they are saying a positive sentence or a negative sentence with connected speech. You are fortunate that you get British pronunciation for this phrase because can and can't sound exactly the same, but can't, negative, and can, positive, are much easier to differentiate. Anyway, the T is silent, so it's I can't see you, and then next, oh, lazy language. Next week, the T again is dropped. I can't see you next week. I can't see you next week. Well, actually, I'm saying it with a T sound because I'm trying to be very clear, but it's actually, most people would say next week, next week, next week, next week. Okay, so that's connected speech. I'm going to give you a link so that you can look more at connected speech, because I know this video might go on a little bit longer if I could do all of the examples. This applies only to some students, so if you're a French student, this shouldn't be a difficulty because most of what I'm doing here in connected speech applies in your language. However, in Thai, for example, this is completely new, so therefore you need to do a bit more study. So I'm going to post a link in the resources section from BBC that deals specifically with connected speech and all the different forms, so that you can do your own research if you think you need to. Okay, so I think that's enough for connected speech. If you have any questions, go on to the discussion space on Reddit for this video, and I'm happy to help you out with any questions that you have. Remember, there are other students who are also doing this, who might have already gone through all the materials that I've provided, and they might be able to help you with some of your questions. So rely on other students, collaborate, ask me any questions on that, on the Reddit page or Reddit post, and we'll try and muddle through to get you the correct answers and the correct exercises that you need to do to improve your connected speech in English. Okay, welcome to video number 3 for the skills for speaking formally, and we're going to be looking at a little bit of grammar in the form of these complex structures. And I'm not going to overwhelm you with this, because there is an IELTS step-by-step mastering grammar course where you can do grammar till your heart's content. This is 3 basic things that I think would be beneficial for you for the speaking. And if you can't remember anything else, that's fine, as long as you can get these main 3 things right. Okay? So, very often it's ending a sentence with a comma, which is fantastic. I don't know, sorry, this image shouldn't be here for complex structures. I'm not sure how that ended up in complex structures, because that's related to discourse markers or signposters. But anyway, so we use this at the end of a sentence, and it's a relative clause, and it's basically, if I was writing it, it would have a comma, which is, and then an adjective, or which was, and then an adjective. So I can say, oh, let's do it. We'll have a look at it over here when you'll see it there. And then conditionals. So conditional structures, if, and then. These show off high-level complex structures. So if you can use the conditional if within your, especially part 3, that is going to show off your high level of English. And then what, who, and where. These are relative clauses, your relative pronouns. If you can use those in these complex structures, you're basically covering the main bases that will help you to get a good grade in the cohesion and coherence side of things, as well as the grammar side of things. But mainly cohesion and coherence. That's also, remember, that's the column number 2. Okay, adding emphasis is important. When I need to make it clear that I'm focusing on one particular thing, then we could use something like, it's important, adjective. It's important to remember that. It's difficult for some people to understand that. Okay, and this one here in the middle, what many people don't realize is that. Now all of these you'll see use a relative pronoun, in this case that. It doesn't always have to be that, but that's the safest one, because it's the most, let's say, the most versatile one. Okay, so you'll see how I add emphasis here. So let's have a look. The same question comes up from the first video. What is the best way to get accurate information about the weather? So let's listen and try to find these complex structures. So it's a good question, because I think, and there, I think the answer keeps changing. Technically, we can have the word that there. I think that the question keeps changing. Okay, and we take it out because the subject is new here. So it's a new subject. It's not the same as I. There's no relationship with I and the answer, so we can take away that quite safely. All right. I mean, I would say a digital service of some kind. So what I mean is, this could be written as the thing that. Let's use my pen for this one. Oops. The thing that. So what I mean is, the thing that I mean is, now of course in in English we don't say the thing that, we say what. But that, just by using what I mean is showing off a complex structure. And that's for clarification, if you remember. So I'm explaining what I mean. Something like app on your phone, but the question comes up as to which app is more reliable. There are so many out there, so the question comes up, which one is the most trustworthy? Sorry, I don't know how that ended up twice. Let's do it like that. Sorry. What happens to a lot of people, here it is, what happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities is that. So what happens? So now this is adding emphasis. So my emphasis is focusing on people planning outdoor activities. And the reason why we do this is to get the reader, or the listener in this case, ready to hear what the most important part is. So I'm listening and say, what happens to a lot of people planning outdoor activities, as a native speaker, my ear, my hearing pricks up, and I'm listening out for the next piece of information coming after is that. So I'm getting ready. This person is going to say something important, so I'm listening. They plan things based on dry weather predicted by what is a supposedly a reliable app, only to find that it's a complete washout. Okay, and there's only to find that. So adding emphasis like this, especially with this one, what many people don't realize, what a lot of people end up doing, what happens to a lot of people when they're trying to do this, is that. Okay. And if you want to see more of this structure, IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Grammar has a great whole course on adding emphasis, the whole section on adding emphasis using what, and also using this it's. Okay. And there we got it, which is fantastic. Here we got which is of course very frustrating. Okay, this is a very common thing to use in spoken English, and even if you're not au fait, if you're not completely clear on how to do this properly, then it is at least a chance for you to try and do this at the end of, not all the time, but at the end of certain sentences, to show off that you have some general idea of a relative clause, and you can get yourself, if you're stuck at around a 5, you can push yourself up to possibly a 6 if you can get even these basic things right. Like these ones here, maybe not conditional so much, but this one as well. Okay. And I mean, this happens all the time in a place like the UK where, so there's the relative clause, the place where the weather is so changeable, and of course it's important to get these things right. Okay, and there we've got, it's important to get these things right. I don't have to use in this case the word that like we did before, but that's still using some sort of emphasis. It's important to, and then the person who's listening is going, okay, what's that person going to say? Oh yes, get that correct, get it right. I mean, I think if and when, there we got the if coming in, the Weather Bureau can get the algorithms right, and if they can use supercomputers, then predictable weather will become a thing of the past. Okay. Right, so that's complex structures, and as I say, this course is specifically focusing on your skills in speaking in general. If you want to look at more complex structures, I strongly recommend you look at the IELTS Step-by-Step Mastering Grammar course. There's the entire last 5 or 6 sections are all about complex structures, and complex structures are what the examiners are listening for to get you beyond a 7. If you don't quite get the complex structures right, it's very unlikely that you can get beyond a 6.5. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Fat. And you can call me Sam if you want to.
Okay, thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Vietnam. Currently, I'm living in Ho Chi Minh City. It's located in the south of Vietnam.
Okay, thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification. So I'll pretend to look at your passports. Thank you very much. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I am currently studying at Foreign Trade University in Vietnam. And my major is accounting. I've been studying accounting for about 3 years, and I'm going to be a staff, and I'm going to work for Ernst and Young, which is a public accounting firm.
Okay, and why did you choose this subject?
Uh, Actually, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure about my hobby, and I'm not passionate about accounting. However, but I see a huge opportunity in this career, and I believe I can achieve my goals. My goal is to be a successful businessman.
Okay.
So I choose this subject.
Okay, thank you. Now, let's talk about health. Is it important to you to eat healthy food?
It is vitally important for my life, because if you have good health, you can do anything. For example, if you run every day about 2 kilometers, so you feel very happy or enthusiastic, and then you can have energy to do another thing, to like, for example, to do as assignment, or that's
Okay.
it.
If you catch a cold, what do you do to help you feel better?
If I got a cold,
Yes.
actually, I want to ask my mother, how can I cool how can I cope with this issue. But I think that I can't count on my private doctor to get an advice, which kind of drug, which kind of medicine can help me feel better.
Okay. Now let's talk about pets. Do you have a pet?
Although I love pets very much, but I do not own any pets so far.
And so what is your favorite animal to be a pet, in your opinion?
This is an interesting question. If I have a chance, I wish to have a dog, like my favorite pet, because I watched a movie about a dog, and then I am passionate about how to playing with another with animal dog, for example.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you will have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes. Yeah,
Okay.
absolutely.
So you can use your paper and pencil or pen now for making notes. And here is your topic. I would like you to describe an occasion when you had to wait a long time for someone or something to arrive. You should say who or what you were waiting for, how long you had to wait, and why you had to wait a long time.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
All right. Remember,
Yes.
you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay. To be frank with you, this was quite tricky question because I have a terrible memory for days, but I'm pretty sure it's what 1 month ago. This is my girlfriend. We were planning to go on a trip, but when I arriving at a bus station, she doesn't she didn't come with me because she told me that she explained to me that she had several some issues to need to deal with, and I I I was waiting for about almost 3 hours, and then uh, she and then I'm quite a bit hot temper because she has no show me a reasonable explanation. Uh, and then I told to her, if you uh, if you if you have something cannot tell me, just send me a test to just text me a message, and then I will forgive you. Okay, that's it.
Okay, thank you. Now, do you sometimes make other people wait?
Actually, I never make someone to wait for me because I'm on the way to be I am a responsible person, and I will on the way create a plan before doing anything.
Okay.
So
thank you. That's great. Now, in the real exam, I would ask for your paper and pencil back and the booklet back. Okay. We've been talking about a time when you had to wait a long time for someone, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the idea of arriving early. What kinds of situations should people always arrive early?
Oh, I get is if you have formal meeting, you should not arrive lately because this meeting should be concluded on time because anyone they have a little time to do anything, and then you should everyone should recognize that time is uh, time time is time is very valuable.
Okay.
So formal meeting, it should be everyone should be arrive early. Yeah.
Okay. How important is it to arrive on time in your country?
Although although my teacher told every student should go to on time, I can see very people they do not follow this rule, and I get is quite acceptable in this in my country.
Okay.
And but I think if this trend is not good for for our generation, and we should arrive on time or arrive earlier.
Okay. How do you think modern technology can help people to arrive on time?
As you know, COVID-19 is more and more getting bigger, and then on university in UK or USA, in the USA they allow to do online classes, and with with the development of technology, we we do not go to class physically. We just stay at home and connect the internet, and we can enjoy the class. So we do not we could not concern deeply with about the arrival on time. Indeed. Okay.
Okay. Now let's talk about being patient. What kinds of jobs require the most patience, do you think?
Because I'm studying in accounting, and I get is accountant is a job should be every accountant should be patient, because when you do with something calculating, you do with you work with number figures, and if you do not concentrate on this formula or focus on your task, it makes some it will lead to some error, and you will be your client will be they are not satisfied with your business.
Okay. Do you think there is a way to teach children to become more patient?
I think it is quite tricky. It is hard. It is quite. Actually, I'm not entirely sure which kind of method to educate young children to become more patient. But if their parent, their father and mother, they can learn how to talk with their children, so they can communicate effectively and efficiently.
Okay,
And
that's fine. Thank you very much. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, in this video we're going to be listening to a student called Phat. He's from Vietnam, his mother tongue Vietnamese, which is also a very, very distant language from English. In fact, there's no relationship whatsoever to English, like Chinese, like Thai, like Japanese. So there's no crutch that he can stand on, like, for example, someone who speaks Portuguese or French or Italian or any of the Germanic languages. Okay, so let's get started with this one. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My full name is Phat, and my you can call me Sam if you want to.
Okay, that's great. You can call me Sam if you want to. You are allowed to ask the examiner if you find that the examiner might find it difficult to say your name. You can say that, and it shows the conditional there. You can call me Sam if you want to. Perfectly correct English. Okay, just try and get it out less hesitantly. So you can call me Sam if you want to. Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from Vietnam. Currently, I'm living in Ho Chi Minh City. It's located in the south of Vietnam.
Okay, and there you can just simply say, which is located, okay, in the south. Okay, so similar problem that we had with Yi from China. That final consonant sound needs to be said in English. South, in the south of Vietnam. Okay, thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, So I'll pretend to look at your passports. Thank you very much. That's fine. Now, in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. So let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I am currently studying at Foreign University in Vietnam. And my major is accounting. I've been studying accounting for about 3 years, and
Okay, great. No, it's no problem. I've been studying accounting for about 3 years. Okay, good.
I'm going to be a staff and I'm going to work for Ernst and Young, which is a public accounting firm.
Okay, so I'm going to be a staff. I'm going to work for Ernst and Young. Okay, so this is a very difficult sound for Vietnamese, Thai, Chinese speakers. So Ernst and Young. It's a consonant cluster here, difficult for him. So try and get that right. I'm going to work for Ernst and Young as an accountant, I think he said. Okay, I'm going to be a staff. Well, we don't say a staff. We could say a staff member, but it's still a bit strange to be a staff to say I'm going to be a staff member at. It's used more in a technical way. So all the staff members need to arrive on time, etc. But I'm going to work for. That's fine. I'm going to be working for. I'm going to work for Ernst and Young as an accountant.
It's a public accounting firm.
Okay, which is a public accounting firm. Okay, which is a public accounting firm. Now, a firm is a company, and we often we don't say accounting company. The structure, the collocation with accounting comes with firm. So we have engineering firm, an accounting firm. So he's got that right, perfectly correct with the collocation there. And why did you choose this subject?
Actually, to be honest with you, I'm not entirely sure about my hobby, and I'm not passionate about accounting.
Okay. To be entirely honest with you, I'm not exactly passionate about accounting. It's not something that I would love to do in my free time, but, and then he's going to say something more. So he mentioned hobby, but obviously accounting would not be somebody's hobby. I suppose there are some strange people out there who would want to count things up as a hobby, and a hobby is something you do in your free time, right? But yeah, you could say it's not something I would like to do in my free time. Okay. So to be honest with you, that's great. So it's a filler to start him off. Gave him a little bit of time to think, and I'm not passionate about accounting. So passionate about really wanting to do it as much as possible. But he's going to start talking about his reasons for it anyway.
Accounting, however, but I
Okay, so however and but, so choose which one. But would be fine. However he uses, which is okay, but don't use both.
I see a huge opportunity in this career, and I believe I can achieve my goals. My goal is to be a successful businessman.
Okay, so very good. He is taking his time. He's getting some of those words are a bit tricky for him. Goal, that final L consonant of that. Successful. So a few of these words are a bit tricky for him, but at the very least, all his grammar is accurate. So it's pronunciation that's bringing him down a little bit here, but everything else he's doing well. And because of the pronunciation issues, his hesitation is coming through. So that's affecting the first column in the band descriptor. But I'm taking that into account as an examiner, and let's see what else he can produce. Okay.
So I choose this subject.
Okay, thanks. So I chose because you've already started studying, so it must be the past tense. So that's why I chose this subject. Okay. Now, let's talk about health. Is it important to you to eat healthy food?
It is vitally important for my life, because if you have good health, you can do anything. For example, if you run every day about 2 kilometers, so you feel very happy. Or
Okay, so that's good. He's trying his best here. If you run, so give an example, that's very important. For example, so he's backing up his point with an example, which is very important in the IELTS, so he's doing well here. If you run for 2 kilometers, okay, Americans will spell it with ERS, so that's okay, but we're in Britain now, so it's RES. If you run for 2 kilometers, and a lot of people say so after if. I know this is a influence of your native language, but we never use so in English after if. If you run for 2 kilometers, you can, and then he says something about being happy. For example, if you run for 2 kilometers, research shows that the release of endorphins in your body makes you feel happy, and those are released because of the exercising process. Okay, and I'm not expecting him to use these, but that is true, that if you do exercise, you will end up feeling happier. Feel happy, feel more content with your life. Okay, and this is written like that, but yeah. So if you're writing it, say for example in the listening exam, you would not write 2 kilometers, you just write 2 km like this. But if you're writing it, yeah, and even like that, technically we would say 2 if I'm writing it in an essay, and it would be better to write the whole thing out if it's in an essay, but in the listening or in the reading, when you just have to fill in a gap, 2 km is enough. You would still get the marks. All right, research shows that the release of endorphins in your body makes you feel happy, and those are released because of the exercising process. Okay.
Enthusiastic, and then you
enthusiastic. Yeah, poor fat. He's battling with this word. So let's break it down. Enthusiastic. Okay, and in Vietnamese that's probably 5 different words. So it is there's some very long words compared to Asian languages. In English and in Germanic languages, they can be quite long, as well as French, Latin-based languages. So it is tricky for him. So enthusiastic. And this is the stressed enthusiastic. Okay, but I'm not really sure why he's saying enthusiastic here. To feel enthusiastic. Okay, well, anyway, let's just look at it in a sentence. So I'm really enthusiastic about passing the IELTS with 7.5 or higher. So it's excited and interested in doing, and motivated. Okay, enthusiastic. An enthusiastic student. Enthusiastic student is a student that tries his best or her best, does all the homework, asks questions in class, shows interest in general. Okay, so interested, excited, etc. So I'm not sure if running makes you enthusiastic, but let's see what else he has to say.
Enthusiastic, and then you can have energy to do another thing to like, for example, to
Okay, so you can end up you're getting more energy in preparation for another task. Okay, fine.
example, to do as assignment, or okay. That's
Okay,
it.
okay. I find that if I do exercise before having to write an essay or an assignment or something for my university, I find it a lot easier to do the more boring task because I'm in a better mood after getting my heart pumping. Just trying to think of an idiom better than just doing exercise. So get your blood flowing, get your heart pumping. Getting my blood flowing. Okay. I find that if I do exercise before having to write an essay or an assignment or something for my university, that's better. So it is a lot easier. So I've already said I find. So it's a lot easier to do the more boring task because I'm in a better mood after getting my heart pumping, getting my blood flowing. Okay, pumping. All right, good. Let's carry on. If you catch a cold, what do you do to help you feel better?
If I got a cold,
Yes.
actually, I want to ask my mother.
Let's just see this. This is conditional. If I get a cold, if I got a cold, I will versus I would. Okay, so this one is hypothetical, suggesting that getting a cold, and remember, cold is it's a brief sickness for 3 or 4 days. You have a runny nose. It's not bad. It's just a situation that you have. So if you get a cold, don't get mixed up with cold as in not hot. Okay. So if I got a cold, this suggests that I don't often get a cold. So yeah, hypothetically, if I got a cold now, it's not usual, it's not common, but maybe, and then I would talk to my mother and ask her for remedies. But if you are somebody that gets colds regularly, then yeah, if I get a cold, I will ask my mother, and if it's very regular, it's usually when I get a cold, and I don't even use will. When I get a cold, I ask my mother for advice about how to. Okay, so this is like, it's going to happen within the next month or 2 months or 3 months because I'm susceptible to colds, especially in winter. Okay, right, so if he gets a cold,
Ask my mother, how can I cool how can I cope with this issue?
okay, I think he was trying to say cure. How can I cure this cold? Cure means to fix in terms of a sickness, and the sound is cure. And he then changed it to cope with, so that's a slight change to his he's fixed himself, cope with this issue, which is fine, to cope with, deal with. Okay, so he would ask her for let's just write what he said. I would ask, how can I cure this cold? Okay, now I've used this because he's made it into a question. How can I? But it's not a question. It's a statement. So now, can needs to go. How I can. So the can comes after. I would ask how I can cure this cold. So it's not a question. It's a normal statement, so it must follow the structure of a statement. If I got a cold, or when I get a cold, I ask. When I get a cold, if I get a cold, I will ask my mom how I can cure this cold. You don't have to say mother. It's not absolutely formal. My mom. It's fine. Okay. And so the word cure is a verb, but it's a cure for cancer. Okay, a cure for TB. So it can be a noun as well, and the word doesn't change, the spelling doesn't change, and the pronunciation is exactly the same. Whenever I get a cold, it is my mother who I turn to ask for remedies and cures, or at least ways to suppress the symptoms. So here we got whenever I get a cold. So this is meaning this happens to me regularly. And then I'm using clefting, my favorite thing to do, because it focuses on this, plus I get a chance to use a relative clause. So whenever I get a cold, it is my mother who I turn to. So I have options, and it's idiomatic to turn to somebody and say, you, I'd like to ask you a question. So it's my mother who I turn to ask for remedies and cures. So remedy and a cure are similar meaning, they are synonyms for the cold, but of course there are no such things as a cure for cold. Scientists have been looking for cures to colds for centuries, and there's no such thing, because the cold virus always changes every 3 or 4 months. It's a very rapidly evolving thing. So then what I mean is, or at least, again, at least is I'm fixing it, remember? So I don't actually mean cure and cold, because suddenly I remember that there's no such thing, cure and remedy, because I suddenly remember there's no such thing for a cold. So I'm changing it now, and I use at least, or at least ways to suppress the symptoms. The symptoms of cold are runny nose, sometimes a headache, swelling of the eyes and the face and the other parts. So hey mom, do you know any ways I can reduce or suppress the symptoms of this cold? And she'll say, oh yes, chicken broth, chicken soup, whatever. Everyone's got their own ways of dealing with it. Okay, let's go.
I think that I can't count on my private doctor to.
So he uses can't. I don't know why. I can't call on my private doctor. He's done this before. So can and can't. Can, I can call on him, but when we say it very quickly, it's can. So I can call on my private doctor, okay, and it's actually pronounced in quick spoken English in Britain, it's can. I can call my private doctor. In America, it can. It's also it's a eh sound, but also it is a weak form. So don't mix up with can't. Can't, obviously very different. And be aware that Americans won't say can't, they'll say can't. So can and can't. It's quite tricky for somebody who doesn't know the American accent to hear the difference between negative and positive, because the T is so silent. So can, can't. Sorry for anyone who is an American and doesn't like my accent, but I can't really do it. I'm just doing my best here. Okay, so I can call on my private doctor. So call on. Now bear in mind, when I call on somebody, it actually physically means I'm physically come to their door and knock on it. So I'll call in. I'll call on you. Sorry, yeah, I'll call in on you. Actually, that's true. At 9. So if your friend's at hospital, I'll call in on you at 9 tonight after work or something like that. So actually it's technically call in on, but call on, again, it has I'm sure I've heard call on meaning the same, physically go there with your body, but just simply call. I'll call my doctor and say, is there any way I can deal with this? Then that's different. Use a telephone. Okay, let's go.
Get an advice. Which kind of drug, which kind of medicine can help me feel better.
Okay, now let's talk about pets. Do you have a pet? Okay, so let's just, again, kind or type. Both of these words he wanted to try and use, but they are both of them, unfortunately, ending in consonant sounds, which he finds difficult. So kind, it's a consonant cluster, nd, which is difficult for many Asian speakers. Type might be better for him. So if you find, if you are from Vietnam or Thailand, especially Thai students really have difficulty with the consonant clusters, try simply to avoid using words that have consonant clusters at the end, like kind, when you have an option to use type. So which type, because it's almost always the same. Kind and type can be replaced. They're interchangeable. So just simply then use type, and the p sound is easier than the nd sound. Okay, so which type of medicine would be best for me? And now he also used which drugs would be best for me. In American English, drugs means medicine, but be aware that in Britain and Australia, drugs means illegal substances. Although most examiners would understand that you mean medicine, so it's not offensive. It's just that if you want to stick with one system, either British, go with British. If you're going to stick with American system, then stick with the American system, in which case drugs is correct. Advice, remember, uncountable. So I would ask him for some advice, or if you want to use it as a singular thing, a piece of advice. So I'd ask him for a piece of advice relating to which type of medicine would be best for me, which type of drugs, if you're American, would be best for me. Okay.
Although I love.
Okay, this is talking about pets. Sorry, let's just go back there.
Can help me feel better.
Okay, now let's talk about pets. Do you have a pet?
Although I love pets very much, but I do not.
Okay, so although I love pets very much, so great use of although, but then he adds but. We don't use but and although together, but I don't have any. Okay, pets, obviously animals that live in your house. So although I don't love pets, I love pets very much, take away but, I don't have any. Okay.
Any pets so far.
Okay, and pets. Remember, pest is like an insect or sometimes a rat type of animal that you don't want in your house. Okay, so pets versus pest. And pests is the plural. Cockroaches in your house, that's a pest that you spray to get rid of it. Okay.
Any pest so far.
So far, okay. So suggesting that he would like to have them one day, but right now he's too busy maybe studying. So far and yet. Okay. And so what is your favorite animal to be a pet, in your opinion?
This is an interesting question. If I have a chance, I wish to have a dog. Like
If I have a chance, suggesting that there is a good chance that he will do it. Maybe within the next 2 years he will get a dog, but more likely than not, he's in a situation, he's still studying. He's going to take some time, so that would be better. If I had a chance to get a pet, I would choose a dog. I would get a dog.
And I wish to have a dog. Like
okay, and I wish to. So if I had a chance to get a pet, I wish to have a dog. No, I would take a dog. I would buy a dog. Or adopt a dog from a shelter. And a shelter is some big cities, they'll have them. If there's a stray dog, they'll take the dog to the shelter, give it food for a few days, few weeks, and then if nobody adopts the dog, then unfortunately it gets put down. So yeah, all right, but we're using the second conditional. So if I had a chance to get a pet, I would buy or I would adopt. I wish to is quite formal. I wish to make a complaint. It's something more in written English. I wish to make a complaint about the recent service I received at your restaurant. Okay, and that's something that you would have in more written English. And it's another way to say I want to. Okay.
My favorite pet, because I watched a movie about a dog, and then
So I watched a movie about a dog.
I'm passionate about how to playing with another with animal dog, for example.
Okay, so I think he's battling a little bit here to explain. I don't know if he really did watch a movie, but I think he's using this chance to expand on his point of view. But remember that at some questions, it's okay if you don't speak for a long time. There is always extra questions on the examiner's sheet that he can go to. The only time is in part 2 when there's only one question. There you will have to just speak at length. But if you find that there's a question that is pretty dull or you just can't answer much, that's no problem. The examiner has another 10 questions to ask, and he will never say, okay, that's enough, you haven't answered my questions. Okay, so let's just answer that. So I would definitely choose a dog if I was given the chance to have a pet. I watched a movie recently where the main character is a man who develops a relationship with a dog over the years, and it's called Marley and Me, and the dog dies at the end, and it was a very moving film for me, and I just felt that I wouldn't mind being in his position myself. Okay, I was given the chance to have a pet. I watched a movie recently where the main character is a man who develops a relationship with a dog over the years, and it's called Marley and Me. It's the name of a film, and it's true, it is a film. And the dog dies at the end, and it's a very moving film. Moving meaning emotional. It was a moving film for me, so it must be past. It was a very moving film for me, and I just felt that I wouldn't mind being in his position myself. I felt that, I believed, I think that I wouldn't mind being in his position. I wouldn't mind being that man who developed a relationship with the dog over many years and watched it grow and etc. Okay? Right, let's carry on. Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to give... Okay, so describe an occasion when you had to wait a long time for someone or something to arrive. You should say who or what you're waiting for, how long you had to wait, and why you had to wait a long time, and then also explain how you felt about waiting a long time. Remember,
Yes.
you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Okay. To be frank with you, it was quite tricky question because I have a terrible memory for days, but I'm pretty sure it's got
Okay, because I have a terrible memory. I don't know what he means by 4 days. Okay, that's great. All that is perfectly good English. So let's just go back a little bit.
what 1 month ago. It's got I have a terrible memory for days, but I'm pretty sure it's got 1 month ago.
It's got 1 month ago. I'm not sure what he means. Anyway, I'm pretty sure this took place about 1 month ago. I was waiting for... Okay, I think that's what he means. I'm quite sure, I'm pretty sure, not quite. So I'm pretty sure this took place about 1 month ago. This happened about 1 month ago. And then he's going to tell us the story.
This is my girlfriend. We were planning to go on a trip, but when I arriving at a bus station.
Okay, so very good. He uses the past continuous to set the scene of the situation. So past continuous, was plus ing. We were planning to go on a trip, and I was waiting at the bus station for her to arrive. Okay, so very good use of the past continuous here, as well as I was waiting. So it's all background information to set the scene, and then he's going to start talking about specific things hopefully using the past simple. Let's see.
She doesn't come with me because she told me that she explained to me that she had several some issues to need to deal with.
Okay, so he went straight to the bus station waiting for her because he wasn't going to come. And he's trying hard to use the right correct past simple, occasionally correcting himself, which is affecting his hesitation. So the first column of the band descriptors, but it's better to correct yourself and then suffer on the hesitation side of things than the other way around and just speak without when you know you've made a mistake and just allowing that mistake to stay there. She didn't actually come with me because she explained to me that she had a number of things she had to deal with before we departed on the bus. So I went straight to the bus station without her. She explained to me that she had a number of things. She told me, you could say she told me. She explained to me, she told me, oops, not there. Told me that she had a number of things she had to deal with. We can say that if you want, but you don't need to. So she had a number of things that she had to deal with. So deal with problems, deal with situations before we departed, before we left on the bus. So I went straight to the bus station without her. Okay.
And I was waiting for about almost 3 hours.
Okay, I was waiting. I ended up waiting is better, even better, because remember, ended up is something you don't plan to do. It's just the way things are, the way life turned out. So I ended up waiting for more than 3 hours, or whatever it was, more than 3 hours for her. Okay.
And then she is and then I'm quite a bit hot temper because she has no show me a reasonable explanation.
Okay, so good try. Reasonable explanation is very good. Okay, and not show an explanation, but to have. So she didn't have to have. Let's just use it in the context of a sentence. I had been waiting for 3 hours by the time she finally showed up, and I must admit I was pretty hot-tempered by that time. She had no reasonable explanation as to why she was so late, and I suppose I just lost it. Okay, so here we have the past perfect continuous. So if you want to really show off, you're talking about a period of time pre-past, period of time before a specific time. That means when she showed up. So that's past simple there. And this is explaining the length of time before that past time. Here's the past ed. So I had been waiting for 3 hours by the time she finally showed up. Now to show up, this is a phrasal verb that means sort of just, oh, I'm here, with no apology, no explanation, just show up. So that's why I chose this word. It's got an underlying meaning of a little bit of disrespect if somebody just shows up and doesn't explain why they're there or why they took so long to arrive. And I must admit, so this is a nice phrase, say, to be frank, I must admit I was pretty hot-tempered by the time by that time. Okay. By that time, because hot-tempered, pretty angry, maybe shouting a little bit. I don't know, in Vietnam, maybe not acceptable to shout in public, but slightly raised voices. Where have you been? How long have you been waiting? She had no reasonable explanation. So there's the word had, but I've made it negative. So she had no reasonable explanation as to have no explanation as to why. Okay, so just remember this one. Why she was so late, and I suppose I just lost it. So to lose it is to get angry. And it can get even worse. In America, if you lose it, that means you literally start punching people. I suppose if you lose it in Japan, that means you say you are not a nice person. So it depends on cultures, but to lose it, it means to show your anger. Okay.
And then I told to her, if you have something cannot tell me, just send me a test to just text me a message, and then I will forgive you. Okay, that's it.
Okay. And I told her that if she was not able to come on time, at the very least she could have texted me or messaged me on WhatsApp or Viber that she would be late. To say that she would be late. Okay, this is a reported speech. So those in the IELTS step-by-step grammar course, you will have done this on, I think it's number 6 lecture or number 7. And I told her that if she was not able to come on time, at the very least, so at least, you've seen this before, that means I'm going to fix what I just said before, but this means the least you could do, at the very least, the most basic thing that you can do, she could have texted me or messaged me on WhatsApp or Viber or whatever is used in your country to say that she would be late. Okay. Right. Okay, thank you. Now, do you sometimes make other people wait? By the way, Fat was absolutely perfectly on time on 2 minutes. Usually I have to stop people. He was exactly at 2 minutes, so we went straight on to the follow-up question here. So do you sometimes have to make people wait? Listen.
Actually, I never make someone to wait for me.
Okay, so remember make always comes with make someone or make my brother or make whoever, and then just the verb wait, verb 0. Okay, and verb 0 means the one without the s, without ing, without ed, without all the other things. Okay, so make with wait. I never make someone wait.
Because I'm on the way to be I am a responsible person, and I will on the way create a plan before doing anything.
Okay.
So
Thank you. I'm not the type of person who likes to make people wait for me, or at least to keep people waiting for me. I've always got a plan in mind about what I'm going to be doing, and I will let people know about my plans so that no one gets left in the lurch. Okay, I'm not the type of person who likes to make people wait for me. Let's just use this. Who likes to keep people waiting. Take away for me. We can just say that. I'm not the type of person who likes to keep people waiting. It's not likes to, but makes. Yeah, let's just use it that, because it's it implies, if I say I like doing this, it means that I enjoy watching people wait because I'm important. So I'm not that type of person. There are some people who deliberately arrive late because they feel themselves to be more important than others. So let's use that. I'm not the type of person who likes to likes to keep people waiting. I've always got a plan in mind about what I'm going to do, going to be doing. Okay, this is the future continuous. So things that are definitely set in motion and I can't change. So I'm going to be doing this, and I will let people know about my plans so that no one gets left in the lurch. So to be left in the lurch, it's like, where am I? What am I supposed to do now? Do I wait for this person? Do I stay here? Do I try to text them? Do I go back home? So to be left in the lurch is a nice idiomatic phrase, but I must admit I don't know where the word lurch comes from. By itself, the word by itself, I don't think it even exists in English, but the phrase left in the lurch, it means, as I said, to not be sure what to do next. In fact, that's great. Now, in the real exam, I would ask for your paper and pencil back and the booklet back. Okay, we've been talking about a time when you had to wait a long time for someone, and I'd like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, the idea of arriving early. What kinds of situations should people always arrive early?
Oh, I get is if you have formal meeting.
I think he's meaning to say, I guess it would be when you have. So I guess it'd be when you have. So this is a very common phrase. I guess it'd be when. So try and use that. And it's okay to do it like this. I guess it'd be. I guess it'd be. I guess it'd be when you have a formal meeting. So that's a good way to do it. Just get it right if you're going to use it.
You should not arrive lately because
okay, obviously I'm sure he knows the problem here. You shouldn't arrive. Okay, don't forget the V there. Late. Okay, so late, obviously, opposite of early. Lately means recently. So lately I've been studying for the IELTS most of my time, whereas before I was studying my normal at school, whatever it was. So lately is different to late.
Because this meeting should be concluded on time because
okay, concluded. Nice use of the word concluded. Means finished. So less common English. So the meeting has to be concluded on time. So if it starts late, then it's going to clash with meetings that this person has after that, and then you are the person responsible for making the man or the woman go home 1.5 hours later than her original or his original plan. So being responsible.
Concluded on time because anyone they have a little time to do anything, and then you
anyone, you mean everyone? These days, let's just do it. I'm always. Oh, let's start again. I always make sure that I arrive on time because these days everyone has a limited time to get things done, and if a meeting concludes late for that person, it's going to clash with a meeting after that, and that puts out their schedule entirely, and it'll be down to me. Down to me means because of me. Entirely. Okay. I always make sure that I arrive on time, because these days everyone has a limited time to get things done, and if a meeting concludes late for that person, it's going to clash with the meeting after. Words. After that, okay, let's use that. After that, and that puts out his schedule, his or her schedule, and it would be, let's use it that way, and it would entirely be entirely down to me. Where do I put be? Let's put here, and it would be entirely down to me, meaning because of me. So his schedule would be out, put out his schedule, and it would be because of me, it would be down to me. Okay.
Everyone should recognize that time is very, very valuable.
Everyone should recognize that time is valuable. Okay. Nice use of the word recognize, understand, realize that time is valuable, especially these days where time is limited. Okay.
So, formal meeting, it should be everyone should be arrive early. Yeah.
Okay. How important? Okay, formal meetings should be everyone arrive early. So just bear in mind that we need informal meetings. Informal meetings, comma, everyone should arrive a bit earlier than the kick-off time, so that things can start on time. Kick-off time, idiomatic, the time when something starts, not only for football obviously and soccer, but to kick off the meeting. Who's going to kick off the meeting? Who's going to start talking? Okay. Is it to arrive on time in your country? Okay, sorry, let's go back to that question.
Early. Yeah.
Okay. How important is it to arrive on time in your country?
Although my teacher told every student should go to on time.
Okay.
I can see very people they do not follow this rule.
Okay. Although we were taught at school to do our best to arrive on time, I know that there are a lot of people who don't necessarily follow this rule. Okay, so he's using although, which is great. He didn't use but with although, so this is good. He's talking about his individual teacher, but be careful now. It's part 3 when you're talking about the general situation of your country, of your city, of people in your circle of knowledge. So I would try to avoid my teacher, but just say we were taught at school. We as in people in my class, or most people at school are taught this. So although we were taught at school to do our best to arrive on time, I know there are a lot of people who don't necessarily follow this rule. And this word here is it's a type of hedging. So you may have heard about when I say hedging. It's in the grammar course as well as in a writing course. So this sort of, it's another way to say always. So they don't always follow this rule. If I just take both necessarily and always out, there are people who don't follow this rule. It's a bit too general and too direct. So we prefer to use always or don't necessarily follow this rule. It means I don't know why we do it, but English prefers to hedge a little bit more than, say, a more direct language like Polish or Hungarian, where they won't use these hedging words, and we like to use them. For example, another one is some people can be rather annoying. Okay, now compare that to some people are annoying, and then this one, which is very direct, people are annoying. Okay, so that's the type of hedging there, and then an extra type of hedging can be found here. I can even take this out. So we've got 3 layers. Let's take this away of the hedge. So the last one is some people can be rather annoying, some people can be annoying, some people are annoying, people are annoying. Okay, and that's the maximum hedge with can be, rather, and some. And you can even add this sometimes, occasionally. Some people can be rather annoying. So, yeah, just the way English like to speak. They prefer to not be so direct and so general. Okay, and the same thing there. All right, let's carry on.
And I get is quite acceptable in this in my country.
Okay.
And but
okay, I guess it's because it's quite acceptable in Vietnam to arrive late. So I guess it's, well, I would guess technically. But often now when you speak, especially in America, you don't say I'd, just say I guess. But technically it's I would guess, I'd guess it's because.
I think is it if this trend is not good for for our generation, and we should arrive on time or arrive earlier.
I would say that in my parents' generation, arriving on time was quite important, but recent trends have shown that that social norm is starting to be forgotten, and more young people are happy to arrive later than originally planned. In my parents' generation, arriving on time was quite important, but recent trends have shown that the social norm is from normal, so what's most people do nowadays, the social norm is has shown that that social norm, so this is the relative clause, and that is referring to the thing. You could say this social norm is starting to be forgotten, and more young people are happy to arrive later than originally planned. Not happy, but not concerned, not worried, not concerned about. And then because this is now a preposition, I need to put this. They're not concerned about arriving later than originally planned. Okay. How do you think modern technology can help people to arrive on time?
As you know, COVID-19 is more and more getting bigger, and then on university in UK or USA, in the USA they allow to do online classes. And with the development of technology, we do not go to class physically. We just stay at home and connect the internet, and we can enjoy the class. So we do not we could not concern deeply with about the arrival on time. Indeed. Okay.
Okay. So a number of issues there. Let's just try and put that together. So, as you know, the COVID-19 pandemic is spreading, and because of that, universities in the UK and the US are increasingly teaching their classes online through the internet, which means that students are not forced to arrive at a particular time, because for the most part the lectures are not streamed live. So as you know, let's just say COVID-19, the COVID-19, not pandemic, because it's not a pandemic, doesn't spread. A pandemic is a thing, so virus, let's say. So as you know, the COVID-19 virus is spreading, and because of that, universities in the UK and the US are increasingly teaching, so more and more, teaching their classes online through the internet, which means that students are not forced to arrive at a particular time, because for the most part, for most of the lectures are not streamed live. That means they load up the video, the lecturer will load up the video, and if it's 3 o'clock in the morning for you when the lecture is going on in I don't know, New York, then you can watch that video when you wake up the next day at 7, 8 o'clock in the morning. Okay, so I think that's what he means. It's not exactly the question, the answer I was hoping for, because I was expecting to hear things about what, alarm clocks on our phones and things that remind us, pop-ups to say, by the way, your mother's birthday is today. Wish her happy birthday before 10 o'clock, otherwise she's going to murder you, etc., etc. So that's what I was expecting, but this is a good answer, because in a way we don't have to start thinking about time so much if we are students, because more and more lectures and things like that are we can choose when we want to read them and watch them. Sorry. Okay, now let's talk about being patient. What kinds of jobs require the most patience, do you think?
Because I'm studying in accounting, and I get is accountant is a job should be every accountant should be patient, because
Because I'm studying accounting, I am fully aware of how important patience is. Being an accountant means that you have to be willing to sit down for hours on end and look at nothing more than numbers and calculations and spreadsheets. So being an accountant, so here we can use the the gerund form, the ing form of the word. So being an accountant means you have to be willing to, be happy to, sit down for hours on end. Hours on end, it means for a very long time, and look at nothing more. So look at only numbers and calculations and spreadsheets on Excel. Okay. How important patience is. Okay.
Every accountant should be patient, because when you do with something calculating, you work with number figures, and if you do not concentrate on this formula, or focus on your task, it will lead to some error, and you will be, your client will be they are not satisfied with your business.
Okay. Accountants need to make sure that they are entirely focused on the task at hand, the numbers and the figures, etc. Because if you make even a tiny mistake, that can throw out your projections, and which would result in your client being rather frustrated and taking their business elsewhere. Focused on the task at hand, okay? So the task at hand are, what you need to do at that moment. The numbers and the figures, etc. So I say don't try to avoid etc., but I've just used it, so I suppose it's fine. And so on, just get used to it. Because if you make even a tiny mistake, that can throw out your projections, that can throw out your projections are future things. So maybe this accountant is planning a job. In my idea, the accountant is projecting the cost of a project in the future. Okay, so it could throw out. It means even a tiny mistake here will, in the result at the end, 3 or 4 or 5 weeks later, that tiny mistake there will result in a massive mistake later on. So that will throw out your projections, which would result in, the result is your client being, now ing here, because that would result in your client being frustrated. Here's hedging, rather frustrated, not angry, but a little bit angry, and taking their business elsewhere, going to another company and saying, look, you do this for me, because they couldn't do it properly. Okay. Do you think there is a way to teach children to become more patient?
I think it is quite tricky. It is hard. It's quite. Actually, I'm not entirely sure which kind of method to educate young children to become more patient.
Okay, so he took a long time to get that tiny piece of information out. My feeling is that Fatih has used a list of fillers that he knows he can use. But remember that the examiner is not just listening for things that you have memorized. He's listening for the way you can actually explain yourself. So I get the impression that he's got a list and he's going, okay, let's try and use that one, and then finally gets it out, and then finally give me some substance from that question. So be careful of just having a list of fillers, as I call them, and then not, at least if you're going to use them, make sure that they are absolutely fluent and they come out without hesitation. So let's choose one that's best.
Actually, I'm not in. It is quite tricky. It is hard. It's quite. Actually, I'm not entirely sure which kind of method to educate young children to become more patient. But
okay, finally. So actually, I'm not entirely sure what the best method would be to educate children about being more patient. Educate on. So educate children on being more patient. But, and he's going to explain, but he does have some ideas, so let's listen.
If their parent, their father and mother, they can learn how to talk with their children, so they can communicate effectively and efficiently.
Okay,
and then
that's fine. Okay, so I think it was a bit of a tricky question for Fat. Let's just try and get that a bit better. If parents were given the tools by the school and by experts on how to teach their children to become more patient, I think that would be a much better way of teaching kids than trying to do it at school. Also, it's always better to learn or to teach through example, at least. And so if the parents can be patient, then the child will be too. So if parents were given the tools by the school and by experts on how to teach the children to become more patient, I think that would be a much better way of teaching kids than trying to do it at school. Also, it's always better to learn or to teach by example. Notice I used at least because I said learn here first and I meant to say teach. So I can put it here if it doesn't take up too much. It shouldn't be at least, it should be at least. And then the person knows you mean you're fixing this and not less. So it's always better to teach by example. And so if parents can be patient themselves, then the child will be too. Okay? To teach by example. All right, and that's the end of Fat's listening. So let's have a look at how he did on the band descriptors. Okay, so here we'll have a look at fluency and coherence first. So it's between 5 and 6. He starts off quite well. I think he gets a little bit nervous by the time he gets to part 3, a bit more tricky, and I'm more leaning towards a 5 for this. So he uses repetition a lot, self-correction, rather slow speech, but he does keep going, so that's good. But he does overuse certain connectives, certain fillers. He overuses them. He tries his best to use them. And for example, the final question, he hardly answers it because he's using all those connectives, all those fillers that he's learned by rote. And so he produces simple speech fluently, but more complex communication causes fluency problems. So this more complex stuff, he finds it a bit more difficult. So this, unfortunately, is around a 5. But then when we get to lexical resource, he does better because he's able to discuss topics at length. There are some inappropriacies, but I do generally get what he's trying to say. And he has a wide enough vocabulary to do this, so that's good. Then we get to the grammatical range and accuracy. He does attempt to use complex structures. This says basic sentence forms, which is not true. He does use complex sentence structures like although and lots of conditionals if. So this is also closer to a 6 rather than a 5 here. There is some flexibility issues with it. As you know, there are still some problems with it, but he does use some complex structures. And they don't always cause comprehension problems. Just because he uses so after the if clause doesn't mean that I misunderstand what he's saying. So this is a 6. And then we get to to the final column, which is the pronunciation. And this is a tricky one for me because as a teacher, I've been listening to Thai and Vietnamese students for a long time, and I know the problems with the final consonant sounds. And so this is rather subjective, this one, I find for myself. I find it difficult. Some teachers would say this is a 5. Some teachers would say this is a 6. Not teachers, but examiners. Because if you are not used to the Thai accent, this is the Vietnamese accent, this is closer to a 5. If you are used to the South Asian accent, you might say this is a 6. So this is a mixture of 4 and 5. Let's just look at this. So 4 down here, mispronunciations are frequent and cause some difficulty for the listener, whereas this one is a mispronunciation of individual words reduces clarity at times. So individual words versus, it doesn't say individual words, it says over a whole sentence. So I'm more inclined to give it somewhere around a 6 here than a 5. And again, it would depend on where you do the IELTS. If you did the IELTS in Vietnam, where people hear Vietnamese pronunciation all the time, the likelihood of this being an issue is less. If you did the IELTS exam in America or in the UK, it might be it might be a 6. If you did it in Vietnam, it would be a 5. I think if you did it in Europe, where people are not used to that accent. So I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt. He is in Vietnam right now, so I'm going to give him a 6 over here, pretending he's done the IELTS in Vietnam itself. So there's a 6 for Fat on this one. Okay, if you have any questions, let me know. Otherwise, I'll see you in the next video. Now you've finished watching videos on connected speech, you've looked at the video on weak forms, and so therefore you are ready to go and pronounce perfectly the English language. Well, it's not so easy, is it? Because many of you speak what's called a syllable timed language. A classic example of that is Turkish or European Spanish, which is quite staccato, and each syllable has very similar length or stress per syllable. English, Danish especially, other Germanic languages are not syllable timed, they are stress timed. And so migrating from, especially if you speak Turkish, going from Turkish to English is particularly difficult, and it's going to bring down your pronunciation. This also applies to Far Eastern languages where they don't have stress-timed languages at all. Japanese is a little bit strange, it's something halfway in between. But with that exception, most Eastern languages do not even have the concept of a stress-timed language. So what can we do to solve that? Well, one thing we can do is actually listen to some English music, because especially certain bands, because certain English lyrics takes into account the fact that we've got a stressed timed structure, and therefore weak forms are very important. And one of the best bands to listen to for this are the Beatles, very well known band from the 60s and 70s. And if it's not too instrumental, they've got quite lyric heavy songs, some of them. Those are the ones that are going to be the best for you. So we're going to try the Yellow Submarine, and I'm going to give you another one later for you to do by yourself. But we're going to look at the Yellow Submarine, and I'm sure you know this song. It should be well known all over the world, and this is a classic example of a song that uses weak forms. And once you get the rhythm of this song and you get the tune in the song, it actually starts to help you to improve your pronunciation, as your connected speech and your weak forms in English. So let's give it a try. So what we'll do is we'll listen to the first stanza up here, and just listen to it, and then we'll come back and analyze it. Okay, so let's go. Okay, then we go to the chorus. So I know some of you want to listen to the chorus. I know some of you really like this song, but let's just have a look at it first, and then we'll go straight back in. Okay, so have a look at this. It's in the town. It's not in the town. It's in the town where I was born. The town. So I'm going to join these together, because this is the short, the weak form, and this is the strong form. We'll do the same over here. Whoops, just make it a little bit clearer. So that's the short and that's the long. In the town where I was born. Okay. In the town where I was born. Okay. Lived a man. We've got it over here. A short and then a long. A man who sailed to sea. To sea. Not to sea. To sea. So I want you to imagine it's almost written like this. To sea. Was born. Oops. And the town. And any one of you who have ever gone to a place called Yorkshire, which is in the northwest or central west of the UK, you'll hear that this is very pronounced. You can almost not even hear that. They won't even say the town, they just say town. Okay? Or town. To town. To town. Alright, let's carry on. And he told us of his life. Okay, so those are short there. In the land of submarines. Okay, so look at that. In the land of submarines. Now this technically would also be a weak form, but it's starting a stanza, so you're allowed to do this in music. In the land of submarines. But let's listen to it again. It might be short actually, now that I think about it. So we sailed up to the. So these are all short up to the sun, till we found a sea of green, and we lived beneath the waves in our yellow submarine. Okay, no change there. So let's listen to it again and notice how these become short. These are short syllables and these are long syllables. So let's go back again. So going back to the chorus now, we can see we all live in a yellow submarine. It's actually short like this. So we all live in a yellow submarine. Okay, same thing happening here. Short, short, long, short, long, short, long. We all live in a yellow submarine. Okay, so let's just carry on enjoying the song, and I want you to now start noticing not only the weak forms, which is what we're looking at now, but also the connected speech. I'll give you one clue over here. Live in a, there's one over there, in a. It's not in a, it's live na. So there's actually two. We all live in a, live na, live in a, live in a. And when you can get your connected speech and your weak forms together, it makes it much easier to sound like a native speaker. Okay, let's go back a little bit and let's enjoy them. Into the final chorus. Have a look at that beauties over there as we live a life of ease, life of ease. Great connected speech here. Every one of us, one of us, there's a long sound there, has all we need, so that's a short one, has all we need, so that's short and long. All we need is long and short over here, short over here. Sky of blue, sky of blue, sky of blue again, sea of green in our yellow submarine. Okay, let's finish it off. Okay, so who said learning IELTS is boring? Okay, so in the next section I'm going to show you another song. I'll give you the lyrics the same like this on the right hand side. This song is about a serial killer, so it's not all happy and go lucky, but it's also a beautiful song. And listen to the way the connected speech and the weak forms function in that song. Okay, science in the home. Science in the home. Joan was quizzical. Okay, quizzical. Right, but here's the weak form. In the home is longer. Night side, all nights, late nights, all alone with the test tube. Okay, listen to it one more time just to get used to it, and then you're going to do the rest by yourself. Okay, so the only time that they're using something called artistic license here, is here, wishing to avoid. You could hear she was, or he, sorry, was using a long version of to, but that's pretty much the only time from the beginning until here where they are using what's called artistic license. And that is why the Beatles are so famous, because they're able to use English so well to get the weak forms correctly placed in the song that carries on with the beat, and it doesn't sound like staccato. And so, yeah, the Beatles are world famous for this, one of these reasons. And there's only one mistake, even though that's not really a mistake, in this entire thing so far. Right, let's carry on. We'll just move it down so we can see the rest of it. And yeah, you can see it's all about a serial killer called Maxwell. He's a doctor, or he's studying to be a doctor, and he's ending up killing people with a hammer, which is lovely. Okay, let's carry on. Yeah, so we got to here, wishing to avoid. That's the only time it doesn't quite fit. Okay, so two songs from the Beatles, but there are many more. They're all available on YouTube. So if you come across a song by the Beatles that you find is particularly good for weak forms and connected speech practice, but particularly weak forms, because that's the biggest trouble people have in English going, especially from, as I said, certain languages like Turkish, like Spanish, like Italian, Brazilian, Portuguese, Chinese, Thai, and Korean. Going from those to English is tricky unless you can get these right, and you want to improve your pronunciation, because that's something that is going to affect 25% of your grade. Okay, so please, down in the comment section or on the Facebook step-by-step community page, if you find a great song from the Beatles or any other band that you find is useful to practice weak forms, please post it there. Okay, thank you very much, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to video number 4 related to the skills for speaking formally. And one thing that we're going to be looking at now is something called fillers. And fillers are very important, not only for you to get your mind ready to, well, give yourself time to allow your mind to think and then be ready to respond. But also for the listener, if you've got tons of information coming at you all the time, instead of giving them a chance to have a small breather, not necessarily complete silence, but words or fillers that don't really have much meaning to them, that also helps your listener to process the ideas that you're saying. So let's have a look at some of these fillers here. Right, so please don't overuse them. I know that I'm guilty of overusing the word which is what I just did there, right? So try and avoid using the but that's perfectly normal and acceptable to use them in English, okay? So often fillers are things we use when you're starting off a question. So somebody asks us a relatively tricky question and we need a little bit of time to think about what we're going to say, but silence is unacceptable because that's going to affect your fluency. So you use fillers like well. I think one thing we can do is, okay, and there's a filler. I think is also, it has no substance, it doesn't do anything, it's just a filler. And then you're using that emphasis. One thing we can do is, still has no substance to it, but it gives us 6 or 7 seconds to think about what we are going to say. Okay. So they often are, well, that's a good question. Please don't overuse this one. I hear students use it all the time and it starts to get frustrating to hear this too much. Now that's a topic I haven't really given much thought to, and this one is a classic one. It depends on the situation, it depends on the app, it depends on the person, it depends on the, okay, and then be aware that, however, if you do use this one as a filler, then you have to explain why it depends, okay. And then if you're halfway through giving your point and giving your reasons and explanations, then we could use things like I mean, or you know, or of course. And if it's coming towards the end and you still, especially part 2, when you still have things to say, but you don't want there to be silence, because when there's silence, it's awkward, it makes people feel uncomfortable, and the examiner might end up actually interrupting you there and asking you to speak more. So this one is where you could say, and okay, so what else could I say about this? Well, actually, there is one other thing I'd like to mention, and that is, okay, and now you've given yourself almost 10 seconds of time to speak, and that's out of 2 minutes. 10 seconds is quite a chunk of time, okay? And then these ones, when you've got an idea in your head, but it's not completely formed yet, you're not quite ready to launch in and give your reasons. And this is still halfway through. You could say, another thing that we do need to take into account is the fact that, wow, almost 12 seconds of nothingness, maybe not 12, but quite a long time, to really allow our brains to get ready to say what we want to say, okay? And this one might be, let me give you a quick example. So when I was 15 years old, I used to go to a school that, okay, and so you can use these to have a semi-formed idea, but be careful about using them if you have nothing ready to go. Because if you start saying, so let me give you a quick example, okay, obviously not good. So be careful of these semi-formed, the ones that are or halfway formed in your mind. Don't launch into them without having at least something there. Okay, so let's have a look at them. Maybe we can zoom up with these ones here. Right. So fillers. So there's the one. Well, I think that really depends on the situation. To be honest, I mean, when I was younger, I would have answered my friends this question for the simple reason that I saw my friends all the time. My friends are more interesting and exciting. That said, nowadays I'm married, so of course I enjoy spending time with my wife and my family, as in my brother and his kids, and my parents. I mean, they all live thousands of kilometers away from me. So now the answer would have to be family, since it's all about how much time we spend with each other. Okay, so we can take all of these out and you can see what happens over here. If you want to read that, you can pause the video I'm not going to read it back to you, but you can see the difference it makes. But what we are going to look at is this third one. Now this is taking away the fillers and taking away the discourse markers, and look at the difference. The main ideas are all the same, but see how more difficult it is to follow. So when I was younger, I would have answered my friends to this question. I saw my family all the time, and friends are more interesting and exciting by default. Nowadays I'm married. I enjoy spending time with my wife and my family, my brother and his kids and my parents. They all live thousands of kilometers away from me. Now the answer would have to be family. How much time do we spend with each other? The roles have been reversed. This is how some students talk. So there's great ideas here. The ideas are fine. It's helping the listener. That's the main thing. Discourse markers help the listener. Fillers give the listener a time to process each idea that's coming through, and also gives you time. Fillers are not only for the listener, but it's really important to make sure you use discourse markers or signposters and fillers together to make your spoken English a lot easier to follow, and your ideas easier to follow and to understand. Okay, so that is, that is the fillers, and I think that's all I need to say about that. So we'll see you in the last video after this one. Good day, my name is James Castleton. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My name is Ahmed.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from a small city in the north of my country, Egypt.
Thank you. In the real exam, I would ask to see your identification, your passport. I will pretend to look at it and say thank you. Okay, now in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work for school. I'm a math teacher. I've been working for almost 13 years.
And why did you choose this kind of work?
Actually, since I was a child, I used to solve a big problem, and my parents insisted to support me, encourage me to do this in the future. So I prefer to be a math teacher. I love to think more about how to solve the problem, how to do this in a good way. So I prefer to be a math teacher.
Okay. And what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
Actually, I wanted to complete my high study in mathematics because it's like a circle, one step after one step. So I insist on to do a high study in the future in the same field.
Okay. Now let's talk about names. How did your parents choose your name?
Actually, my name is a famous name in my country, and my family watched a film in the TV. The famous actor, his name is Imad, so they insisted to name me as Imad.
Is your name very common in your country?
Yes, it's very common in my country. This name means something even enjoyable, something optimistic.
Okay. If you could change your name, would you?
I didn't want to make a change in my name, but actually, when I traveled to another country, they couldn't pronounce it in a good way. But actually, it's okay.
Okay. Now let's talk about newspapers. How do you usually get your daily news?
Nowadays, I search on the internet about news because actually, we our government encourage us to do this on the internet instead of paper, because we wanted to protect our environment and to reduce paper nowadays. So I try to do this on the internet, and it's fantastic and cheaper than paper.
Do you often read newspapers?
Yes. Daily, I insist on to read something each day. So newspaper is the best thing for me. I prefer to do it regularly.
Do you think that international news is important?
So important nowadays, because uh, you should know more about countries, about scientific, about solution for a lot of problems, and to know current events in all of the world. So it's more important on all fields.
Okay. Now, I'm going to give you a topic, and I would like you to talk about it for 1 to 2 minutes. Before you talk, you will have 1 minute to think about what you are going to say, and you can make some notes if you wish. Do you understand?
Yes, I understand.
Okay, so use your paper and pencil or pen for making notes. And I'm going to give you your topic. It's going to come up on the screen. Okay, so I would like you to describe a TV documentary you watched that was particularly interesting. You should say what the documentary was about, why you decided to watch it, and what you learned during the documentary. All right, remember you have 1 to 2 minutes for this, so don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes, it's okay. I want to tell you about an important TV documentary which I watched before. Actually, I'm not a big fan of TV documentary, but actually this is something special because this program talked about how can we protect our environment, and especially it focus on extinction element and the planet. This is something important nowadays because I noticed that something like this happened in all of the world, and we noticed that the more we used our transport and pollution from it, it do something like CO2 or emission, and something like this do something harmful to our environment. This documentary TV talk more about how can you protect your environment, how can you participate in as as an individual, and what about the role of the government. First of all, they talk about how can you, as an individual, protect your environment. You could use general public transport and share to reduce the emission and the carbon dioxide. You wanted to protect your environment, you should participate in. And also something special about animals and extinction.
Okay, thank you, Imad. That's fine. If you could make a TV documentary, would you?
Yes, can you repeat it again, please?
If you could make a TV documentary yourself, would you?
Yes, I would like to do this if I could, because documentary TV is something focus on maybe a problem, maybe something in our life, something important in our life.
Okay.
So it's more useful.
Thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay, let's move on. we've been talking about an interesting TV documentary, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, different types of TV programs. What are the most popular kinds of TV programs in your country?
To be honest, there are a lot of TV documentary in my. There are a lot of TV series things in my country. Something talking about culture, entertainment, and sport, films, uh, theater. It's a variety of programs in my country. But for me, I prefer to watching films and in the evening, if I have enough time with my family, we wanted to watch a comedian or something like this.
Do you think there are too many reality TV shows on TV these days?
Actually, to be honest, I think a tech media program is increased rapidly nowadays. So I couldn't believe anything from media nowadays. Also, something special when we talk about on the internet, but especially from programs or news, I couldn't believe everything nowadays because fact, a huge number of fact news nowadays.
So you were talking about sometimes not believing everything on TV. Why do you think many people do believe what they hear on television?
People try to make it something like a reality because they encourage something like this maybe. Or if for example, if you want to make something real for you and you wanted to believe it, you will believe it. Sometimes people focus on something that he will win a prize, something like this. If he watches this program, and he believes that if he make a phone call to this channel, he will win.
Okay, now let's start talking about TV advertising. What types of products are most commonly advertised in your country on TV?
Nowadays, we notice that something like diminish advertising on TV because the rapid increase on the internet. But actually, nowadays, they mix some advertising about medical nowadays because our current event, coronavirus. So you notice that a huge number of advertising on the TV talking about masks and gloves and something like this. This is nowadays, but actually the majority of it talks about nutrition, diet, and lost weight, something like this.
Okay. Do you think that people pay attention to adverts on TV, or is it a waste of time?
Nowadays, I notice that the majority of people didn't take care about advertisement on TV and they wanted to turn over to another channel because it something like wasting our time and they didn't offer something new or something special for people. All of this talked about something special for any product for any company. And at the end, you notice that a majority of this advertisement talked about nutrition and products for children. Maybe it's harmful, so people didn't want to communicate with this advertisement and they enjoyed about what's on the internet.
Okay, thank you, Imad. That is the end of the speaking test. Okay, now we're going to be looking at a student called Imad. He is Egyptian, so his mother tongue is Arabic. Again, in no relation to any European languages, so very difficult for Arabic speakers to get English, to speak English without a lot of experience in English-speaking environments. So in this case, Imad does quite well. Egyptians tend to hear quite a lot of English generally compared to perhaps other North African countries, but there's still some issues that we need to deal with here with Imad. Okay, so let's have a look at what he is able to produce. Good day, my name is James Carlson. Can you tell me your full name, please?
My name is Ahmed.
Thank you. And can you tell me where you are from?
I'm from a small city in the north of my country, Egypt.
Thank you. In the real exam, okay, in the north of. Okay, and he said Egypt, okay, which is fine. My country, Egypt, that's great. Okay, this guy. I would ask to see your identification, your passport. I will pretend to look at it and say thank you. Okay, now in this first part, I'd like to ask you some questions about yourself. Let's talk about what you do. Do you work or are you a student?
I work for school. I'm a math teacher. I've been working.
Good. So I work for a school. That's fine. You can also work at a school. When we use for, we usually say, you know, I work for a company that produces. I work for the name of a company, but that's fine like this. But it's more common if I'm just talking about school in general. I work at a school. I work in a school. Some people might say that's fine, but it's okay like this. And he said, I'm a maths teacher. Good. Okay, with an S on here, mathematics teacher is British English. Americans will say a math teacher. There's no S in American English. And I've been working, he's about to tell us, so that's good.
I'm a math teacher. I've been working for almost 13 years.
I've been working for almost, I think he said 30 years, which, Imad, you look much younger than 50. Are you sure you mean 13 or 30 or 13? So it might be an issue. Some students have this problem. 30, the sound of the final consonant, final syllable is short. 30, 30. But if he means 13, the stress is on the second syllable and it's longer. 13. I've been working for almost 13 years. I don't know, maybe he's got some amazing good quality skin care there for somebody who's around 48, 50 years old. And why did you choose this kind of work?
Actually, since I was a child, I used to solve a big problem, and my parents insisted to support me, encourage me to do this in the future. So I.
Sorry, I just need to listen to that again. Since he was a child, he used to solve big problems.
Was a child.
Let's go back a little bit.
Actually, since I was a child, I used to solve a big problem, and my parents insisted to support me, encourage me to do this in the future. So.
Okay, so my parents supported me. Encouraged me to do this job in the future. So I'm not sure what he means by big problems. And since I was a child, it's unusual. Since I was a child, I have enjoyed, or enjoyed, let's do it like that. solving mathematical, to make it adjective, problems. Okay, so since, it's a period of time, since I was a child, I have enjoyed. If I'm talking about a past thing, a past habit that is no longer true, then I can use used to. But since I'm using the word since, because I'm using the word since here, it's talking about a period of time, so the only grammar I can use, the only tense I can use when I'm talking about a period of time until now is I have. Verb number 3, I have enjoyed solving maths problems, I've enjoyed working on mathematical difficulties, things like this. So let's look at it like this way. Sorry, just one second. Since I was... that's terrible. I don't know what's happening. Since I was a child, I've enjoyed working on mathematical problems and solving equations, and it was my parents who were the ones that encouraged me and pushed me and supported me to become a maths teacher. Okay, so I've enjoyed working on mathematical problems and solving equations. And now again, this clefting, you've seen me do this. It was my parents who, so the stress is on my parents. Again, here's the relative clause. It was my parents who were the ones that, so it's actually a double relative clause here. It was my parents who were the ones that, the ones in this case means the people that, I could say the people. So it was my parents who were the people that encouraged me and pushed me and supported me to become a maths teacher. Okay, and pushed me is similar to encouraged, but more idiomatic. And encourage technically, if you look at the etymology of the word encourage from the word courage. Okay, let's carry on a little bit back.
To support me, encouraging me to do this in the future. So I prefer to be a math teacher. I love to think more about how to solve the problem, how to do this in a good way.
Okay. I prefer to be a maths teacher. Now this is often an Arabic problem. People who speak Arabic think the word prefer is the same as I enjoy or I like or I want. But prefer is when I've got an option of 2 things or 3 things, but usually of a small group of things. So if somebody says, would you like tea or coffee? Oh, I would actually prefer coffee at the moment, please, to wake me up, or whatever it is. So we're not talking about an option here, we're just talking about why he enjoys being a maths teacher. So in this case, I like being a maths teacher for that reason. So I can solve these problems and tackle these problems in my mind. I like to I like to challenge myself mentally and tackle difficult mathematics problems along with my students. Okay, and so we don't need to say mathematics problems, we can say maths problems. So I like to challenge myself mentally and tackle, idiomatic meaning when you tackle something, the original meaning is to in rugby or football even, you tackle somebody, you take the ball, but you can also tackle something in your mind mentally, tackle a difficult problem like maths problems along with my students. That means I set a problem and we both work together, or all of us work together with my more gifted students, the students that are more intelligent with maths in the class, and sometimes we have maths club after class, and the 3 or 4 gifted students along with myself work on a difficult maths problem and trying to solve it together. Okay.
So I prefer to be a math teacher.
Okay, so I like to be a maths teacher. Okay, and what kind of work would you like to do in the future?
Actually, I wanted to complete my high study in mathematics because it's like a 30, one step after one step. So
okay, we got a little bit of Wi-Fi problems here, but it's okay. High study. I wanted to complete my high study in mathematics. Now it depends on what level, what university degree Imad has here. So if he's only got a bachelor's degree, then he would be talking about his master's degree. in mathematics or maths. However, if he's got a master's degree already, then we're talking about a PhD in a maths PhD or a PhD in mathematics. Okay, master's degree and PhD. So let's just try and listen to what he was saying there with the Wi-Fi issue.
I wanted to complete my high study in mathematics because it's like a circle, one step after one step. So I insist on to do a high study in the future.
Okay, I didn't quite catch that, but in the future I plan to do my PhD in mathematics. It's a step-by-step process, and I've made the necessary steps to get this far, and I'm reluctant to give up now. I want to take this final step and become a professor in mathematics. Okay, plan to do future thing. I plan to do my PhD in mathematics. It's a step-by-step process, so he did use that there, and I've made the necessary steps so to get this far. So let's assume he's in masters now, so that's a lot of steps to get to a master's degree, and I'm reluctant to give up now. So reluctant means I don't want to. I'm trying to avoid giving up now, because I've come this far, and it's only really one more step. It's a big step. PhD is a very difficult thing to do, but it's the highest you can get, or almost the highest. I suppose you could eventually become a professor. Let's say a doctor then, technically, because professor is the final step after that. So I'm reluctant to give up now, and I want to take the final step and become a doctor in mathematics. And then obviously once you've got a doctorate in mathematics, so a PhD can also be written, a doctorate in mathematics. So once I have a doctorate in mathematics, then you work within a university for a number of years, and you can eventually become a professor, which is obviously the highest you can get in academia. Okay, so maybe Imad one day will become have a doctorate, and maybe he'll become a professor in maths. Okay, now let's talk about names. How did your parents choose your name?
Actually, my name is a famous name in my country, and my family watched a film in the TV.
Okay, let's just talk about first the pronunciation. This is typical with students who speak a Semitic language. So this also applies to anyone who's from Somalia, type of Semitic language, and Hebrew to a certain extent. It's not watched, it's watched. Okay, so this applies to everything. I'm trying to think of one. Watched, landed. Okay, that's the one that's applied. So there are exceptions to this final ed sound. So this one here, when a plane takes off and it lands, the past tense of lands, it landed on the runway at 8:33 in the morning, right? And in this case, it's a id sound, landed. But every other time, it's either a t or d after it. So watched, listened, and you need to just what's easiest to say from your tongue. Watched is very difficult to say. Watched. It's much easier to say watched. So that's what we do in English. We say watched. What did I just say? I can't remember the word I just used. But the other one, whatever I said, it's much easier to say with a d at the end. Okay? And there are exceptions when it's the d sound or the t sound. So landed, there's a d, so I have to say d again because I can't say landed, obviously. And sighted. Some aliens were sighted on the highway just south of Chicago. So sighted. In that case, it's not sighted, obviously. Okay, so these are the exceptions, but other than that, it's just a d or t sound, whichever is easiest to say. Watched, watched. Okay, now famous name. I've got a famous name. Famous usually comes with a person. So there's a famous, not only a person, it could be a famous building as well, a famous footballer, a famous a car, or famous car. No. Anyway, the better one is well known, a well-known person. But for the name, it's a common name in my country. Imad in Egypt is a common name. A lot of people are called this.
The actor, the famous actor.
Okay, so my parents were watching a film or watched a film.
Watched a film in the TV. The actor, the famous actor, his name is Imad, so they insisted to name me as Imad.
They insist to, no. So if you want to use insist, that's fine. They insisted, past tense, on calling or naming me Imad. Okay, and so insist on. They insisted on calling me Imad. They insisted on naming me Imad. Okay, and so we have on here, and it must be ing form because this is a preposition. So calling, naming me. Okay, and to insist on, that suggests that there were other people in the family who said, no, don't not call him Imad, call him something else. And they said, no, we have decided. So it suggests that there was some pushback. Some people said, no, don't do that. If you want to use insist, that's what it means. Otherwise, more normally, you would say they wanted to call me Imad. They decided to call me Imad. Okay. Okay, and there we go. We've got the D there, and wanted, obviously. So wanted, and decided, and insisted. All of these ending in T or D. Therefore, it's id sounds at the end. Is your name very common in your country?
Yes, it's very common in my country.
Okay, try to use paraphrasing. So I've said, is your name very common in your country? And Imad replied, yes, it's very common in my country, which is fine, but it's not going to give you any points. So one of the things you'll see on the band descriptors is paraphrases effectively, and that's what they mean. So when I say, is it common? You say, oh yes, it's there's a large number of people who are called Imad, especially in the north, or especially whatever. Okay, so try to paraphrase rather than just copy exactly the question back to me.
This name means something even enjoyable, something optimistic.
Okay. Yes, the name Imad is very well known. You'll find that name throughout the land of Egypt, and etymologically it means full of joy, happiness. Sorry. And so if you want to really show off your English, etim means name, and the study of names, the study of the history of a word. I think, no, it's not name. Etim, I have to look at it, what the word itself means. But etymologically, we can say the history of the word, history of the name, means full of joy, happiness. He actually used the word something
Optimistic.
Okay, sorry. So I'm not. It means optimistic. Okay, and obviously this word means you expect things to be good in the future. So yes, the name is very well known. You'll find that name throughout the land of Egypt, throughout everywhere, and it means optimistic etymologically, or you can put that word at the beginning. If you look at the etymology of the word, of the name, it means something like optimistic. Okay, so yeah, you can really show off your high level of English if you can use that word in some way, if that sort of question comes up about your name. Okay, if you could change your name, would you?
I didn't want to make a change in my name, but actually,
so I don't want to make a change to my name. Now, the way Imad phrases this with the present simple suggests that I'm forcing him, that it's an option that is going to happen in the next, day, which obviously is not the case. I'm not asking him to change his name, so we need to use a hypothetical situation. So I wouldn't want to make a change to my name. I wouldn't want to change my name. Okay, I'm not asking him to do it, so it's hypothetical, and it's better to use the conditional. I wouldn't want to change my name if I was forced to. I still wouldn't like it. Okay.
when I traveled to another country, they couldn't pronounce it in a good way. But actually, it's okay.
I wouldn't want to change my name. I mean, if I traveled to another country and people couldn't pronounce it properly, then I might consider being called Adam or something that's easier for people in that country to say. But no, I'm quite happy with my name as it is. Okay, I wouldn't want to change my name. I mean, if I traveled, notice a double L if you're in Britain, single L for travel if you're in America, but let's stick with British. So if I traveled to another country and people couldn't pronounce it properly, pronounce it properly. In a good way is a very Arabic thing to say. If you come from Arabia, that's quite normal to say, pronounce it in a good way, in a bad way. But let's try and use the word properly rather than in a bad way or in a good way. So there's the negative. So if they couldn't pronounce it properly, then I might consider being called Adam or something that's easier for people in that country to say. But no, I'm quite happy with my name as it is, the way it is now. Okay. Right, let's carry on. Okay. Now let's talk about newspapers. How do you usually get your daily news?
Nowadays, I search on the internet about news because actually, our government.
Okay, so nowadays, search this is a typical. People who speak Arabic, they for some reason use this search about something. So it's not a strong collocation in English. We don't say search about something. And even search I wouldn't use in this case. Nowadays I tend to get my news from the internet, from social media sites like Facebook, and from things like Twitter as well. So we get our news from. Okay, and I tend to. It's hedging. We spoke about this before. I usually get my news. I tend to get my news from the internet, from social media sites like Facebook and from places like Twitter or platforms. That's what I wanted to say. So we have social media platforms like Facebook, Twitter, and others. Okay, so I get my news from.
Our government encourage us to do this on the internet instead of paper, because we
Okay, nice words here. Encourage. So the government, you can write it like that. Don't do it in formal writing, but that's what it means. If you see it written like that with a GVT, GOVT and a dot, that means government. So the government encourages us to. So don't forget the S, because it encourages us to read the news online rather than on paper. And we'll find out why, because for some reason
government encourage us to do this on the internet instead of paper, because we wanted to protect our environment and to reduce paper nowadays. So
okay, reduce paper. The government encourages us to get our news from the internet rather than paper newspapers, because they are concerned about the environment and they want to reduce paper consumption throughout the country. Okay, concerned about the environment, that's good, he did say that, that's fantastic. And they want to reduce paper consumption, not reduce paper, but the use of paper, because, well, I see what you mean, but it's just more common to say reduce paper consumption all over the country, or especially in the cities or whatever it is. Okay.
I try to do this on the internet, and it's fantastic and cheaper than paper.
Okay, it's fantastic and cheaper than buying. So cheaper than buying paper newspaper. Paper newspaper. Well, let's just say paper. So, and some people just say paper, sorry. In British English, a paper means a newspaper. Okay, good. Do you often read paper newspapers?
Yes. Daily, I insist on to read something each day. So newspaper is the best thing for me. I prefer to do it regularly.
When I get a chance, when I come across a paper newspaper, I do enjoy reading them. We do have one free newspaper if we live in, if we use the public transport system in my city, then often you get a free newspaper if you are traveling on that system. So yes, I enjoy getting my news and reading it while I'm traveling on the train. Okay, so when I get a chance, when I come across a paper newspaper, to come across something, it's not, so he's chosen not to buy it because he's just said before that he doesn't, it's cheaper to use to get stuff off the internet. And so he's talking about a daily situation. So when he comes across a newspaper, so if it's lying there from somebody else before, you might want to read it. Obviously now we're in COVID-19 situations, but say 1 year ago, people used to leave their newspapers there and other people would carry on reading it. I guess it doesn't work like that nowadays. So when I come across a paper, I do enjoy reading them. We do have, so this is, we usually use do when I'm making a question or a negative, but in this case we're using emphasis. We do have one free newspaper, so this emphasis suggests that I'm going to start talking more about this one free newspaper. And it's another way, instead of using clefting, I can say do. We do have one newspaper. If we live, sorry, if we, I know that he said he's not from Cairo, but I wonder if perhaps Cairo has something similar to this, like very large cities sometimes do have a free newspaper if you use the public transport system. So if we use the public transport system in my city, then okay, I don't know what's happening here. You can get a free newspaper if you're traveling on that system. So yes, I enjoy getting my news and reading it while I'm traveling on the train or the bus or whatever it is. That's certainly the case in many European countries. At least I don't know if that's true still now because of COVID-19, but up until certainly the beginning of this year, free newspapers handed out as you get onto the public transport system was quite common in many European cities. Okay. Do you think that international news is important?
So important nowadays because you should know more about countries, about scientific, about solution for a lot of problems, and to know current events in all of the world. So it's more important in all fields.
Okay, current events. Very nice words. It's important. Yes, I think working. Let's do it properly. Yes, I think that knowing what's going on throughout the world is very important. Current events throughout the world affect us all, and if we are able to keep up with what other countries are doing in terms of solutions to global problems, whether it be COVID-19 or environmental issues, is very important for everybody so that we can all benefit. Okay, so yes, I think to know what's going on, to know what's happening throughout the world is very important. Current events he used throughout the world affect us all, and if we are able to keep up with what other countries are doing in terms of, so in relation to solutions to global problems, and now I'm saying either it's COVID-19 or environmental issues, I'm giving examples, whether it be COVID-19 or environmental issues, is. Now this is the main verb of a very, very long sentence. If you're able to keep up with trying to find the subject now of my very long sentence. Current events, and if we are able to keep up with them. Okay, I've made a mistake. It is, so there we go. I've made it into a new clause. So if we're able to keep up with what other countries are doing, it is very important for everyone so that we can all benefit. I don't know why I've made it so complicated, but anyway, these are the important words here. So we can all benefit, whether it be COVID-19 or environmental issues. What Imad said here with his current events, that's a nice one, and affect us all, and to keep up with what other countries are doing in terms of, and then solutions to problems. Okay, all of that hopefully is useful for you. Right, let's carry on. Okay, now I'm going to give you a topic and I would like you to talk about it for one. Okay, so describe a TV documentary you watched that was particularly interesting. You should say what the documentary was about, why you decided to watch it, and what you learnt during the documentary, and also explain why it was particularly interesting. Let's listen to 2 minutes for this. So don't worry if I stop you. I will tell you when the time is up. Can you start speaking now, please?
Yes, it's okay. I want to tell you about an important TV documentary which I watched before, Actually, I'm not a big fan of TV documentary.
So just a little bit of pronunciation issues. Important. So I know this, the p sound for Arabic speakers can be very difficult. P and b, p and b. So b, the vibration happens here in the throat. P, p, p. There's no vibration. So important, important. Again, watched and before. So this one is not before, it's before, before. So that time, the B, it's a vibration on the throat, but P, there's no vibration. Okay.
TV documentary, which I watched before.
Okay, which I watched before. And then he admits to not being a big fan. He uses the word fan, which is great. Big fan of. So I'm not a big fan of TV documentaries with an S, because all of them, not just one.
Actually, I'm not a big fan of TV documentary, but actually this is something special, because this program talked about how can we protect our environment.
Okay. I must admit that I'm not a big fan of TV documentaries, but this one in particular I found fascinating, because it spoke about how we can solve environmental issues. Okay, so again, we've had this problem before. It's not a question, it's a statement. So it's not how can we, it's how we can. So it spoke about, that's fine. It focused on, let's use it, on how we can solve environmental issues. Okay. This one in particular I found fascinating. Okay, so he used it's a contrastive, so I'm not really a big fan, but this one I particularly found interesting, or I found this one particularly interesting, this one in particular I found interesting. All of them have similar meanings, because it spoke about, focused on how we can solve environmental issues. Let's carry on.
And especially it focus on extinction element and the planet. This is something.
Okay, so I didn't hear what extinction of animals on the planet did he say? So this word, I think that's what he said. I couldn't really catch it, but obviously that's the dying of an entire species, the extinction of the Amazonian river dolphin, for example. There's only about 70 of them left, or that little tiny dolphin off the coast of Mexico, there's only 7 of those left. So extinction, the eradication of entire species of animal.
Important nowadays, because I noticed that something like this happened in all of the world, and
these mass extinction events are happening more and more all over the world, and I'm not sure what else he's going to say, but they are happening. So this is talking about a process that is, especially with more and more. So when I use more and more, I'm using the ing form with be, are happening more and more all over the world. And mass extinction events, it's a strong collocation that's more and more common in modern English. It's like not just one species of frog that's dying, but 27 different species of frogs that are dying because of habitat destruction, because of global warming, because of less water, less rain in that area, whatever it is.
And we noticed that the more we used our transport and pollution from it, it do something like CO2 or emission and something like this.
Okay, so the more we use transport and manufacturing and those sort of things, the more CO2 is released as emissions into the atmosphere, which in turn increases the temperatures of the Earth. Okay, so the more, he's using this, the more we use public transport, we use transport, manufacturing, and those sorts of things, and then again the more, okay? The more CO2 is released as emissions into the atmosphere, which in turn, so in turn that means, so this thing then affects another thing, then affects another thing, and it's a vicious cycle, or, do you remember that word spiral? A downward spiral of the environment, of the planet, of the ecosystem that supports us as humans. So in turn is a useful phrase to remember in this case. So the release of carbon dioxide increases temperatures on Earth, and that in turn allows more carbon dioxide to be released, etc., into this negative, or this downward spiral. And just remember, the more in this case. So I have spoken about this more. The bigger, the better. This phrase means, if somebody says, should we build a monument to the 9/11 events in America in 2001, and somebody says the bigger the better. That means the larger the structure, the better it will be, and everyone will come, and it will be a tourist attraction. And so we can use it for adjectives. The bigger, it's a comparative, not comparative, superlative, yeah, comparative. So bigger the better, the more the merrier. You may have heard of that. The more the merrier. Merry is a very old English word for happy. So if somebody says, I'm having a party on Saturday, can my cousin come? And you say, of course, the more the merrier. The more people that come to the party, the happier the party will be, the better atmosphere it will be. So he's trying to use that there, Imad, but he forgot the second part, the more CO2 is, the more we use transport, the more, not public transport, private transport, the more private transport we use, the more CO2 is released into the atmosphere. Okay.
Do something harmful to our environment. Is this document
harmful to our environment? Okay, that's good. So harmful is a nice word.
Okay. TV talking more about how can you protect your environment? How?
Okay. This documentary talks about how we can protect our environment. Since he's talking about it in the past, so we'll just keep it that way. So again, be careful with this. It's not a question, it's a statement. So how we can protect our environment.
You participated in as an individual, and what about the role of the government?
Okay, so how can you participate? How can you participate in helping the environment as an individual and not just relying on the government to bring about change? Okay, that's very nice, Imad, some of these words here. So participate in helping the environment as an individual and not just rely on the government to bring about change. Okay, so, taking individual responsibility. Such as avoiding using plastics, trying to bring your own shopping bags made out of grass or made out of wood or whatever it is that modern, some environmentally friendly plastic bags, shopping bags, to avoid using plastic bags from the shop. So that's called individual responsibility when it comes to the environment. And if this is a very common topic that comes up in the IELTS, so it's worth knowing these type of words, individual responsibility, when it comes to, in relation to. Okay, let's carry on.
First of all, they talk about how can you, as an individual, protect your environment. You could use public transport and share to reduce the emission and the carbon dioxide. You wanted to protect your environment, you should participate in. And also,
okay, I hope you heard most of that. So you can, what can you do at an individual level? What can you do as an individual? Sorry, that's what he said. Individual. And he gives an example such as taking public transport, although I would like to have heard him using these discourse markers and signposters rather than just saying taking public transport or take public transport. So such as, remember, as is a preposition, so it must have ing, such as taking public transport and whatever else he said there.
Something special about animals and extinction.
Okay, thank you, Imad. That's fine. If you could make a TV documentary, would you?
Yes, can you repeat it again, please?
If you could make... Okay, that was good, that's fine. Can you repeat? It's not usual to say it. Can you repeat that again, please? Okay. A TV documentary yourself, would you?
Yes, I would like to do this if I could, because documentary TV is something focus on maybe a problem, maybe something in our life, something important in our life.
Okay.
So,
okay. So if I could, I would, which is great. That's basically what he said. If I could, I would. Nice second conditional. And then he gives a reason why. Because documentaries focus on things that are important in our lives, and I guess he would like to be able to help other people to make their lives better, make everyone's life better. Okay, let's go.
Please.
Thank you. Now, in the real exam, I would ask you for your booklet and paper and pencil back now. Okay, let's move on. We've been talking about an interesting TV documentary, and I would like to discuss with you one or two more general questions related to this. So let's consider, first of all, different types of TV programs. What are the most popular kinds of TV programs in your country?
To be honest, there are a lot of TV documentary in my. There are a lot of TV series things in my country. Something to talk about.
I think you said TV series. Okay, so yeah, a lot of TV series in my country.
Culture, entertainment, and
so culture related to culture, entertainment. Okay.
Sport, films, theater. It's a variety of programs in my country. But
okay, there is a variety of TV program in my country. That's fine. So he's giving lots of examples, but that doesn't show off your. I mean, it's great. That's fine, but it doesn't show off your grammar. You're just saying nouns: culture, entertainment, sport, film. That's not going to help you too much unless you're using less common words here. So just bear in mind that you don't have to come up with lots of ideas. You just need to show off your level of English. So that's fine as well. Now this one here, notice that British English will say programs, double MES, those of you who are thinking about the writing, and in America it's no problem to say programs without the M and the ES, but since we are in the UK at the moment, we'll keep it like that.
for me, I prefer to watching films.
Okay, yeah, so prefer watching films. Now he's allowed to use prefer because he's mentioned these different things. So of these things that he's mentioned, these 5 things, he prefers, I prefer watching films. Okay, not watching, prefer to watching, no. Okay, so yeah, let's carry on.
Watching films, and in the evening, if I have enough time with my family, we wanted to watch a comedian, something like this.
Okay, so listen to the sound of this word. It's not evening, it's evening. So in the evening, evenings 6 p.m. to around 9 p.m., maybe 10 p.m., let's say, and then it becomes nighttime. So evening is that sort of period of time when the sun has gone down. Okay, and we wanted to watch comedy. When I say this, it suggests that it's talking about an event that happened, that's really happening, but we're talking about an everyday occurrence. So in the evening, when I'm with my family, we enjoy watching comedies on the TV. I think that's enough. So it's simply present simple. This is a common occurrence that happens, and a comedy. So that's the plural. One of these is called a comedy with a Y over here. Okay, and we don't need to say comedy film. We don't need to say comedy movie. We just say a comedy, which means a film that's funny. Do you think there are too many reality TV shows on TV these days?
Actually, to be honest, I think a tech media program is increased rapidly nowadays. So
I'm not sure what Egyptian TV is like, media programs. So he might be talking about more news-related things where people come on and get interviewed by an interviewer, and he's saying that these type of reality TV shows might be are increasingly common on Egyptian TV. Let's see what else he says.
I don't believe anything from media nowadays.
Hang on, let me a second.
Is increased rapidly nowadays. So I couldn't believe anything from media nowadays. Also,
okay, so the number of talk shows and news programs where people are interviewed on the TV has rapidly increased in the last few years, and I do find it more and more difficult to believe what is expressed on TV. Okay, so it could be talk shows he's talking about. I don't know what he means by media shows, but talk shows. So there's 2 people, 3 people, 4 people talking, and there's an audience, and you listen, and it's usually political in some way. News programs where it's not just factual news, but they might have opinions of people who are invited to come on. You might even have opinions of people in the street. They go with a microphone and say, "What do you think about the situation?" It's just a random person, and the idea is to then slowly change your mind because it's a normal person expressing their opinion, a normal person like you. Well, sometimes you wonder whether it's really a normal person or an actor. Okay, and where these people are interviewed on the TV. So a number of talk shows. Okay, so here's the main sentence, the main, so here it is, the main subject, the number has increased. Okay, so that's why we have has here. So this shows off a very high level of English if you can do this, because this is qualifying, this of qualifies the number as well as this. This is a relative clause as well. news programs where people are interviewed on the TV has rapidly increased in the last few years, and I do find it, so again we're using the do here to emphasize, I think it is, I find it more and more difficult to believe what is said on TV, what is expressed on TV, the thing that is expressed on TV, because of, you've got to wonder, what is the agenda? You have to decide what is the agenda exactly of this news program. What are they trying to make me think? What are they trying to make me believe? Okay, let's carry on.
Something special when we talk about on the internet, but especially from programs or news, I couldn't believe everything nowadays.
Okay, so he's using I couldn't believe everything I hear. Now, when I use couldn't, it means a single event. I couldn't believe what she said to me. So that's a single event, but it's better because this is every day now. I can't believe everything I hear on the news. And even better would be I find it difficult to believe everything I hear on the news these days. Okay, good.
Fact, a huge number of fact news nowadays.
So you were talking about sometimes not. Okay, I didn't quite catch that word, but let's carry on. You're talking about not believing everything on TV. Why do you think many people do believe what they hear on television?
People try to make it something like a reality because they encourage something like this maybe. Or if you, for example, if you want to make something real for you and you want to believe it, you will believe it.
I see what he's saying. So it was a bit tricky to get there. People believe what they want to believe. If they hear something on television that confirms their beliefs, then they will be more likely to carry on watching that TV show. And if it all boils down to money, then advertisers are happy when there are more viewers watching that show. I'm injecting my own ideas here, I must admit, and we'll go back to what Imad's saying, but let's just look at that phrase. It all boils down to money. Who's making money? So to boil down to it's the essence, if we look at everything, what really is everybody wanting in this modern world? Unfortunately, it's money and power. So let's also put this and power. So if we look at what's the main reason for all of this, manipulation of our points of view, it boils down to money and power. So people believe what, yes, that's right. People believe what they want to believe. Okay, that's basically what Imad said. If they hear something on television that confirms their beliefs, so backs up, supports their beliefs, then they will be more likely to carry on, to continue watching that TV show. And if everything boils down to money and power, and money especially, then advertisers, the people who are happy to pay money for this TV show, are happy when there are more viewers watching the show, because the more viewers watching that show, the more likely they are to see this advert, to see this product. It could be that. Of course, I'm adding my own things here. We call this, if we're going very deep into this, and it's Imad's got some great ideas here, but it's called a hang on one second. Okay, an echo chamber. if you can use this phrase, if this sort of if this topic comes up. So an echo chamber is where everybody has an opinion and everybody else agrees with you in that. Chamber is another word for room. So I have an opinion, and that person right next to me in this echo chamber also has the same opinion. And an echo is when I shout something, the same sound that I shout comes back at me. Okay, so an echo, you can do it in a cave, you shout and the echo comes back. So that means I've got an opinion and everybody else has the same opinion, and it's like an echo. And some of the problems that you could talk about in this sort of question is Facebook. Facebook has these Facebook groups, and everybody agrees with each other in that particular topic. So those are echo chambers that don't allow anybody who's got a different opinion into that group, and more people are become set in their beliefs, set in their ways, and so these echo chambers are a problem in social media sites, especially Facebook, because they have this group system. And so you could really go deep into this question, why people enjoy believing watching what backs up their belief. Okay, so it's just a pity. Imad's got some great ideas here. It's just that the language level he's got here is finding it difficult to express these things.
If you, for example, if you want to make something real for you and you wanted to believe it, you will believe it. Sometimes the people.
Okay, so if you want to make something real or concrete in your mind, then you will believe it until it is concrete in your mind. It is true in your mind. So yeah.
Focus on something that he will win a prize, something like this. If he watches this program, and he believes that if he make a phone call to this channel, he will win.
Okay, and he's talking about winning prizes. So some people are so gullible that they will willingly phone into a program that charges them 30 Egyptian pounds per minute in the hope that they will win some prize from that TV show, when they should really know that there are another million other Egyptians doing exactly the same thing at that time, and the chances of them winning are extremely slim. Okay, so some people are so gullible, that means they believe things easily, that they will willingly, happily, without any worry, phone into a program. So you phone into a talk show, you wait on the line, and then maybe if you're very, very lucky, somebody will talk to you. That charges them, for example, 30 Egyptian pounds, I don't know if that's even possible, per minute, in the hope that they will win some prize. I use here some. Remember in the previous video I spoke about some as, oh no, I used the word this. Okay, similar meaning. So some very general prize from the TV show. So let's just talk about that quickly a little bit more. There's no S here. The use of the word some here is, I use it in a derogatory, in a negative way, like some prize. I'm saying it's not probably ever going to be real for them. So I win some prize from a TV show when they really really should know that there are another million other Egyptians doing exactly the same thing at the same time, and the chances of them winning are extremely slim. Slim chances, 0.00001% chance of actually winning. Okay, so a very, very slim, extremely slim chance of winning. Okay, now let's start talking about TV advertising. What types of products are most commonly advertised in your country on TV?
Nowadays, we notice that it's something like diminish advertising on TV because the rapid increase on the internet. But
okay, nice use of the word diminish. Certainly, I have noticed that the number of adverts on TV has diminished because more and more advertisers have migrated their marketing onto social media and online newspapers, etc. Okay, so he used the word diminish, so it's a nice phrase in uncommon English. I've noticed that the number of adverts on TV, so the number has, so that's the subject, so it has, okay, diminished because more and more advertisers, let's make that even more advanced, because increasing numbers of advertisers have migrated their marketing onto social media and other and online newspapers, for example, and so on, etc. So to migrate, to move over from one platform. Originally it was the TV, and now they are spending more and more of their money on social media online. Okay.
Nowadays, the mix advertising about medical nowadays, because our current event, coronavirus. So you notice that a huge number of advertising on the TV talking about masks and gloves and something like this.
Okay, all right, that's good. So just he needs to use the word because or due to. So there has been a huge increase in the number of adverts that deal with the current situation. Due to the current situation of COVID-19, there are large numbers of adverts for masks and gloves and so on that deal with tackling the spread of the virus. Sorry, I'm not very good with my fluency in that case. So here, there has been, okay, present perfect. So process that's still happening now, started in the past, still happening now. So there has been a huge increase in the number of adverts that deal with the current situation due to. Okay, oh, I see. He said medical adverts. That's right. That's why I'm getting confused. Medical adverts due to the current situation of COVID-19. There are a large number of adverts for masks and gloves and so on that deal with tackling the spread of the virus. Remember, tackling, dealing with, solving the spread of the virus. Okay.
This is nowadays, but actually the majority of it talks about nutrition, diet, and lost weight.
Okay. However, there is still a majority of advertising that focuses on diets and losing weight and other things related to health. Okay, so he spoke about a huge increase in masks and gloves and adverts for those, but however, there is still a majority. However, let's say it like this. However, the majority of advertising still focuses on diets and weight loss, losing weight. Let's use the noun form because nominalization is better if we can, especially in written English, but in formal spoken English it's sometimes better. So diets and weight loss and other things related to health. Okay.
Something like this.
Okay. Do you think that people pay attention to adverts on TV, or is it a waste of time?
Nowadays, I notice that the majority of people didn't take care about the advertisement on TV and wanted to turn over to another channel because it something like wasting our time, and didn't offer something new or something special for people. All of this talked about something special for any product for any company, and the end.
Okay, we'll come back to that. So what Emma needs to work out is when we use negative, when we're talking about the past, that's fine. So a specific event in the past. But we're talking about a situation that is true now. So at the very least, get this right. They don't, I mean, we know that that's incorrect. That doesn't collocate, but don't. Most people don't do things these days. These adverts don't offer something new. Okay, so that's actually fine like this one. Okay, so let's look at this one first. So the majority of people these days don't take care about, better to say don't pay attention to adverts. When an advert comes on, they might get up and go and make a tea or a coffee or whatever people drink. And then when the adverts are over, the commercial slots or advertising slots are over, there's usually 4 or 5, then they'll come back and continue watching their TV show. Turn over to another channel. We know what he means, turn over, but let's use it properly. So switch. There's 2 ways to say it: to switch channels or to switch okay. So here, if I use switch, it's similar to change. Remember, we spoke about this. Change trains, change. What, I can't remember. I think it was from. I can't remember. Anyway, change trains is similar to this. We put an S on here to switch channels. Switch over to another channel. If you want to use the word over, that's where it fits in. Okay, and most of them don't offer anything. So there's the negative, we use any with negative, not something. So a majority of advertising doesn't offer anything new. It's basically the same over and over again, and it's not entertaining at all. Okay.
Special for any product for any company, and the end you notice that a majority of this advertisement talk about nutrition and products for children. Maybe it's harmful, so people didn't want to communicate with this advertisement. And
okay. The majority of adverts these days tend to focus on diet and stuff for children, and it wouldn't surprise me that a large number of people are uninterested in these sort of things, and they don't pay much attention to such adverts. Okay. Stuff for children. It wouldn't surprise me that a large number of people are uninterested in these sorts of things, and they don't pay much attention to such adverts. So such adverts that I've been talking about, these types of adverts can be replaced with such adverts.
They enjoy about what's on the internet.
Okay, thank you, Imad. People will nowadays prefer to watch things on YouTube, for example, or other streaming services, because they can avoid these adverts on traditional TV. Okay, there we go. We've got prefer because there's an option of traditional TV and YouTube or Netflix or the equivalents in wherever you are from. Okay. Streaming services like Hulu, Netflix, Amazon Prime, whatever. Okay, and avoid these adverts on traditional TV. Okay, and that's the end of that. The end of the speaking. Okay, let's have a look at what Imad did in terms of bands. Okay, so with Imad here we've got fluency and coherence, again between 5 and 6, but he does quite well despite his not fantastic ability to use English. So he is able to speak at length. He does have some repetition and self-correction to a certain extent, a little bit of hesitation, but not too bad. He does manage to speak relatively fluently. It doesn't lose coherence. I generally get what he's saying. He has some connectives. He does use them, discourse markers, but sometimes not appropriately. So this is closer to a 6 than a 5 for his fluency and coherence. Lexical resource. If we look at 5 here, he's able to talk about familiar and unfamiliar topics, but uses vocabulary with limited flexibility. That's not really true. He does actually have some quite good vocabulary that comes out here, and it's occasionally incorrectly used, but not always great. He does use some less common vocabulary up here, but because of some issues with it, it's closer to a 6 for this one here. So he's over here with this one. Now, grammatical situations. He does try to use complex structures, but there are frequently mistakes with them, but they rarely cause comprehension problems. This one down here, he produces basic sentence forms. That's true, but he does do quite well in attempts to use complex structures, so it's not quite bad enough for a 5. So again, he's a 6 for this one here. And then there are, what did we say, for individual words and sounds, he does have some problems with mispronunciation, the ed sound, but it's occasionally, to a certain extent, reduces clarity, but not so much. So it's not being pulled down to a 5. It's not quite good enough for an 8 because he's not using the more advanced pronunciation like the connected speech and the weak forms. So again, he's a 6. So he is a flat 6 across the board, and that gives Imad, of course, a 6 overall. Okay, so if you have any questions, let me know, and I'll see you in the next video. Okay, welcome to the next learner training video. I'm sorry for the noise outside. My next door neighbors are making some changes to their house, but let's see if you can hear me nonetheless. So what we'll be looking at in this video is ways and means of practicing our speaking without having the opportunity to listen to, without having the opportunity to interact with a native speaker or somebody who's very good at English. Please note that this can be useful for you to check your accuracy, but if you want just fluency practice, there's no problem with you interacting in English with another student of your same level. Remember, fluency is just getting you used to speaking that language. This is about accuracy and making sure that your pronunciation is accurate, and then you analyzing what you have said later to check if it can be improved. Okay, so what I'm going to be using here is either my phone, recorder on my phone, or if you don't have access to a recorder on your phone but you do have a microphone on your computer, you can use this website called online-voice-recorder.com. Okay, so let's use the recorder at the beginning, and this is click the button to start recording. So I'm going to click that one, but first I'm going to find some questions. I'm going to pretend I'm in a speaking exam, and I've got to part 3 or the 3rd section of the speaking, which requires you to speak in longer sentences, and they're not personalized questions. They're more related to what people generally do. So let's start with this is a theme of health, for example, and one of the questions is, how can people improve their health? Now I'm going to record myself and see if I can answer that question. So I click record here. Okay, so how can people improve their health? Well, that's a good question. I think certainly one of the ways to do it is to make sure that you eat properly. Something I read recently suggested that diet is actually more important than exercise, and it depends on what you put into your body. That will decide on your quality of life and your health in the end, especially as you get older. So the younger you are, and the better diet you have from that age, the more likely you will be at an older age to have good health. And also, of course, exercise is important, and not only for physical health but also for mental health. But my experience and my knowledge tells me that diet and good quality food and not overeating is the most important thing for health. Okay, and there is my audio file. Now what I can do, if I recorded it on my phone, I can save that recording somewhere that I can easily access it. The reason I'm doing it on my computer, because it's just easier to show you how to do this on the computer. So I'm going to click save, and it records, it saves to my computer, and now I'm going to go and put it onto YouTube. You say, why? I don't want my speakings to be heard by everybody else. We're going to make it a private or an unlisted speaking, and I'll explain why we do that in a second. So let's just go. We're not going to go to YouTube. We're going to go to a website called Tunes to Tube, TUNES to Tube, and what that does is it allows you to just upload an MP3 file or an audio file. I think it allows, only MP3s. So on if you're going to record on your phone, make sure the setting is recording to an MP3 file, not an OGG or a WAV or anything else. Okay, and so what we're going to do now is, first of all, so we don't forget, we're going to click on private, because I want this to be a private recording, unless you want to share it with other people. And then I'm going to upload a file, and the file that I've just downloaded, and that's the record over here. And then I'm going to create a black background. I don't need to do anything special. If you want to add images, that's fine, but it's really not important. So create the black background there, and then when you're ready, it will say create video. I'm already logged in to my YouTube account here, so it might say something like log in to YouTube. Remember, YouTube and Google are one and the same company now, so if you've got a Google account, you have a YouTube account. So it'll say log into YouTube, use the same username and password that you use for your Google account, which you would have set up for other videos that we've done already. Okay, so then I'm going to press create video. Now, while it does that, I'm going to explain why it's going to YouTube. So Google's got some really clever speech-to-text algorithms that convert your speech into editable text. Why is that good, or why is that useful? It's because, number one, you'll be able to see straight away where your pronunciation issues are, because if they come out unusual or strange, a bit like, remember when we used Google Translate, we were saying in single sentences to practice, but in this case it's a extended sentence, so we can really test if your pronunciation is accurate. And also the second thing is, you now have a text copy of what you said, and you can see all the issues that the issues that you need to work on, and you can also see all the bits that you've done well on. Remember, speaking is much more difficult than writing in a way, because you're relying entirely on what comes to your mind at that moment. Writing, you have plenty of time, so you should be very proud of the excellent collocations that you have used, good idioms, C2 or C1 level vocabulary. How long is this going to take for YouTube to convert? My experience is it's between 5 minutes, sometimes very quick, and 15 minutes. So I'll be back in probably 10 minutes, and then we're going to see what I produced and if there's any errors and anything that we can fix. Okay, so see you in about 10 minutes. Now that's been about 10 minutes, I think. Actually, it's been about 12 minutes, but that should be enough time. You'll see that processing has complete. That just means it's gone up to YouTube. Doesn't mean that YouTube has processed the captions or the subtitles yet, but what we can do is go and have a look. So it's given me the link to the YouTube video, so if we click on that, then we can see if it's been done. Good. So if you see CC,
okay, so
if you see CC, that means closed captions, which means that they are ready to be read, because basically you're going to read the captions. Notice that it's just a black screen because we're only looking at the audio. Now, these three little dots will give you an option to open the transcript. And there you see what you have said. You can follow along if you want.
how can people improve their health? Well, that's a good question. I think certainly one of the ways to do it is to make sure that you eat properly. Something I read recently suggested that diet is actually more important than exercise.
Okay, and you can see how it follows along with the sound file that you've uploaded, so you can follow along and you can check on any issues that have come up. Obviously it doesn't put in punctuation marks, it doesn't capitalize words, but you get a general idea of how the computer, Google's text-to-speech engine, was able to understand your pronunciation. It also gives you a chance to now have a look at any mistakes that you might have made or any correct phrases and collocations that you've used. So depends on, I knew that the preposition on comes with depend, so I'll give myself a thumbs up. So this is testing your accuracy, it's testing your pronunciation, but as I said at the beginning of this video, if you want to improve your fluency, that means the ability to just speak without long pauses or long ums, they're called fillers. Without those, then there's no problem to just speak to another student of your similar level. And in one of the last final videos of this course, I'm going to show you how you can organize a chance to meet up with other students in your area or in your city who are also trying to do the IELTS test, and that can help you. You can feed off each other, and of course remember there is the online discussion voice chat that's available with now I've forgotten the name of the website. I'll write it here below me, and that will give you an option to talk to other people who are also going through the same theme as this one here, or any of the themes in the course, and talking with a microphone and your earpiece or earphones, you'll be able to chat in English and improve your fluency as well. So take full advantage of that, and then use this one of many techniques, but one that I use to improve your accuracy. Okay, I'll see you in the next section. Okay, welcome to the final video, a very short video really, that are related to the skills for speaking formally. And this one is asking for clarification, and it's a thing that some students seem to be nervous about doing, and they prefer not to do it. But there's absolutely nothing wrong with asking for clarification. If you don't understand the question in part 3, you are welcome to say, sorry, could you repeat that? And very often the examiner will repeat the question in a reformulated way. They will change that in a certain way, so to make it a little bit easier for you to understand. In part 1, they are not allowed to change the question format, so that unfortunately you just need to listen carefully, more clear, listen more carefully to hear the question. And the most common 3 that I would recommend students to know, because you don't want to do this too much, obviously, so you shouldn't have to have, examiners shouldn't be wondering whether you've used the same word 3 or 4 times. You should try to limit this, but obviously if you don't catch something, it's very important to be clear what you heard. If you answer incorrectly, that suggests that you haven't understood the question. And if it's a hearing issue rather than an understanding issue, that's very unfair for you, because you'll end up getting a low mark simply because of your hearing, not because you don't understand English. Okay, so sorry, could you repeat that, please? Sorry, could you repeat that? Sorry, could you repeat that, please? Or sorry, I didn't quite catch that. And people think that this you need to still say something. So sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Could you repeat that? No, it's not necessary. You can simply just say sorry, I didn't quite catch that. And if your intonation goes up at the end, sorry, I didn't quite catch that, it means basically I didn't understand that. Could you repeat that again? So your intonation goes up a little bit over here. And I wonder if you could say that again. Sorry, I wonder if you could, sorry, I wonder if you could add sorry here. Let's just put that in a different color because I keep on, sorry. I wonder if you could say that again. All right. That's basically it. Don't be worried about using or asking for clarification when and if it is necessary. And these are some great ones that you can use there. Okay, thank you. And I'll see you in the next video.